We have breaking news. 19 Epstein survivors have just written a letter to the DOJ grilling them for their partial file release. Can you summarize it? Yeah, pretty much they expressed their frustration that despite the clearness of the Epstein File Transparency Act saying all files must be released by December 19th, the administration has failed to do so by only releasing a fraction, and that which has been released, they say, was, quote, riddled with abnormal and extreme redactions with no explanations. At the same time, numerous victim identities were left unredacted, causing real and immediate harm. Did they say if they've been in communication with the DOJ during this process? Yeah, they say there's been an absence of communication in terms of what has been withheld, or how the DOJ plans to ensure victims' identities are not exposed going forward, or how victims can locate materials pertaining to their individual cases. And what are they calling for? They want the DOJ to explain to the public why they missed the deadline and to explain to them how they can privately obtain copies of all documents in the DOJ's possession that identified them by name. They are also urging immediate congressional oversight to compel compliance. Wow, and what has or would the administration say in response to this? Well, our colleagues Lenny and Cal have done 2 videos summarizing the arguments on both sides of the coin. We have some breaking news. The Brown University shooter and the murder of the MIT professor was found dead inside of a storage unit in Salem, New Hampshire last night. Wait, so it was the same guy? According to officials, yes, 48-year-old Claudio Manuel Neves Valente carried out both tragedies. Why? Authorities are still piecing together a motive. Claudio is originally from Portugal, where he studied physics alongside Nuno Loureiro at the same university from 1990 to 1995. That's the MIT professor who he killed. And then for Brown, Claudio was a grad student in physics for a year in the early 2000s at Brown before leaving the program without finishing. What's he been doing since then? There's not a ton that we know yet. We do know that he received permanent resident status in the U.S. in 2017 from the Diversity Immigrant Visa Lottery program. Trump has actually just paused that program in response to this. So how did police crack this code to find this coward? It was actually a Reddit tip. A man named John was in a Brown University bathroom 2 hours prior to the shooting, where he encountered the shooter, who was dressed oddly for the weather, and they made eye contact, which gave John a bad feeling. So he followed the man and saw him near a gray Nissan with Florida plates, but he didn't get into the car and instead started walking around the block, which made John even more suspicious, and John followed him for a little bit before backing off. Okay, and then what? Well, then the tragedy happened. A few days later, John posted part of his experience on Reddit, and police found that, and they found it credible and brought John in for an interview, and that's what opened up the case, and they tracked the coward down and found him dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound yesterday. Wow.
All right. That's where we're at with that. And guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump making some major announcements, mainly on shipbuilding. Then we're going to get into a complete media analysis, guys. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get right into it.
They use the word lethality. Battleships are the largest, sturdiest, and most heavily armed vessel built specifically for naval combat. While America has built many new warships over the years, they've tended to be smaller, much smaller, and not conducive to where we are and where we're going, and peace through strength. But including, we've been building aircraft carriers. We're going to be upping that also. We're going to be going to a superior aircraft. We have the Ford class. We're going to be upping that to a different class of aircraft carrier. And we haven't built a battleship since 1994. These cutting-edge vessels will be some of the most lethal surface warfare ships. They will be actually the most ever.
And if you don't know, yes, we fell really behind in shipbuilding. We kind of left it to the Chinese. And yes, China builds the most ships. Then there's South Korea. Now, what the United States have done is teamed up with South Korea in an effort to increase shipbuilding. So, yes, there should be more jobs opening up when it comes to shipbuilding, because that is what we're going to focus on. And, of course, military ships and, of course, cruise ships as well.
Built other than our submarines. We have submarines which will have, in many ways, even more lethality, and we have many of them under construction. Each one of these will be the largest battleship in the history of our country, the largest battleship in the history of the world ever built. And again, it's 100 times more powerful than the previous Iowa class, it's called. Those are the big ones that you'd see on a show. Victory at Sea. I don't know if anyone's seen Victory at Sea, but it was a classic. They'll help maintain American military supremacy, revive the American shipbuilding industry, and inspire fear in America's enemies all over the world. We want respect. We're going to have it. We already have it. We're more respected now than we ever were. A year and a half ago, they laughed at us. Now they respect us again at levels that they've never respected us. We envision that these two ships. We're talking about 10, but we're going to start with 2, and we're going to quickly morph into 10. And ultimately, we think it's going to be anywhere from 20 to 25 of these. But we're starting with the first 2 immediately, and we're going to then be very quickly involved with, I think we're going to do another 8. And then we're going to ultimately and pretty quickly have a total of about 20 to 25. We'll make that determination. We envision that these ships will be the first of a whole new class of battleships to be produced in the years to come. From Theodore Roosevelt, the Great White Fleet, you remember that, the Great White Fleet, to the legendary USS Missouri, whose massive guns helped win World War II. America's battleships have always been unmistakable symbols of national power. We stopped making them for whatever reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember when we was testing one of our old school battleships, and we was doing everything in our power to sink it, and it would not go down. So eventually, like, just to, say, all right, man, we already put enough damage on this ship. It won't sink. We did everything. So let's just blow it up from the inside. And that was literally how we tested the sinkability of one of our ships. This is like way back in the day. This is even current day. So we've always built very strong ships.
And I want to congratulate John Thalen, who is your secretary of the Navy. He came to me the first day we met. He talked about battleships, and I said, "You're absolutely on the right track." He said, "Why are we doing other things? We have missiles, which are much more expensive." By the way, these battleships have tremendous numbers of missiles, but they also have guns. And in many ways, guns can do the trick just as well as missiles at a tiny fraction of the cost. Once completed, these new 30 to 40,000 ton plus vessels will be the flagships of the American naval fleet, and there has never been anything built like them. And I just want to be very clear that we're building them here. We're working with others, but we're building them here. We have great Navy yards. We'll be negotiating with some of the companies that are running those yards, taking over the yards. We used to build a ship a day during World War II. Now we don't do ships very much anymore. We do military ships. We do submarines. By the way, we're 15 to 20 years advanced in our submarines over anybody else. That was one of the things that I did in my first term. We make the best submarines by far in the world. We're at least 15 years advanced ahead of anybody else in submarine development. Most powerful, that's right, the most powerful weapon anywhere in the world, undetectable. So
I've even heard military guys say that we can defend off entire fleets. We probably defend off all of China with probably just 10 submarines, maybe less. And we're talking about nuclear power submarines that we have as well. So yeah, let's be real. We do have some pretty impressive submarines. We may not be making ships. We were sure pumping out those submarines at a time. But now we need to get back to shipbuilding, not just military ships, but of course, like the cruise line ships as well.
Battleships are going to be armed just in terms of guns and missiles at the highest level. They'll also have hypersonic weapons, many hypersonic weapons, state-of-the-art electric rail guns, and even the high-powered lasers that you've been starting to read about. We have lasers where you aim the laser at a target, it just wipes it out. We're going to have, there'll be the most sophisticated lasers in the world, and the most sophisticated laser in the world will be on the battleships.
Bro, this reminds me when Obama came out and said, "We're building Iron Man." Like, wait, what? He's like, "Trump, we have lasers, okay? We have lasers. We just point them at you, and then you're just gone." And we're just like, "Whoa, wait, what?" I guess we got lasers. We got lasers on ships, apparently.
We're building. They'll also carry the nuclear arms. Sea-launched cruise missiles currently under development, which will be instituted pretty quickly, but they're under development, and they've proven to be extremely lethal. The U.S. Navy will lead the design of these ships along with me, because I'm a very aesthetic person, alongside our partners in American industry. And we're going to have Pete Hegseth and Marco and a lot of very talented people involved, but a lot of it's already been done. We've been doing this for months. The construction will create that.
Let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Thousands of American jobs. We're going to have the jobs be created. I mean, already we have factories being built unrelated to this, although AI will be a big factor when it comes to these ships. They'll be very.
I mean, yeah, we have pharmaceutical companies. We have pharmaceutical factories being built. We have car factories being built. We have aerospace factories being built. I mean, factories across the board in almost every sector is being built right now in the United States. So this is why I say we're going to have a construction boom, then we're going to have a manufacturing boom. And it should all sit in by at least 2027 at the latest. Really should start popping off in 2026.
Very AI controlled. Today's announcement is yet another step in our mission to make the United States Navy stronger than ever before. Again, when you talk about 100 times the power of these massive ships that we had years ago, it's pretty amazing. Mm-hmm. And next week, I'm going to meet with the defense prime contractors. I'm going to meet with them here, Florida. And we're going to be talking about production schedules because they're too slow. We have many countries, allies that are wanting to buy. We make the greatest equipment in the world by far. Nobody's even close, but they don't produce them fast enough. So we're going to be meeting with them to talk about the production schedules. We're going to have strong production schedules. And the only way they're going to be able to do that is to build new plants. Even with the F-35, we have many people want the F-35 fighter jet. Mm-hmm. And it takes too long to deliver them to allies or to ourselves. It takes too long. The only way they're going to be able to deliver them is if they build new plants. They don't want to build new plants because that's expensive. So we're going to be discussing production schedules. We're going to be discussing CapEx spending. We'll be discussing the pay to executives where they're making $45 and $50 million a year and not being able to build quickly. They're going to make that kind of money. They have to build quickly. Again, we make the best equipment.
Nah, that's a shot right there. It's like, oh, okay. So, you can't build it? I don't know. You sure if you don't, some of y'all take a pay cut, you sure you can't build this quickly? You sure you can't speed up production? You know, maybe you take a cut on the paycheck and reinvest like y'all supposed to. Well, like they usually do. But all right, that's actually a pretty decent act of the president. He's like, you know, if you're going to be making all this money off the American people, can you at least build it quickly? You know, to make time, to make time, because, you know, time is money.
The world, but they don't make them fast enough. And we're going to be also discussing dividends. We want the dividends to go into the creation of production facilities. So we'll be talking about all CapEx, dividends, and the pay. We're also going to be talking about buybacks. They spend so much money on buybacks. They want to buy back their stock. I don't want them to buy back their stock. I want them to put the money in plant and equipment. Ooh. So they can build these planes fast, rapidly, like immediately. I mean, I have sold more planes than any president.
AKA, he's telling these guys, yeah, don't just fill your pockets up, actually reinvest, expand the business, build the plant so we can create some jobs. And I'll go ahead and I'll make it easy for you guys to start, you know, building ships. Like Donald Trump is kind of working out a deal with these shipbuilders, going like, look, you guys build a plant instead of just doing all these buybacks to fill your pockets up with stocks. Let's make sure you're actually doing some real reinvesting, because that's really the only way this is going to work out, if these guys do some real reinvesting.
President, by far, times probably 20. So every time I go someplace, I sell 100 planes. That includes commercial planes, Boeings, et cetera, but it also includes fighter jets. And I'm always having to say 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, helicopters, Apache helicopters, many years. India bought them. They want to get them. They don't want to wait a long time. So we don't want to have executives making $50 million a year, issuing big dividends to everybody, and also doing buybacks. And then they say, well, we don't have the money to build a plant. They got to build plants. Plants to make F-35s, plants to make helicopters, plants to make the F-47 new jet.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you then. You'd have to take away that law that makes these I'm gonna be real with you, to make these CEOs work in the interests of their shareholders. Like, yeah, if you take that law away and make sure these CEOs don't got to give a certain amount of profit to their shareholders, then yeah, these guys can operate like that. But if not, then they're going to stick to that law.
And that's it. And that's what I'm going to be talking to them about. They're going to start spending money on building airplanes and ships and the things that we need, not in 10 years and 15 years. We need them now. And we're strong about it. Last week, the Navy announced a brand new class of frigate, and they're going to be working with the South Korean company. Hanwha, a good company, recently agreed to invest $5 billion in Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. We're opening up the Philadelphia Shipyard, once a great yard. Now it was a long time ago decommissioned, but now it's reopening, working with the Navy and working with private companies. The record-setting defense bill I signed last week authorized $26 billion to build new ships, including destroyers and various others. We already have a lot of submarines, as you know, under construction. We're building a lot of submarines. I tell you, to be exact, we have right now 15 submarines under construction or ready to start. And we have, again, the greatest submarine in the world with our technology, like they talk about chips. Well, I would say submarines are a bigger deal than chips. We're at least 15 years ahead of any other competitor. China, Russia, nobody can come close.
And also to give you a bit of an update on the shipbuilding. So let's see here. We got one good example of what's it called? Hanwha Oceans. $5 billion investment tied to Hanwha Philly Shipyard has been described publicly as upwards of being able to add upwards of 5,000 jobs. So yeah, shout out to the Philly Shipyard. It looks like 5,000 jobs will be produced there. I mean, hey, that should be good.
We're also building right now 3 large aircraft carriers in addition to the ones we have. And we have, actually, interestingly, we have a lot of submarines. How many submarines do we have now altogether, approximately? Huh? What? We have over 30. But these are the super duper subs, and there's nothing like them. So we're going to be doing from 12 to 15 brand new submarines. We have a couple of other things going on. We'll be building other elements of Navy. We'll be fixing up headquarters. We'll be fixing up places for our great sailors to live. And we're going to be working very hard with companies, but we're also going to be penalizing companies that aren't doing a good job. For instance, when they built the Gerald Ford, the cost overruns were ridiculous. That was done in Norfolk, Virginia. We're going to be talking about that with that company. The cost overruns were out of control. In World War II, the United States built upwards of 4 ships per day. Can you believe it? 4 ships a day.
And there was some sturdy ass ships too, damn near unsinkable. Sturdy ass ships.
On average. And now they weren't all big warships, but there were ships, freighters, tankers. And it's a tragedy that we allowed this incredible capability to just go astray. We don't do that much anymore. We do build our warships, but that's about it. But that's a lot. We're going to restore America as a major shipbuilding power. We're going to ensure the USA is the most powerful fleet anywhere in the world. And long into the future, with battleships helping lead the way and the submarines that, again, nobody competes with us on submarines. So I just want to thank everybody. And I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words, followed by the Secretary. But if you would, Secretary of the Navy.
Okay, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, or just send a gift to show some support. Appreciate it, guys. Let's keep it going.
But Pete's doing a fantastic job. By the way, we have drugs are down 96.2% coming into the United States. 92.6 by sea. And soon we'll be starting the same program on land. The land is much easier. But every one of those boats that we knocked out saved 25,000 lives. So we saved 25,000 lives every time we knock out one of those boats with the drugs pouring in. And you just have to see it. It means people say, oh, gee, do you think it was really drugs? Well, just take a look. Bags all over the place. That's not fishing equipment. There's no fishing rods on those boats. They move fast.
I mean, I believe so far we bombed about 9 boats so far, maybe more. So I mean, what? That's over almost 250,000 lives saved because we're out here bombing boats in the Caribbean Sea. And I mean, let's be real, they're not fishermen, I'll tell you that. They're not fishermen. And I mean, just because you blow a boat up or a narco boat up, don't make them a shipwrecked sailor. But that's what the Dems will tell you.
When you see a boat with 4 engines or 5 engines on, going 40, 50 miles an hour, well, they get hit. We save 25,000 lives every single time we knock out a boat. And it's over 96% stopped by sea. We're trying to figure out who the other 4% are, frankly. And we're going to have the same success, but even quicker, because it's much easier on land. If they want to come by land, they're going to end up having a big problem. They're going to get blown to pieces because we don't want our people poisoned. 300,000 people died, probably last year, 300,000. A lot of people say it was 200. Somebody said last night, it was only 175,000 people. That's like 3 stadiums, big football stadiums filled up with people died. But I think the real number is 300,000. We're not going to have that anymore. So we're doing a great job, and we enjoy doing it. Our border is secure. Our country is strong. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country from other countries and companies. They're building factories and plants, including auto plants, all over the United States of America. Without tariffs, they wouldn't be doing anything, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But it's only because they want to avoid paying tariffs that they're all coming in. And again, the biggest number was $3 trillion in history. That was China many years ago. Now it's $18 trillion, and that's just in 10 months. We think we could hit $20 trillion. That's investment in the United States.
Yeah, investment from the purchasing of energy, weapons, and of course, bringing back manufacturing to the USA. So that's where he's getting this $18 trillion in investment,
including plant and equipment. So thank you very much. And I'll ask Pete to say a few words, and then John. And if you have any questions, we'll take them. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, you're exactly right. There are no fishing poles, no fishermen, and no fishing boats, just drug dealers and narco terrorists. And with every strike, we're saving American lives. No other president was willing to do real deterrence. That's exactly what's happening. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, Secretary Rubio, to talk.
Well, like I said, guys, if you have any disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. And I mean, let's be real. I'll go ahead and I'll engage with it, and I'll most likely cook you. But hey, at least you had your voice heard. I can respect that. But other than that, guys, double tap that screen and like the video.
About what peace through strength really looks like. You can talk about it, or you can invest in it, and you can build it. And that's exactly what President Trump is doing. At the Department of War, we're restoring the warrior ethos. In fact, the president mentioned the NDAA. We put into law merit-based. We put into law getting rid of DEI and political correctness. That's now part of how our military operates. And you've seen it in record recruiting in the spirit at the Department of War. We're rebuilding the military. President Trump did it once. He's doing again with historic investments today in shipbuilding. And we're reestablishing deterrence, whether that's at the border, whether it's through Golden Dome, what happened with Midnight Hammer and what Iran found out, those drug boats, and of course the Houthis opening up the shipping lanes. American strength is back on the world stage. And the announcement of the Golden Fleet, anchored by new battleships, the biggest and most lethal ever, accomplishes all 3 of those things and marks a generational commitment to American sea power. Across the entire department, we are developing new.
Yeah, it's looking like we're going for hemispherical dominance. So, because think about it, we've already put a naval blockade on Venezuela. I mean, let's be real. If we start making all these ships, all these military ships, what makes you think we're not going to do that to Mexico and probably all of South America? Because like I said, it's all about dominating the Western Hemisphere now, according to Trump's new doctrine. And it's no longer about being a global power. It's about just worrying about what's on our side. And that's what really Trump is doing with Venezuela. He's trying to actually make sure that the most resource-rich country in Latin America is under our control. Do I agree with this? No, not really, because putting boots on the ground in Venezuela basically would go against Trump's, no new wars. But could this be a good thing for America? Of course. But at what cost? That's what I don't like about it. The cost. But shout out to my man, Maine. He says, Merry Christmas, Set, and everyone. Hey, shout out to my man, Maine. Appreciate you for starting me off. And Merry Christmas, my brother. You know what? I got you. We're going to get you. We're going to get in the Christmas spirit. There you go.
Operational concepts, deploying cutting-edge technologies, and making major investments, including in our Navy. This is happening in all domains, including space, as the president has talked about before anyone else. So it's the highest of domains and the lowest of domains under sea, and especially today in sea power, that always has to be decisive, has been in the history of America, and will continue to be under the leadership of President Trump. We will make sure that anything that flows from our country and with our allies flows freely and uncontested. New and better ships will provide that deterrent today and for generations to come. This new class, these new investments will be the types of things that for decades, for centuries, the American people will look back and thank President Trump for having the vision and the willingness to invest right now in capabilities we need today, tomorrow, and long into the future. So, Mr. President, thank you for this investment, and I'll hand it over now to the Navy Secretary.
All right.
Mr. President, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here on a very consequential day. From my very first conversation with President Trump about serving as the Secretary of the Navy, he's talked about the great Iowa-class battleship and why America doesn't build ships anymore with that kind of offensive firepower that takes the fight to the enemy. During my time in the job, I've talked extensively with our combatant commanders like Admiral Paparo and Admiral Cooper and our CNO, Admiral Cottle. And what I've learned is that not only is the president's idea a good one, it's something that Navy desperately needs and now has a formal requirement for. The future Trump-class battleship, the USS Defiant, will be the largest, deadliest, and most versatile and best-looking warship anywhere on the world's oceans. I want to thank the president for his vision to make this game-changing capability for the United States Navy. The Iowa was designed to go on the attack with the biggest guns, and that's exactly what will define the Trump-class battleships: offensive firepower from the biggest guns of our era. This ship isn't just to swat the arrows. It is going to reach out and kill the archers. And for the first time in generations, we'll have a new leg in America's nuclear deterrence, because the Trump-class battleship will carry the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile. Striking dominance isn't all that the Trump-class battleship brings to the fight at sea. It has the size and capacity to serve as a flagship for our fleet commanders so that they can command and control naval forces far out to sea. As shown in the series, and the president mentioned it, Victory at Sea, Admirals Bull Halsey and Raymond Spruance.
Hey, shout out to my man Jordan for the baller alert. Says, Merry Christmas, brother. Hope everyone has a warm and safe holiday season. Bart'll do. And Shay, shout out to my dog. All right, let's get right back to it.
Commanded the war in the Pacific from their battleship flagships during World War II. Now this new battleship will command everything from warships to drones and everything in between. We're going to make battle groups great again. And this is just one piece of the president's golden fleet that we're going to build with the investments he talked about. A new frigate, the right frigate, the one our warfighters have told us they need. More amphibious power for our Marines with new capabilities like the medium landing ship. As part of the Navy's high-low mix, we're moving out aggressively on unmanned vessels with funding from the president's One Big Beautiful Bill to bring options to the fight and pull new, non-traditional defense partners into the American shipbuilding ecosystem. And we're making a generational investment in support ships. Logistics wins wars, and that kind of shipbuilding is the spark that will ignite the industrial base and help power the commercial shipbuilding that the president has called for. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we will have...
AKA, basically, we're going to reassert naval dominance in our area. So I'm just making a prediction, but, you know, within the next couple of years, don't be too surprised when we have a complete naval blockade around South America.
More tonnage and firepower under construction than ever before in our history. Building the president's Golden Fleet means jobs across the United States now. There'll be work for shipyards everywhere, from Philadelphia to San Diego, from Maine to Mississippi, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast, and for manufacturers that will build components for this battleship in every state. The President has been clear. We must bring back our American maritime industrial might. And he has told me many times that as Secretary of the Navy, it is my job to equip our sailors to win the fight at sea with the finest ships in our history. To conclude, the USS Defiant battleship will inspire awe and reverence for the American flag whenever it pulls into a foreign port. It will be a source of pride for every American when it brings home our brave sailors who will sail defiant, raise their fists, and say, "We are peace through strength." And our adversaries will know when the Trump-class USS Defiant appears on the horizon, American victory at sea is inevitable. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, when a conflict arises, you are going to ask not one, but two questions. Where are the carriers and where are the battleships? Thank you.
All righty.
I just want to mention that John Phelan is one of the most successful businessmen in the country, in our country. Been a tremendous success, and he wanted to do this. And for nothing, he's taken probably the largest salary cut in history, but he wanted to do it. He wants to rebuild our Navy, and you needed that kind of a brain to do it properly. So I just wanted to give you a little information on him, which is probably enough. But one of the most successful men in the country, and he's that because he understands it, and he understands finance in addition to what we're talking about. Somebody who's doing a fantastic job is Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. And Marco, maybe say a few words, and then we'll answer some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't have much to add. This is a phenomenal presentation. Thank you, Mr. President. This is American industrial power returning. This is the ability, once again, to rebuild, to have industry in the United States. This is generational in the change, not just in terms of applying American war power, increasing our ability to protect the seas. The U.S. Navy is the single biggest source of peace in the world of all of our forces because it gives us a global footprint. But it rebuilds American industrial capacity. The ability to make things again in our country has been critical to what the president's agenda has been all about, and this is a tangible reminder of it. And I know the country's grateful for it, and generations of Americans will be grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Marco. By the way, I think I'd just like to point out that these ships are made of steel as opposed to aluminum. It's a big difference, as you know. Battleships, the great battleships, had 6 and 7 inch steel hulls. And these are going to be likewise made out of very powerful steel. Our steel industry is coming back very strongly, by the way. It's coming back at record numbers. And we're going to be using them for the steel, but as opposed to an aluminum side, which in all fairness is not the same. So, John, we're going with all steel, I understand. And that's going to be something that people.
And that's going to be a huge boost to our steel industry because we won't be pretty much importing most of our steel anymore due to the, well, I think it's like 55% now. It's 55% on Chinese steel and aluminum. I believe it's like 25% anywhere else. But you can quote me if I'm wrong on that because I believe it might be actually like that 55% across the board to deter any business from buying steel outside of the U.S. and to encourage to buy, you know, of course, domestic steel.
A little surprised, more expensive, but not even comparable in terms of the importance and the strength. Yeah, please.
What's your timetable for these first two ships, and do you see them as a counter to China?
We're going to start almost immediately, and we'll probably talk in about 2.5 years.
And in terms of the mission, do you see it as a counter to China?
It's a counter to everybody. It's not China. We get along great with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi. And not China, it's just everybody. You don't know who comes along, but we just wanted peace through strength. Hopefully we never have to use them, but there will never be anything built like these.
Okay, yeah.
Think of it.
Okay, yeah. The U.S. currently has a significant steel and aluminum tariff under Section 232 of the Trade Act, largely at 50% for most countries. So, with increased duties on Russia aluminum about at 200%. So, yes, he's trying to deter these companies from buying steel from anywhere else but the U.S.
Battleships are incredible. These have 100 times the power. Think of that. I mean, and they were big and they were powerful. You know, I thought about taking some that are in dry dock and changing them. And then when I said that, if we did, would be about, we could increase, if we doubled them, they'd be at like just a tiny fraction of what one of these was. This is the new technology, which is incredible. So we decided pretty early on not to do that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Julio Rosas with Most Peaceful Media. You just referenced the lower amount of illegal drugs that are coming by sea, and you just said that you're going to start that same program on land soon. Are you just referring to Venezuela, or are you referring to other countries in Latin
Anywhere
America?
drugs are pouring in, anywhere, not just Venezuela. Yes.
Speaking of Venezuela, oil, what are we going to do with the oil that we have?
Going to do with what?
The oil that has been seized. The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it. We're keeping it.
Where's it? Are we going to sell it? Or put,
Bro, we stole that, man. It's all us now. But what type of? Hey, no, this is gangster. He's like, yeah, we're gonna keep it. It's us now. Like, stole that shit, man. It's all us. Like, what you mean? What you gonna do about it? I mean, it's effed up, but it is kind of funny. It's like, he's like, so what are we gonna do with the ship? Yeah, we're gonna use it. Like, bro, we stole that. It's all us. I'm sorry, we seized it. More. That's a way better way of saying stole it. Seized it. There you go.
in the strategic
Maybe
oil
we'll sell
reserve?
it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
I can see why Maduro said, what was it when Trump was engaged in acts of piracy? Because I'm just like, you know what? We did just hop out on the sea, just like, arg, we're taking your oil. And we did. That's exactly what we did.
About Venezuela, sir, have you spoken to American oil companies that have had their assets seized about what a post-Maduro
Yes.
Venezuela would mean for them, of what coming back and restarting
All
operations?
the big ones, yeah. I have. Yeah, please.
Why do you feel like this initiative was neglected for so many years? And does this come amidst the rising tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela?
We're talking about with Venezuela?
Yes.
Well, you had a different kind of a president before me. They didn't mind being ripped off. They didn't mind being robbed. They didn't mind drugs pouring into our country. They didn't mind the jails of Venezuela and Trinidad being emptied into the U.S., where they take over Colorado and other places. I do mind. So you had a different kind of a president. I hope people are enjoying it because we've never been respected more than we are now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill?
Oh, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Clinton and the Epstein files, and can you commit to their
By
full?
what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people. I think it's terrible. Look, I don't like I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his, but everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. This is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein many years ago. And they're, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others. And they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple of people in there that are very strange in terms of leadership, but Massey's a loser.
Now, the main problem with this whole, Epstein file drop is that, it's called the Epstein Transparency Act. And I don't know what's transparent about redacting whole pages. And like I said, unless they was writing victims' names 3,000 times, there's no need to fill up pages of have I'm gonna be real with you, of have pages of redactions, like full pages is a block of black, not just taking out names or little lines. No, full redaction. Can't see a damn thing on that page but the number. Wild.
And he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats.
And they've yet to provide a reason why they've, redacted those files or redacted those documents so heavily. Now, they've given a pretty good reason why to redact the faces and the pictures. I mean, of course, you do want to do that. But the files, the documents, there's no need for that.
Because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents, and there is tremendous backlash. It's an interesting question because a lot of people are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party.
I mean, yeah, like there was a picture with Epstein and Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson and Oprah, I believe, was all in the same picture, which I mean, like, damn, that man must have been everywhere. I mean, shoot, you over there chilling with Michael Jackson and Oprah? Whew. All right, then. So, yeah, there were some pretty damning pictures that made a lot of people look bad. And I mean, like, come on now. Let's be real. That did make Michael Jackson and Oprah look pretty bad being seen in a picture with Jeffrey Epstein. They are going to have, Michael Jackson can't defend himself. I mean, RIP to the king. But Oprah can for sure. And so can Bill Clinton. But they've refused to show up for the oversight hearing multiple times. Well, probably about twice.
And you ruin a reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans are angry because of the fact that it's just used to deflect against a tremendous success. Look, we have $18 trillion coming into our country. We have, I believe, we're going to have the most successful economy in history. We inherited a mess. Now prices are coming way down. Gasoline is less than $2 in some states, $1.99, $1.97, $1.95 a gallon.
Shoot, went from 280 to 260 in my area. Yes, the price of gas is falling.
$1.95. Think of that. A gallon. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about Epstein. And the problem is a lot of Democrats are being caught up in the web, like Larry Summers. Larry Summers was the head of Harvard. He's now been forced to resign from every board he's on, and he was thrown off the Harvard board.
As he should be.
Now he was at Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way. But fortunately, it's nice. But I never went there. But a lot of people did go there. But instead of talking about the battleships, or instead of talking about most favored nations drugs, we're bringing down drug prices like at a level that has never even been thought of, by thousands. Think of it, by 1,000%, by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400% in some cases. A drug that sells for $10 in London is costing $130 in New York. We're bringing it down to $20, and they're going to go up to 20. So they're going from 10 to 20, which is a doubling. It's a doubling. It's a lot, but it's a doubling. But we're going down to 20. So we're going down, if you can do your own math, but it's 2,000%, 3,000%. It's pretty amazing. And the New York Times had a story about it, a small story way in the back of the paper. It's the single biggest thing to happen with respect to drugs probably in 50 years. It's never been anything like this. In my first term, I was able to get drug prices down 0.25%. It's the first time in 28 years that they went down. 0.25%. I was so proud of myself. Now we're doing them 2,000%, 1,500%, 1,200%. That pill that sold for $130.
All right, now I know the 500 to 1,000% is, I know it kills the Dems in here, but yes, he's going to be able to lower drug prices by at least 50%, like at least 50% upwards to 80% reduction on drug prices.
will now be selling, as an example.
I mean, due to the fact that he worked out a deal with the pharmaceutical companies on most favored nation pricing, and then of course they're bringing manufacturing here, like AstraZeneca. They're building a plant in Maryland. I've said this multiple times as just proof that Trump is actually getting things done, and these companies are actually doing what they promised to do.
For $20, because the rest of the world took advantage of us. Without tariffs, I could have never done it. I called up the heads of the countries. As an example, France, I spoke to a very good man, President.
You got to remember, the main reason why I worked against the pharmaceutical companies, I'm talking about Trump's tariffs. One, he put 100% tariffs on all pharmaceuticals that's made outside the U.S. And two, yeah, their profits, yeah, most of these pharmaceutical companies, I would say damn near all of them, 75% of their profits come from America. The other 25% from the rest of the world. So yeah, when 70% of your over 70% of your profit comes from America, we kind of can tell you what to do.
Macron of France. And I said, Emmanuel, you have to raise your drug prices. He said, no, we will not do that. I said, you have to. He said, no, I don't want to do that. Look, you're asking me if it go to $10 to $20. You're going to come way down to 20. We don't want to do that. Now, in all fairness, no other president even tried. But if they did try, there was actually a fake story in stupid USA Today. I didn't even think they'd make it anymore. I haven't. But I saw a story where Biden was trying to do this. Biden never tried to do it. Biden didn't know he was alive. He never tried to do it.
I'm done.
But they're taking it from $10 to 20. So he would say, and the other leader said the same thing. No, we won't do it. I said, no, you're going to do it 100%. They said, nope. We're not doing it. We're not going to double our price because, again, if you go from $10 to $20, they're doubling their price. We're coming down, though, from $130 to $20 because.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what is going to kill a lot of these nations about this whole most favored nation pricing. They don't like it. And why a lot of nations don't like it? Because let's be real, our prices are already sky high. We have nowhere else to go but down. There's nowhere. We've already reached peak. Okay, we can only descend at this point. But when it comes to other countries' pharmaceutical prices, I mean, yeah, y'all got room to grow. And what the pharmaceuticals companies are not going to do is just completely lower it all the way down to what you guys are paying. No, they're going to raise your price and lower ours to find a median to where they can still make money off that pill or prescription.
We're going to get the lowest drug prices in the world. Whatever the lowest price is called favored nations. We're going to have the lowest price. So I said, no, you're going to. No, I will not do this. Politically, it's unacceptable. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to do it 100%. Please accept it now. Be nice. You're going to do it 100%. No, I will not. I said, yes, you are. He said, why do you keep telling me I am when I'm not? Because if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on everything France sells into the United States of America. And that's approximately 20 times more than I'm asking for with respect to drug prices. He said, I see. I agree to do it. Every other country said the exact same thing. They all said, nope, I will not do it. I said, all right, on Monday morning, you'll have the 25% tariff, everything you sell. In the case of France, it was wine, champagne, cars, everything they sell. It's 25 to 30 times the price of what we're talking about at 25%. Every single country agreed. And that was the big problem. The drug companies were difficult, but fine, because we have a certain control over the drug companies. We had
yeah, like I said, when they get 70% of their profits from the USA, yeah, we do have a lot of control over that. I mean, it's kind of the same reason why we had the upper hand in the trade war with China is because, well, China sells most of their products to us, and without them selling to us, their economy collapsed.
Control over these foreign nations. So every single country has agreed to do this. So we will take that pill price down as an example, talking about not just pills, we're talking about everything. We'll take it down from $130 a pill down to $20 a pill. And the rest of the world will take it from $10 a pill up to $20. It's the biggest thing ever to happen, and it's barely covered in the New York Times because it's a fake newspaper. Yeah.
Mr. President, on shipbuilding, how is the administration plan to ensure that there's sufficient workforce availability as you're producing these ships?
Could you speak up?
How does the administration plan to ensure there is sufficient workforce availability as you're producing these ships?
We're going to have it. We're going to have tremendous workforce availability. We're also going to have.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate our workforce. I mean, you don't think people are going to go out there and work in the shipyard for what? Probably over, Lord knows, going to be over $20, $25 an hour, depending on what you're doing. Of course, welding and all that good stuff. And I mean, let's be real. If we were short on welders, it's going to inspire people to become welders, because that shortage in welders is only going to increase the wages of welders. So there's going to be a lot of people that's going to want to be a welder. And trust me, being a welder don't take that long.
Robots helping us. We're going to have a lot of robots helping us because we need it. And because we're going to town, we're building a lot between the AI and the auto plants. So we're going to need robots. We're going to have robots, but that's going to help us. We're going to have tremendous workforce. And in order to operate, you're always going to need people. You know, you could have robots, but you're going to have to get somebody to start those robots, and you're going to have to improve the robots. But we're going to have robotic factories plus manpower. So we're going to have enough. We're going to need the help of robots and other forms of, I guess you could say, employment. We're going to be employing a lot of artificial things, but the beauty is we're going to have more jobs than we've ever had. Just so you know, a number came out the other day. We have more jobs right now in the United States. More people are working right now in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that. Pretty amazing. So we'll have the help of, mechanical help, if you want to call it that. But
considering that our population has grown, I can see how that's true. But, a lot of people are going to point out the whole 4.6 unemployment rate, and, they'll try to bring panic to that. But all I say is that, well, hey, at least those people got somewhere to go once the shipyard starts up.
We'll have tremendous employment. They'll be paid a lot of money. They'll do better than they ever did. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. President, some may have been expecting a different kind of announcement today, hearing your Secretary of War and Secretary of State here. You mentioned strikes on land in Venezuela more than 15 times, even now, just in your recent remarks. Why should Maduro take your threats seriously? And
he can do whatever he wants.
What's your end game?
Maduro?
What's your end game?
There's no answer. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, we have a
his own risk.
Massive armada formed, the biggest we've ever had, and by far the biggest we've ever had in South America. He could do whatever he wants. It's all right. Whatever he wants to do. If he wants to do something, if he plays tough, it'll be the last time he's ever able to play tough.
Damn.
But they sent their prisoners into us. They sent people from jails, prisons. They sent people from mental institutions and insane asylums into the United States, just walked right in because Biden had an open border policy. What the Biden administration did to our country can never be forgotten. They took in millions and millions, 25 million people over the course of 4 years. Many of those people were murderers and drug dealers, prisoners, rough prisoners, 11,888 murders. More than half of them killed more than one person. They came into our country. Now, I spoke to Christine Noem today. I spoke to Tom Homan today. He came down to see me, and we had a great meeting. They've done an amazing job. We're getting them out. We're getting them out very fast. But this should have never happened. But Venezuela was Venezuela took advantage of the open borders that Biden created more than any other country. Tren de Aragua, we had gangs all over. Look, I mean, you have a very weak governor in Colorado. Look what happened in Colorado where they would occupy apartment houses. And he didn't want to do anything about it because he was scared. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in response to the United States taking sanctioned oil.
I'm sorry, but Felipe, are you dumb? Like, come on now. You're going to insult me, but you don't know that it only takes about, 6 to 12 months to become a welder? In comparison to going to college for 4 years or getting an associate for 2 years. I mean, 6 to 8 months is actually pretty quick in comparison to the other options. I would hope that you know this before calling people dumbasses. I'm just saying.
From Venezuela, Colombian President Gustavo Petro criticized the United States by saying, well, the Southwest is stolen land and that it should be returned to Latin America. I just wanted to know what your response to that is.
Well, he has to watch because, he's got drug factories. They make cocaine in Colombia. And he's no friend of the United States. He's very bad guy. And he's got to watch his ass because he makes cocaine and they send it into the United States of America from Colombia. We love the Colombian people. I love the Colombian people. They're great people, energetic, smart, great. But their new leader is a troublemaker. And he better watch it. You better close up those cocaine factories. They have at least 3 major cocaine factories. We know where they are. He better close them up fast, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And by the way, it's made and sold into the United States. Comes through Mexico.
Thank you, sir. You've named Governor Landry to be new special envoy to Greenland.
Yeah.
How do you, what do you see that role entailing? And is it still your intention that
Well, he
Greenland
called
become
me,
part of
and
the
you know,
U.S.?
he viewed Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. He said, "I'm governor of Louisiana," and he said, "I would love." I didn't call him; he called me. He's very proactive. He's a great guy. He's a deal guy. He's a deal maker type guy. And we need it for national protection. We need Greenland for national protection. They have a very small population. And I don't know, they say Denmark, but Denmark has spent no money. They have no military protection. If they say that Denmark was there 300 years ago or something with a boat, well, we were there with boats too, I'm sure. So we'll have to work it all out. But he felt very strongly, we need it for we need Greenland for national security. Not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland.
Now, I mean, for Arctic national security, I get it. I mean, if we're talking about, defending the Arctic zone, sure, I can agree to that. But let's be real. It would be pretty nice to have them as a territory just for access to the minerals. I mean, the amount of minerals in Greenland, I mean, there's nothing to sneeze at. We can't sit here and pretend like that isn't one of the main objectives here. But of course, trying to have some type of Arctic dominance, that also works into acquiring Greenland as well.
You look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need it for national security.
And this is one of the reasons why we want to establish some type of Arctic dominance or in the Arctic region, because Russia and China are dominating in that area, and it's a weak spot for us.
We have to have it.
Admittedly.
And he wanted to lead the charge. So we're making him, Marco, today, a special envoy to Greenland. Greenland's a big deal. Yeah.
On Ukraine, can you give an update on the talks that took place this past weekend? And could a trilateral discussion of sort be the next step for Ukrainian, U.S. and Russian delegations?
So the talks in Ukraine, Russia are going along. They lost, as you know, 27,000 soldiers last month, mostly soldiers, some people in Kiev, etc. But mostly soldiers. And the talks are going along. And I say that, there's tremendous hatred between these two leaders, between President Putin, President Zelensky, tremendous hatred. And I hope we can get it done. We are talking. Talks are going okay. But, I've solved 8 wars. And Thailand is starting to ship up. They started with Cambodia. They started up again. But I think, Marco, we have that in pretty good shape to have that stopped. So we stopped 8 wars, and I thought this would be in the middle of the pack, but maybe easy, but in the middle of the pack. But there's a lot of hatred between those two people, and when there's hatred, But we stopped one war 38 years, one war 35 years, one war was going on for 32 years. And we stopped, think of it, we stopped a potential nuclear war between Pakistan and India. And the head of Pakistan, highly respected general. He's a field marshal.
Now, the reason why Trump is kind of, giving credit to Pakistan, because India said that Trump had nothing to do with it. Pakistan said Trump had everything to do with it. So who are you going to believe, Pakistan or India?
And also the prime minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more, by getting that war. 8 planes were shot down. That war was starting to rage. And he actually
8 planes were shot down, near the borders were being struck on both sides. And of course, a bunch of Muslims came over and started executing a bunch of Hindus. I mean, that definitely set some things off.
Said the other day that President Trump saved 10 million lives, maybe more. So we solved all these wars. The only one I haven't solved yet is Russia, Ukraine.
Are you still pushing for the Christmas Day deadline with Russia and Ukraine? And have you spoken with Putin or Zelensky or plan to push the deal?
I'll do whatever I have to do. I mean, I'd like to see it stop. Look, we don't lose any money on that war anymore. Biden gave $350 billion, and who knows what happened to it. We now sell missiles, planes, all of the best military equipment. We sell it to NATO. We got NATO to go from 2% GDP to 5%. Nobody believed that.
Yeah, they buying the weapons and now they're feeling emboldened, thinking that they can take on Russia now. And if you haven't been hearing, yes, apparently the EU and NATO wants to go to war with Russia, and they think that, well, if Ukraine loses, then we're up next. Even though Russia do not want no smoke with them, no beef, but Russia's was saying that, well, I mean, if they attack us, we'll take them on. But they've also said that, yeah, but we don't want to fight with Russia. And I'm gonna be real with you, I don't know why Europe is trying to get their people into a war, but we'll see how that plays out.
To this day, nobody's going to write that, but nobody believed it. And they take that money and they pay it to the United States for weapons. So we sell weapons to NATO. We sell full price. We sell weapons to NATO, and NATO takes those weapons and probably distributes them, but gives a lot of them to Ukraine. So we don't lose any money like we did with Biden. He was spending money like a fool. He was a fool. What he did to our country is so horrible. But he gave $350 billion between cash, gave a lot of cash, $350 between cash and weapons. You remember at the beginning of that whole thing, I gave them javelins. Javelins are the anti-tank busters. And President Obama at the time gave them sheets. I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But you know, the bottom line is time for, I think they're all tired of that war. Everyone's tired of that war. It's got to stop. Yeah, please.
The U.S. is in active pursuit
I
of.
know everybody's tired of the lies being told around that war. We were being told for 2 years that Ukraine is winning. Then all of a sudden this peace deal comes out. And then obviously, due to how weighted it is in Russia's favor, it's been proven that Russia's been winning this war the whole time. Here's the thing. I never believed that Ukraine was winning. I've been trying to dissuade people of that illusion. But for some reason, people just want to believe the impossible. That somehow we was able to proxy Ukraine into a W against Russia, and it didn't work out. Actually, they've only lost land and people.
And sanctioned oil tanker yesterday. Are you able to share what became of that tanker? Was the U.S. able to seize
No,
it?
it's moving along, and we'll end up getting it. Yeah, we're actually pursuing it. Can you imagine? Because it came from the wrong location. It came out of Venezuela, and it was sanctioned. Yeah, please.
Ultimate goal in Venezuela to force Maduro from power.
Well, I think it probably would. I can't tell that. That's up to him, what he wants to do. I think it would be smart for him to do that. But again, we're going to find out. Look, Venezuela did terrible things to the United States. They sent hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people into our open border. They sent their criminals. They sent their prisoners. They sent their drug dealers. They sent their mentally insane and incompetent people into our country more than any other country. Others did too. The Congo did. Others did too. And we just let them come right in because we were run by a stupid president. But you don't have a stupid president anymore.
Mr. President, have you set up the meeting with the healthcare insurers just yet? And what are you hoping to get? How
I'll
are
be
you hoping
setting
to
it up.
lower
I think we're
costs?
going to meet with the healthcare insurers, the insurance companies. So what I'm asking for in healthcare is very simple. Obamacare is a disaster. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act. Unaffordable as opposed to it's unaffordable. They're going to have a tremendous increase in premiums, which is Obamacare, which
it's grown unaffordable, and it doesn't look like Trump is going to extend those enhanced Obamacare subsidies. So yeah, it's looking like those premiums, unless Trump does something slick, but it's looking like those premiums are going to triple and double. And it got to the 31st to decide what they're going to do. Because like I said, the math has already been proven. If they sign them in, insurance premiums only go up by 18 to 30%. If they don't, they triple and double.
It's them, the Democrats' fault. They'll try and blame Republicans. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Democrats' fault. What I want to do is we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year that go to insurance companies. I want that money to go to the people and let the people buy their own health care. And everybody loves it. It's become our issue. Now, before I do that, I'll meet with the insurance companies, just as I met with the drug companies. As you know, we're meeting with 4 other drug companies, Johnson & Johnson, but they've all agreed. We're meeting with them this week. It's coming up. It'll be a similar meeting. They've all agreed. But nobody would have thought the drug companies were going to do what they did, where they're giving away free drugs. And they've been so great. Okay? And we have most favored nations. Nobody thought that was possible. I don't think any other president ever tried to get it because they never thought they could. But with respect to the insurance companies, I want to meet. There's essentially 14 of them, 10 big, but there's a total of 14 pretty much, pretty big. And I want to meet with them and I want to say, I want you to cut your rates way down, way down. And maybe if they do that, we'll be able to not cut them out. We'll be able to continue to deal with them, which is probably a little easier process. I think the best process is pay the money directly to the people, let them buy their own health care. But I'm going to meet with them the first week back. I do it now, but they're trying to come up with a schedule. They want to meet badly. They've told me, but they want to come up with a schedule. I said, make it a good schedule. Your rates have to come way down. We're also going to meet with other insurance companies because under Biden, the insurance rates have gone through the roof. Auto insurance, home insurance. I mean, insurance companies are making far more than they're entitled to make. So we're going to be doing that. But just in the meantime, we'll be meeting with the insurance companies in the first week, the first few days back in Washington, because they're trying to come up with a proposal that will satisfy me. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. I hope you're going to enjoy the battleships. They're going to be beautiful. Thank you. And have a great Christmas if I don't speak to you. Thank you very much.
All right. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you very much.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get on to the left side of media. Let's talk about the MAGA infighting taking center stage at Turning Point Conference, which I covered earlier today. And it was quite the conversation we was having about it. But all right, guys, let's get right into it with CNN. And we're starting off on the left side of media.
United in the thousands of MAGA faithful turned out over the weekend for Turning Point USA's annual America Fest Summit. And it may indeed have been a turning point for the MAGA movement. Because while they are united in their loyalty to President Trump, different factions of the coalition were fighting for influence amid a brewing fight on the right over how to handle anti-Semites and conspiracy theorists who consider themselves part of the movement. Vice President Vance tried to bridge those divides in his speech.
Yeah, it was mainly attack against, Tucker and Candace. Let's be real. Ben Shapiro was mainly coming at Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and of course, Nick Fuentes. I mean, that's who everybody been coming out against. Well, when it comes to Mark Levin, it's mainly about Tucker. His hatred with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. He really doesn't talk about Candace too much. Ben Shapiro, well, it's all three.
Without explicitly condemning anyone on the right.
President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. I didn't bring a list of conservatives to denounce or to deplatform. I know some of you are discouraged by the infighting over any number of issues. Don't be discouraged. Wouldn't you rather lead a movement of free thinkers who sometimes disagree than a bunch of drones who take their orders from George Soros?
While Vance did not take a side, two other loud voices in the conservative movement did.
The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty.
If you believe that Hitler was pretty cool, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. If you call Usha Vance, the second lady of the United States of America, a cheat, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement.
And, I actually respected Vivek. I should have reacted to his speech as well, but I ran out of time. But his speech was also enlightening as well because he was trying to speak to the white identitarians in the conservative movement, mainly the guys who follow Nick Fuentes, who was honestly trying to make this a white Christian nation who honestly think we should just kiss their ass because they're white and Christian. That's not everybody, of course. But this is, of course, the Nick Fuentes crowd. And here's the thing. I mean, Nick Fuentes don't even really believe that all the way through. But his the Groypers, yeah, they're about that.
And if you can't say those things without stuttering, then you have no place as a leader.
And let's be honest, he was pretty upset because, let's be real, Nick Fuentes was calling out the JD Vance, and I've called out Vivek Ramaswamy on the same point. Like, bro, are you America first? Like, do you support America more, or are you more for India? And JD Vance, I can give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's more for America. But I ain't gonna lie, Vivek, the way you was talking spicy about us when it came to H-1B visas, it got me thinking that, you'll bring jobs to Ohio. You can, and as president, I could see you bringing jobs to America. But I could also see you bringing 1 million Jeets with you. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but 1 million Indians. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
I'm joined now by a terrific group of reporters. Good to see you all on this Monday afternoon. It is Monday, right? It is Monday. Yes, it is. Okay, just confirming that. Jeff, you've been covering this conference that's been playing out. Really, this fascinating debate that's been going on publicly. What do you make of the way that J.D. Vance, as he came in here in this speech to this audience, didn't say what Vivek Ramaswamy said, didn't say what others on the right have said, like Ben Shapiro, very much made it clear that he was not going to condemn any of these factions within his party. What does it say about the way he's positioning himself as he heads into a potential 2028 run?
He's treading very carefully, intentionally. Really struck there listening to Vivek Ramaswamy defending Usha Vance much more than Vice President Vance did in his own speech. Now, Vice President Vance has defended his wife and spoken out in some smaller forums and some interviews, but not on stage there. So
yeah,
I thought
in a
that was
podcast, he did that in a different setting.
Exactly, on Friday in a podcast that did not have that attention. But look, I mean, what we're seeing here is the Vice President Vance making a concerted decision to try and appeal to everyone, appeal to the entire gamut of the Trump movement, if you will, but not really taking a stand. And I think this conference ended in such a way. It was supposed to be J.D. Vance's sort of moment. Erica Kirk announced her endorsement for him in 2028. Never mind, he's not even said he's running. Of course, he's likely to do so. But I'm not sure how strong he ended up being at the end by trying to throw out a George Soros line, et cetera. He didn't really take a stand. And I think that it showed the fissures inside the Republican Party. The Democrats have some of their own, but now we're talking about Republicans. They are significant from foreign policy to anti-Semitism, obviously.
I'll be real with you. If just lay it out, it's the America first versus the Israel first guys, and that's it. There's Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and the rest of them who's the Israel first guys, and then there's Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and even Nick Fuentes, who's America first. As much as I disagree with Nick Fuentes on a lot of stuff, but yeah, when it comes to being America first, I'm going to agree with the man on that, just like Tucker and Candace.
So it'll be interesting to see this post-Trump era. Maybe the only one who can sort of lift up J.D. Vance is Trump himself, and we'll see if he does it.
What do you make of that? He's saying this is a Big Tent party. There's not room for any purity tests, unlike trying to distinguish himself very much from some of those other voices we heard.
Yeah, I think if you went to that speech looking for a leader to say this is right and this is wrong, you're going to leave that speech very disappointed, because that's exactly what he did not say. I actually don't think that it's in conflict with what we've seen from J.D. Vance over the course of the 11 months. Given multiple opportunities from the racist Republican group chat where he said that those young men were young men instead of some of those being 40 years old. In other instances, he has basically declined to condemn various positions in which other members of their party have said, yes, that's not, excuse me, yes, that's not appropriate.
Hold on now. Because I always say it's unfair when they bring up the young Republicans in that group chat, because we condemn them. Everybody in MAGA and on the right said, yeah, they're wrong for saying that. We don't share that view. But you know what the Dems have yet to do? Still condemn Jay Jones and ask him to step down for wishing death on children. Still. But they will always sit there and talk about, what about those young Republican text messages? What about the text message from a Democrat politician talking about how he would want to see kids unalived? Bro, I'm talking about his opponent's kids unalived. And y'all want to talk about what? A bunch of Republicans making racist jokes? Like, really? Well, which is worse? Wishing death on children or a bunch of racist jokes? Because I'm going to be real with you, I'll take racist jokes over wishing death on children any effing day. I'd rather you make racist jokes about me than wish death on my children. One, I could smack you for. One, I might just have to take you out this life for.
And so I think that you're seeing him in real time trying to expand what Trump built. Obviously, we know that there has been some contraction due to, these kind of lower poll numbers with Hispanic voters, folks feeling put off by the immigration policies, folks feeling put off by the economic policies. So he's trying to just hold the coalition that they built in 2024 and also expand it. And that is by not condemning people in places that traditionally Republicans would condemn.
We'll just listen a little bit more from his speech on Sunday, talking about how he says this is a Christian nation.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize.
Yeah, I know everybody had a problem with that. Everybody, oh, this is a white Christian. Well, this is a Christian nation, and the value of freedom of speech is a Christian value. And I was like, whoa, 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 buddy. If that was true, trust me, we'd have had freedom of speech way before America. No, that's what the cool thing about our founding fathers. That was like something that they made on their own, that they thought that a society needed to avoid tyranny on their own. And of course, the Second Amendment with that.
For being white anymore. The only thing that is truly served as an anchor of the United States of America is that we have been, and by the grace of God, we always will be a Christian nation. Christianity is America's creed.
Very much leaning into that message.
Yeah, and if you look at this speech, we talked about how he's kind of trying to be Switzerland when it comes to this internal dispute in the Republican Party, and kind of, I would argue, trying to have it both ways. But there was a lot in this speech that was speaking directly to the more kind of right-wing portions of the party. He was talking about Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, talking about, calling her basically a fake street girl. He talked about Minneapolis. He called it Mogadishu. They were kind of
like, call it Mogadishu. I mean, that is kind of funny. That is kind of funny, though. And of course, Jasmine Crockett, bro, she is a fake hood black girl. I mean, she went to private schools and all that. Like, yeah, she's fake hood. She is fake hood. She is actually, Loki was raised really, really well. And I mean, if she dropped the hood act, trust me, you'd figure that one out. I mean, I wonder how she's behind closed doors, to be quite honest with you. I wonder if she drops all that behind closed doors, or is she just falling in love with the part and she's just acting it out to the end of time?
Like these little dog whistles that were meant to speak to that kind of far right portion of the party to keep them in line with him, that I think didn't penetrate as much, but are also significant from the speech. He very much, and this comes through in the comments that Jasmine was talking about as well, he very much wants to keep that section of the party in line and behind him moving forward. He doesn't want to do anything to sacrifice that.
And just the tightrope, look at some of the headlines that came out of this speech. J.D. Vance walking a tightrope on the raging Israel debate within MAGA infighting over Israel in 2028 heats up at the conference. Yep. And then the battles over free speech.
No, I mean, so yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, but it looks like MSNBC got it right. Like, yeah, it's a MAGA infighting over Israel. It's the overly support for Israel. I'm trying to make censorship laws for Israel. I mean, yeah, that's making us look at our other side, our MAGA companions, or the Israel first guys. Kind of weird. It's like, whoa. You know, this affects us too, right? Like, and here's the thing: even if it affected Dems, only the Dems I would be against it. So what are you doing trying to limit speech on the guidelines of anti-Semitism? Like, I'm gonna be real with you, I'm not for that. And actually, I don't think really anybody in MAGA is for that except for the Israel first guys. That's it. Only them.
Jeff, can he continue to walk this tightrope?
I think that'll be very difficult once he launches into a campaign of his own. He probably can as vice president, because the reality is President Trump overshadows everything. I mean, this is still very much his party. But
is he running? If he runs, is he running for a third Trump term here, or is this some way? How does he distinguish himself, or does he decide to even distinguish himself?
I mean, that'll be a choice he has to make. I mean, history is not filled with many examples of how a third term works. The idea of him, trying to define his own path is probably something he'll have to do. But look, I mean, we don't know several things to answer that question. One, are Republicans going to lose control of the midterms next year? If they do, control of Congress, excuse me, if they do, he will certainly have to chart his own course here. But what I'm wondering, Vivek Ramaswamy, if he wins as governor of Ohio, does he emerge as a leader, as someone who challenges J.D. Vance? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard to see it perhaps right now, but someone will challenge Vice President Vance. There's no way, in my view, that he will have a wide open shot to this nomination. I mean, you see our recent polling that shows only 22% of people right now want J.D. Vance to be the nominee.
Yeah. And 64% say no one specific.
I mean, hilarious. Who should run for president in 2028? I mean, Ron DeSantis says 2%, Mark Rubio 4%, because Mark Rubio is low-key a war hawk. To be quite honest with you, the guy's low-key, I'm real, he's a neoconservative low-key. J.D. Vance, I mean, well, he's not no neoconservative, but we don't know too much about his leadership, and his ties to the tech world is a bit concerning. I mean, like we said, you call him Peter Thiel's lapdog. Well, that's what people on the right and the left actually call this guy, and no one Pacific. I mean, AKA, I'll be like, bro, we'll take somebody new. Like, we actually want somebody new on the right, and I can agree to that one. I get that. I'd have voted the same way. No one Pacific. Like, I'm just be real with you. Anybody new? Thomas Massey would be great. I like him. That'd be a great little ad.
Which I don't think it's a huge knock on
Yeah.
Vance. I mean, I think that's sort of normal, but it just shows you that he may be the heir apparent, but that doesn't guarantee his nomination.
Yeah, no question about it. I want to listen to some more voices from this conference from over the weekend.
Not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely as bad as anti-Semitism, but it is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging.
Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
I keep hearing diversity is our strength, but I'm not so sure. The young white men who for a generation were left behind by DEI.
Don Jr. saying diversity. I keep hearing diversity is our strength, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, for a party that likes to talk about how DEI and talking about diversity isn't our strength, they do talk a lot about race. But of course, it is about the white race. I think fundamentally, this is a portion of.
Whoa. Just clarify. No, it's I'll be honest with you, it's Nick Fuentes that harps on race. Now, when these guys bring up how white guys have kind of been undermined for the past, 4 to 8 years, they're not lying. They are not lying. I mean, there's definitely been companies that's been practicing the hiring practice of, not hiring straight white men. Like, literally not hiring straight white men. And I mean, let's be real, it's been reflected in the Democratic Party as well. I mean, if you're a straight white heterosexual man, bro, you're fucked in the Democrat Party. You're not getting no real votes out here unless you're a white gay man who got a black boyfriend. Like, that's the only way.
Conversation that they felt was really
basically gotta be Don Lemon.
2024, when we're talking about that young male voter who feels like they've been left behind, like the conversation doesn't surround them, that they're sometimes lonely, as experts would say. And so they're going to continue this messaging because it is popular with the base. All of the things that are creating these fissures within the Republican Party, when we're talking about foreign payments, Israel, anti-Semitism, going back to this anti-DEI, anti-woke, is just a string of conversation that consistently really combines that, kind of at this point, diverging group of people. And so I think you're going to consistently see them harp on this because it works for them.
Yeah.
It works for them, and it's something that they want to talk about, and it's something that brings their folks together.
Yeah, it's certainly.
All right. But all right, now let's go over to the next video because CBS shelved 60-minute story on Trump deportees. And it's funny, I saw somebody actually bring this up in the chat like a few seconds ago. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and see what this is about. Because somebody, of course, they try to blame it on Trump, but let's see if it's actually Trump's fault.
Well, new this morning, some CBS News employees are threatening to quit amid fears of corporate censorship. That's after the network abruptly pulled a 60 Minutes investigation hours before it was set to air last night.
Oh, on S.E.T. Okay, well, I mean, who gives a damn? I mean, why y'all care about what's going on in Venezuela? Well, honestly, I mean, I would actually want to see it. I want to know how they do it in Venezuela. Maybe we could take notes.
The segment would have brought viewers the stories of Venezuelan deportees sent to El Salvador's notorious prison. CBS says that it was still going to air it, but that it needs more reporting. Let's go live now to CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter. This is really a severe blow, it seems, to the network's credibility here. What are you hearing from journalists there, Brian?
I think that's accurate. This is a blow to credibility, whether or not the piece actually airs in the future. And Editor-in-Chief Barry Weiss is saying to the staff this morning, this segment will air when it's ready. But here's what's odd about the situation. We can walk through the timeline, and I think it'll show how this doesn't really add up.
Oh, I mean, all right, man, y'all crying over nothing. Whoever posted that, bro, you crying over nothing. It was postponed and not canceled. It'll come out later. You'll get your documentary into S.E.T. Okay, stop crying, Dems. Pulled from show hours before scheduled airtime. Damn, I mean, we could have watched it today. And let's see, CBS segment will air at a future date. Needs additional reporting. All right, well, I guess Barry Weiss got to put her hands on it, and we'll see what comes of it.
All right. Correspondent Sharon Alfonsi had been working on this segment for weeks. She interviewed some of these deportees who described torturous conditions at S.E.T, that prison in El Salvador that the Trump administration has been sending migrants to. So these interviews were...
I mean, yeah. So It is what it is. I mean, hey, if it ain't happening here, I ain't got a problem with it. Look, how El Salvador run their prison is none of my goddamn business. Now, if you want to talk about, if they're being tortured in American prison, I got a huge problem with that, and that needs to be stopped immediately. But that's not the case. This is El Salvador. I don't care at that point. It is what it is. It's a sad story. Play your violin, but that's El Salvador. You can't tell to El Salvador what they do with what? You gonna release them? What the F we gonna do? Tell El Salvador to what they gonna do with their prison system? That's outside of our jurisdiction. Like, come on now. What, you gonna do all this bitching for what? Because we can't do nothing about how Bukele runs El Salvador. I hope you know this.
Were in the can, they were edited. This segment was ready to go, according to producers, editors, fact checkers, and even the lawyers who reviewed the segment. As of Friday.
Nah, Chad, you funny. It's like, wait, it's your business until we send people there, and it is too late. Too late. We already did. They're already there. It is what it is.
Hey, this was ready to go. And that's significant because on Thursday night, editor-in-chief Barry Weiss was able to screen it.
I mean, think about it. Already send deportees there. So they're already there in C-Cot, living a very uncomfortable life, according to the way they're framing it, living a very uncomfortable life. But I'm gonna be real with you. The only thing about C-Cot that looked good was how clean it was. Other than that, it looks, I mean, the way they was doing these guys was terrible, making them look at the floor when they step out, stacking them up in cells. And I mean, when you stack all these guys up in cells, that just breeds violence. And who knows if they even take care of the violence? They might just leave y'all on there for a free-for-all and then hope to God people don't die in the morning. Like, who knows how it is in C-Cot? But guess what? It ain't in my country.
For the first time. I'm told she had some concerns, but there was a sort of an assessment that the piece was going to move forward. And on Friday afternoon, this broadcast was publicized. It was promoted ahead of time. Alfonsi's segment was announced to the public. And yet on Saturday morning, Weiss weighed in with additional concerns. And I'm told, according to sources, she was especially concerned about the lack of a Trump administration response to the reporting. Now, Alfonsi says in an internal memo,
lack of a Trump administration response, because well, what do we care? Like, why would Trump care about a documentary about a prison or a detention center that's not in our country? AKA, no matter what they show, no matter how bad it looks, we can't do shit about it, and you can't really guilt trip us into it. Like, if you have a problem, go out to El Salvador and protest against Bukele. But I mean, I wouldn't advise doing that. You don't know how that's going to work out for you. I mean, he looks nice, but do you want to test it?
That waiting for a response is unrealistic because it's clear the Trump administration did not want to respond to these allegations. She said, I want to pull up the quote here, their refusal to be interviewed was a tactical maneuver designed to kill the story. If the administration's refusal to participate becomes a valid reason to spike a story, we have effectively handed them a kill switch for any reporting they find inconvenient. So that's the view from the 60 Minutes reporting team. The piece was ready to go. It was in the can. It was going to be broadcast on Sunday. But all of a sudden, over the weekend, Weiss decided to shelve it. And that has created a real uproar inside CBS News, with widespread concerns about political meddling and about corporate interference. All of this coming as CBS's parent company, Paramount, both tries to ingratiate itself with the Trump administration and tries a hostile takeover bid for this network's parent company, Warner Bros. Discovery.
I mean, and it comes as President Trump has really been ratcheting up his criticism of 60 Minutes. Tell us more about that and the timing of this.
Yes, that's right. And that is the essential context here. You know, when Paramount changed hands earlier this year, Trump praised the new owners, David Ellison and his father, Larry. He described them as friends and supporters. Trump was very excited to have CBS moving into new hands. But 2 weeks ago, Trump changed his tunes. He started to criticize the Ellisons and 60 Minutes specifically. Trump at first was mad about an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene that aired on the broadcast. We know Trump cares a lot about 60 Minutes, and we know he's been railing against both the broadcast and the new owners of Paramount. At the same time, these owners need regulatory approval for their future aspirations to grow the company. So that is the political context for the story. Now, I'm told by sources at CBS that Barry Weiss became more personally involved at 60 Minutes in the past couple of weeks. But she said to staffers this morning,
all right, then. So pretty much it's going to be released later. It's a documentary on C-Cot, the detention center that we deported the immigrants to in El Salvador. So we'll see what comes of that. Other than that, though, I mean, like I said, it ain't really our problem. I mean, of course, CNN going to bitch about it, but what can we do? Even if we see the most atrocious things, I mean, what can we do? Like, let's be honest here. Sit here and cry about it from America? I mean, I don't think we want to spend our time or waste our time doing that.
New this morning as the DOJ prepares to release more documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. the department is facing intense criticism over the slow pace of the rollout and the heavy redaction in the initial batch of files. The DOJ says it.
Hey, and shout out to my man Chad for sending a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
Erred on the side of, quote, over redaction to protect victims of Epstein. Yesterday, the Justice Department republished a photo taken from Epstein's home that featured an image of President Trump. It was deleted Saturday, but reappeared Sunday, with the DOJ saying it temporarily removed the picture to make sure it didn't show any victims. The heavy redactions and drip of the documents release has angered the bipartisan lawmakers behind the Epstein files legislation. They're now threatening contempt proceedings against Attorney General Pam Bondi. Listen.
As they should.
The quickest way, and I think most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi.
We're building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
Joining me now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. We heard Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, who is also behind pushing this forward, say that the letter of the law and the spirit of the law has been broken, something that many Democrats agree with. What's the recourse here as you started to see there what they're going to potentially, what they could do, but they have to have bipartisan support, obviously.
Yes, they must. So, Sarah, good morning to you. What happens is generally the recourse, the remedy, when you're not complying with the law, is in the law itself. The unfortunate thing here is that there is no provision in this law that gives a specific remedy. And so what they have to do, that is Congress, is look for ways in which they could bring enforcement. The law is very clear. The law indicates you have records, communications, you have documents that are to be released. It's called the Transparency Act. It's called that because it really envisions the information coming out to the public. It also says you have 30 days to do so. It also says, Sarah, that after those 30 days, 15 days later, you're to report to Congress with respect to the redactions, the categories of them, why you redacted them, what was the purpose, etc. So what you're looking for is compliance. So what I believe, and they've been floating this, you heard there, either contempt proceedings, impeachment proceedings, but something to bring teeth to the notion that what we said to do in the law, which, by the way, it passed in the House less one vote, right? I mean, there was only one person that didn't vote for it, and unanimous in the Senate. So this is something that the public is screaming for.
Yeah, I want to talk about the 15 or so files that were taken down a day after.
It's almost like they were trying to piss the Dems off, but they end up pissing everybody off, not just the Dems, when it came to those heavy redactions.
Were posted, which included a photograph of President Trump, Melania, Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's what the DOJ said the reasoning was for pulling down those images. It says, out of an abundance of caution, the Department of Justice temporarily removed the image for further review. After the review, it was determined there was no evidence that any Epstein victims were depicted in the photograph, and it has been reposted without any alteration or redaction. I mean, when you look at this sort of push and pull, it's like they put it out, they take it back, they put it out. What does this tell you about the process they are using to deal with an enormous amount, to be fair, an enormous amount of files and documents?
Yeah, I think there's a concern amongst the public.
All right, now let's see what Thomas Massey and Rohanna got to say about this, because they was on Face the Nation earlier. Let's go ahead and switch over to that.
So far, there have been few surprises in the tens of thousands of documents related to the case against convicted sex offender and accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his partner, convicted child sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell. The Justice Department says that 1,200 names identified as victims or their relatives were redacted, along with materials that could result in their identification. Will the release of the documents satisfy Congress and the political forces who lobbied for their disclosure? And much more importantly, will it satisfy the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and their families? The two House members who pushed their colleagues into passing the bill to release these documents, Republican Thomas Massey, who's in Garrison, Kentucky, and Democrat Ro Khanna, who joins us this morning from Palo Alto, California.
Hey, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, whoop, there you go. Time to make the libs mad in the chat. Keep an eye out. All right, brother, I got you.
Yeah. It's good to have both of you here. I want to start with you, Congressman Massey, because in these past 48 hours, we have seen the Justice Department acknowledge it's an incomplete release, but they have put out more than 13,000 files. They say more will come. this isn't everything you asked for just yet, but would you acknowledge that they are complying with the spirit, if not the intent of your law?
No, they're flouting the spirit and the letter of the law. It's very troubling, the posture that they've taken. And I won't be satisfied until the survivors are satisfied. You know, I said in the hours leading up to this release that we will know if they are complying if they implicate any of the other criminals that are involved and the suspects that are involved, that the witnesses, the victims themselves have given to the FBI, and they've never been mentioned.
Well, there are some disclosures in here that seem new. Congressman Khanna, the documents confirm that the FBI received a complaint about Jeffrey Epstein back in 1996, but the woman whose name is Maria Farmer, who made that complaint, said federal officials failed to follow up. She said the disclosure makes her feel redeemed and that this was one of the best days of her life to see these documents made public. What action do you want taken around a case like this?
That was the single most important disclosure of what we got. I know Maria's sister. She sounded the alarm in 1996. She complained to the FBI. The problem is that Epstein was so connected with law enforcement and powerful politicians, the FBI did nothing for a decade. Frankly, she deserves compensation. She deserves an explanation. But the broader point is, Blanche was on this morning saying that Massey and I have a problem that it's taking too long. That's not the problem. The problem is this was a slap in the face of survivors. What do they want? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who visited Epstein's rape island and covered up the abuse. And the key documents that our law basically said needed to be released, the 60-count indictment that actually implicates a lot of these people, and the prosecution memo were not released. It's not about the timeline. It's about the selective concealment.
Well, yet. Right? The Deputy Attorney General said there are more disclosures that will be made. You believe that they will not release that particular part? I mean, you did give them some leeway for redactions.
Yep. But they had to explain the redactions, which they never really did.
Well, first of all, the redactions were excessive, and even Harvard law professors who have looked at that have said you can't redact internal communications, you can't redact workforce product, and the courts are going to find that these were excessive. But my point, and I'm sure Congressman Massey can elaborate, is that we want the files out. So if our sounding the alarm on what is missing is going to help them get those files out, fine. But this shouldn't be a big document up. There's a pretty simple point. Who raped these young girls? Who covered it up? And why are they getting away with it?
So you're saying specific things regarding the indictment. Congressman Massey, I saw in a video that you posted, you had a very specific benchmark of success here. You said, you know, there are at least 20 men accused of sex crimes known to the FBI. How do you know that number? And do you know those names?
Yeah, the survivors' lawyers have told me those numbers, and they've described their professions in general, but they've only given me one of those names, and I mentioned that in a congressional hearing, Jess Staley. So I searched these documents. I didn't see Jess Staley's name.
Hey, yo, shout out to my man Game. He says, bro, he's like, how come I can't send a mild slur? How come I can't send a mild slur? Also, what's the word, Set? Oh, man, it's all good. We're just going over pretty much Rohana and Massey just pretty much going off about the Epstein list drop and how they weren't supposed to be so heavily redacted, which, trust me, I'm all for him when he's saying that. I'll be quite real with you. But we'll see where this goes. Because like I said, I'm still of the opinion that, well, fire Pam Bondi or she needs to resign. But we need somebody new. I wish it was Matt Gaetz. I wish we'd have just got Matt Gaetz in the first place. We'd have never been dealing with this if we'd had Matt Gaetz.
Nor did I see 19 other names. And here's why we shouldn't be optimistic that Blanche or Bondi are going to release these things. They sent a 6-page memo to Congress and said they cited pre-existing laws as reasons that they weren't going to follow our law. For instance, our law requires them to release information regardless of embarrassment, but they are trying to say that a previous law prevails when it doesn't. Common sense says it doesn't. The Privacy Act doesn't protect them from that. And then also, as Rose said, internal communications, they're using a FOIA standard that doesn't apply because our law already says they have to give us internal communications.
In terms of the gentleman there you referenced as accused, I mean, being in the document doesn't necessarily prove criminal behavior, right? And in terms of the redactions, what the
I
deputy.
mean, yeah, that is true. Or Oprah would be arrested right now. So yeah, of course, just because you appear in a photo of Jeffrey Epstein, don't mean that you were involved. Excuse me, obviously. But like even Trump said, it's like, yeah, but when you put these pictures out and these people, they get exposed to the public that they've met Epstein before and all that good stuff. And let's be real, was Oprah open about meeting Epstein? Heck no. So of course there's gonna be people now in Oprah's ass going like, yo, what was you doing with Epstein at that party? And let's be real, she never had to answer those questions if it wasn't for the release of those photos. And Oprah couldn't have had anything to do with it. But I'm gonna be real with you. I'm of the mindset of, hey man, defend yourself if you can. If you can't, then that's a problem.
Attorney General said is that they were abiding by your law, and also a judge in New York had ordered them to listen to victims. So they're claiming that information that they had initially even published Friday, they had to pull down because they were trying to protect victims. You don't sound convinced that they are abiding by this intent.
Nope.
No, they are not abiding. And all three judges who released the grand jury material.
Oh, and shout out to Gaming. He said Matt Gaetz was too good. They needed him to go. I mean, facts. That's why they get pulled up that BS charge against them, and or they try to relitigate that that BS case against him as well. It is actually wild, man. Like, he was on Tucker Carlson today. Bro told the wildest story. He told a story about where somebody contacted his dad saying that they have photos of Matt Gaetz having sex with underage prostitutes. And then when his dad met with those people, they were trying to extort the man for $25 million. And they were never able to produce said photos of Matt Gaetz. I was like, man, I mean, they tried it, though.
Said that our law trumps the prior law. That's just common sense, Law School 101. Yet Todd Blanche is using a different theory that wouldn't survive first contact with any court, which is he's trying to say that prior laws override our law. That's not the way this works.
Okay, what are you going to do about it to force them to comply? I mean, can you do anything?
Oh, absolutely. Look, people have talked about, and by the way, Todd Blanche is the face of this, but it's really the Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi, who is responsible. And there are several ways to get at this. Some take longer, some are shorter. The quickest way, and I think most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi. And that doesn't require going through the courts. And give her, and basically Ro Khanna and I are talking about and drafting that right now.
Okay, well, I mean, on another network this morning, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine said impeachment or contempt, it is premature, Congressman Khanna. And the Deputy Attorney General said, bring it on. They don't seem to be
actually, even Bill Clinton has released a couple statements. I'll bring you up here on X. Let me see
taking
here.
this very seriously. And if you just don't have the math in the Senate, including at least now, this Democratic senator not being convinced, doesn't that sort of show that you're at the limit of pressure?
No, we only need the House for inherent contempt, and we're building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents. I'll tell you why. I've talked to the survivors, why this is such a slap in the face. One of the survivors said they released her name accidentally, but they still have not released the FBI file about the people who abused her at her request. And the problem here is that there are rich and powerful people. We all know this. There are 1,200 victims. They're rich and powerful people who either engaged in this abuse.
All right, so the spokesman for Bill Clinton has spoken out. So yeah, shout out to our guy Bill Clinton. So yes, he's spoken out. The who this came from? Angel Marina, spokesman for former President Bill Clinton. The Epstein File Transparency Act imposed a clear legal duty on the U.S. Department of Justice to provide the full and complete record the public demands and deserves. However, the Department of Justice has released, what the Department of Justice has released so far and the manner in which it did so makes one thing clear. Someone or something is being protected. We do not know whom, what, or why, but we do know this: we need no such protection. Accordingly, we call on President Trump to direct Attorney General Pam Attorney General Bondi to immediately release any remaining materials mentioning, or containing a photograph of Bill Clinton. Oh, okay. So they're ready for discovery. This includes, without limitation, any records that may exist and are subject to disclosure under the Act. Public Law 119 through 38, enacted November 19, 2025, including grand jury transcript, interview notes, photographs, and findings by the United States Attorney for the South District of New York, as referred under oath to Congress by President Trump's first-term Attorney General. Refusal to do so will confirm the widespread suspicion of the Department of Justice actions to date are not about transparency, but about insulation. Using selective releases to imply wrongdoing about individuals who have already been repeatedly cleared by the very same Department of Justice over many years under presidents and attorney generals of both parties. So Clinton is saying, look, dog, y'all releasing a whole lot of BS about me. Just go ahead and drop the whole thing. Y'all gonna stop playing with my name. I mean, all right. So it seems like Clinton and Trump are on the same vibe. Look, just drop everything. I need no such protection. Let it roll. All right. That's what. Oh.
Covered it up.
That
we're on this island. And what the American people want to know is, who are these people? And instead of holding them accountable,
and shout out to my man Game. He says, hot take. Pam Bondi was placed in Trump's administration to bog down the release of the Epstein files. She is on someone's payroll to stall and buy time and to make the Trump administration look bad.
Bondi is breaking the law. And this is the corrupt system, the Epstein class that people are sick of. So I believe we're going to get bipartisan support in holding her accountable, and a committee of Congress should determine whether these redactions are justified or not.
Sometime in January, when you all come back, I assume that'll happen. I want to ask you, though, Congressman Khanna, there have been images released in the past 48 hours. Some of them include former President Bill Clinton. There's at least one image of Donald Trump. I should say neither man has been accused of any wrongdoing related to Epstein, though they clearly knew him. But since Friday's publication, we're showing the image here now. One of the pictures was pulled down. There were 15 images total that were then redacted from the DOJ website. And it's kind of hard to see, but it's an open drawer with a photo of President Trump. Why do you think that was pulled down? Because the Deputy Attorney General says this was victims saying that their privacy or somehow their integrity was being compromised by having that image published.
Well, I'm less concerned about that photo. I don't know the facts. My concern is the major documents that we know are out there that haven't been released. The 60-count indictment that shows massive financial fraud and foreign interference, the prosecution memo. And look, they put out these Bill Clinton pictures. Well, they're allegations that they're foreign governments that potentially were involved. And that all needs to come out. And it needs to come out in the indictments. It needs to come out in the prosecution memos. But the reality is they put out these pictures for Bill Clinton. Fine, put it all out, but don't distract from the fundamental issue, which is, who are these powerful people who visited the Rape Island? I mean, there are 1,200 victims. It defies common sense that it was just Epstein and Maxwell, and they're hiding something. And you know why the American people are so upset? My X account had MAGA supporters supporting me for the first time, saying, you know, Pam Bondi whiffed, according to Susan Wiles. She is breaking the law. She needs to be held accountable.
You're referring to the Vanity Fair quote that the chief of staff gave, saying the whiffs. And she said that Pam Bondi gave them binders full of nothingness. And then when it came to the client list, she said it was on her desk. There is no client list, quote, and it sure as hell wasn't on her desk. Do you see that as an acknowledgement here, though, that the politics have overtaken the substance?
No, for us, it's about the survivors. And if you look at Thomas Massie and my comments the morning of the release, we were giving Blanche the benefit of the doubt. We said, if it's not all there, fine, just get the information out. It's when the survivors said that this is an insult, this is a slap in their face, that we aren't getting the truth about who these men were on Rape Island, that we started sounding the alarm. And this is more documents of nothingness. And I guess the question the American people have, even to me, is the system so corrupt? Is the system so corrupt that Thomas Massey and you defy the odds, pass a bill through a discharge petition, get the Senate, get the president to sign it, and still these rich and powerful people are being protected? Who has
like being like pretty much commanded by Congress and the Senate, basically the power of the people asking you, but release, not asking, demanding that all of the Epstein files be released, and they still choose to heavily redact it with no good reason. With no good reason. I mean, to heavily redact all those pages, what is the reason? And I know they can, like I said, unless they was just like copying names of victims over and over again, there's really no good excuse for it. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and go into what the right's been talking about with this whole MAGA infighting, since you already seen what the left had to say about it. And let's go ahead and start off on the right side of media with the 5.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jillian Turner, along with Kellyanne Conway, Jessica Tarlov, Brian Kilmeade, and Joey Jones. It is 5 o'clock here in New York City. This is the 5. Well, we are awaiting President Trump, who's expected to speak any moment now with the Secretary of War and Navy. This is the U.S. is pursuing yet another oil tanker near Venezuela. We will bring that to you live as it begins. But first, Vice President J.D. Vance did not hold back at Turning Point USA's annual America Fest in Phoenix this weekend. It was a packed house. A record 31,000 people attended the first Turning Point convention, obviously, since Charlie Kirk's murder. The event aims to energize a new demographic of conservative voters ahead of next year's midterms, young conservative voters. Here's the vice president urging the party to be, quote, big tent by expanding the America First movement. Take a listen.
We are going to kick their next November and every year after that.
President Trump called in to thank supporters.
We're all, every single one of us, on the same team. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. He says, make America great again, because every American is invited. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better.
Well, President Trump called in to thank supporters. He could not resist, though, taking a playful jab at his son.
I just want to say that nobody did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica. And I just want to thank you all, and I hope my son's doing a good job representing me. Otherwise, I'll have to say, you're fired, Don. You're fired.
The biggest surprise of the night, though, was superstar rapper Nicki Minaj. The one-time Trump critic, now turned conservative, apparently sat down with Erica Kirk to have a heart-to-heart in which she praised the president, and she told young Americans who they should really be looking up to.
I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. Oh, Gavi Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. For young men, don't be new scum.
A lot of people were surprised by Nicki Minaj's appearance there at Turning Point, but you would only be surprised if you weren't paying attention.
I mean, let's be real. Nicki Minaj come from 2 Democratic ran cities that have been completely destroyed by Democrats. And she comes from New York, Queens specifically. And then, of course, she lives in LA. You know, she's really rich. I mean, let's be real. She's one of the pioneers of hip hop, but well, not one of the main pioneers, but I say one of the generational leaders in hip hop. Well, our generation's leader in hip hop. I'm talking about the millennials, my generation. What was it? The big 3 was Drake, Wayne, Nicki Minaj. At those times, those 3 could not miss at that time. But yeah, she actually comes from these Democrat-ran cities, and she kind of sees how the failure the Democrats have done to the cities that she live in, like LA or Queens. And I always do say Democrats that don't really know what's going on in their own city, or they don't know how their politics kind of screw Black people and other minorities, is hilarious, because these are the same people that honestly are talking from the ivory tower. They're talking for you from their all-white neighborhood that just happens to vote blue. They don't know about what's really going on in the hood. They don't know what's going on in the projects. They don't know what's going on in the ghettos of LA or Queens or Bronx. They don't know none of that. But they think they know the policies that's best for those people. It's like the height of arrogance with them.
Attention to the news lately,
That's
Brian.
how you got guys like Ted Cruz.
She has very publicly.
I'm sorry, but that's how you got guys like Newsome.
Recent weeks thrown her support behind President Trump. She's very into this Nigeria religious persecution issue, which is important to her, and she has been thanking him publicly for taking it on.
But here's what surprised me. Everything you said is correct.
Shout out to, he says, Rohana 2032. He said, you will get the JEET you have always wanted. I'm crying. He said, he's like, oh, y'all want to be offensive to Indians? Bet, Rohana 2032. Y'all really about to lose y'all minds. And shout out to my man Chad. Okay, that was funny. And Mary, and shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Maine coming in again. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'll say it a lot. And shout out to my man Maine. There you go.
I did not know she was so read into all the issues. Like she had such well-rounded opinions about President Trump and J.D. Vance that she thought and was so eloquent in the way she expressed it. There was I remember when she was American Idol judge. It was kind of irreverent. And I watched her look like almost like a cat.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just imagining Rohana actually winning and like, oh shit, bro. The Nick Fuentes fans or Groypers are going to lose their minds. They're going to lose their collective minds. I would want to see it just to see their reaction. And then I'd want to jump to a different timeline.
Candidate. So I think it's really going to matter a lot. And also she said, hey, people can evolve, people can be wrong, people can change. So I really felt like not only is she supportive of the abuse of Christians in Nigeria and trying to end that and admiring that Donald Trump's trying to do just that, but I think that she bought into the whole culture. And it makes me wonder, what about 50 Cent? He's also said positive things, but backed out of finally just saying, hey, you know what? I'm all in on Trump. Snoop Dogg evidently got along with Trump before he ran, and then he pardoned one of his friends. And he said something.
Because he lived in New York, and my man still want to have a social life in New York, and you don't want to. And let's be real, I feel so bad for Dems because, you can if you're a conservative or Republican in a mainly Democrat area, sometimes you got to hide your conservatism to be able to be social with these people. We're talking about people who have full-on Trump derangement syndrome who will disown you for saying anything remotely good about Trump. We're talking about people who will literally have a cultish mindset when a cult say that you're in a cult. All right. So when you're dealing with people like that, you kind of can't sit there and fully back Trump or you literally lose your social life. Falling out with your family and friends, just because you want to vociferously, advocate for Trump, I'll be honest with you, it really ain't worth it. Just go ahead and take your ass to the voting booth. Just vote for Trump in that way and leave it alone. And if you want to be so vociferous about your allegiance to the Republican Party, then move to a red state or at least a red city.
Positive things. I think in terms of this being more than just an appearance at Turning Point USA, I actually think this could be the beginning of people taking a fresh look at the president instead of using the filter of the media to tell people what they think of the president. But I thought the bigger story at Turning Point, too, was the battles between Bannon and Ben Shapiro. And then.
Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and open up this call-in line because you guys have hit the goal. So appreciate the support, guys. We got 5 minutes.
And other people. And then J.D. Vance trying to say it's a big tent. We should all get along.
Well, and Kellyanne, to that point, the reason why the vice president was trying to unify people is because he's going to need every vote in that room. He's going to need every, MAGA movement vote he can muster if he is indeed going to prevail in running in the next cycle.
Yes, in 2028. But they also need those folks and their manpower in 2026. And I think the most impressive part of the whole weekend are not the individuals at the podium. It's the increase in the number of Americans, of young Americans who are participating in our political system for the first time. And not because of their age. You might say, well, if they're 18, of course it's their first time. This increase of 31,000 people showing up right before Christmas to be there. I met Charlie Kirk when there were about 12 people around the table. His donor, Foster Free, said, you're not going to believe this guy. And I still don't believe him, God rest his soul. But what Charlie did was he was able to combine the mission, the message, the messenger, the money, but most important, the manpower. And I think what Turning Point USA represents, Jillian, more than anything, are the ballot chasers, are the get out the vote, are you looking at a colleague or a classmate in college and they say, what are you doing? Why do you care about all that? Isn't it right wing? And you have the opportunity to be the ambassador for the conservative movement, for freedom and liberty in this country, the way Charlie and Erica have done. So for Vice President Vance, he is going there. I thought it was very uplifting, cohesive, collaborative in unifying his message. He can burn it all down too. He's good at that. You know, he's good at being the partisan warrior. But I felt he was sort of straddling that I am the deputy to the Trump-Vance administration's policies this great successful year. And I also, like you, represent the future. He's 41 years old. His wife is 39. And so he was telling everybody that this is your American dream. And I got to tell you, for young people to have supported President Trump going from 36% in 2020 to 47% in 2024 against Kamala, who's supposed to appeal to young people, is nothing short of remarkable. Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk deserve a ton of credit for that. Building on that into the future requires gatherings like this. I don't really care who was Zooming who, really, because they're doing it for, I guess, ideological reasons, but commercial profit as well, and clicks and kicks. I care very much that these people feel they have a seat at the table and that they're going to be able to participate, not just in 2028, in the 2026 midterms.
It's also...
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and move into expecting an attack any day. Now, Venezuela boat strikes. Let's see here. Yep, Venezuela strikes with John Kariakou and Ed Calderon. All right, now let's go ahead and get into this real quick. And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen like the video. And we're gonna go ahead and bring in some of the guests real quick. Shout out to my man Gaming, and shout out
what
to
up,
my man.
man?
Hey, what's going on, big dog?
Go ahead and play WAP one time.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Go ahead and play WAP one time, bro. It's the holiday season.
Hey, bro, was that even Nicki Minaj? Come on.
That was Nicki Minaj and Cardi B. I ain't never listened to it.
Stallion and Cardi B. I'm almost sure that was Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B.
All right, it might have been. I don't know. I ain't never heard it, bro. Come on, put me on. That was the #1 song trending for like a couple years, bro. Maybe I wanna fuck with some wet ass pussy too.
Oh, we all right. Shout out to my man Gaming. Well, I'll be real with you. I would play it, but it is highly inappropriate. Highly inappropriate. Like, can't even do it.
More
Tell
like
the kids to go to sleep.
At that point, yeah, you might want to have to tell all the kids to go to sleep. All right, guys, let's get right into it. Shout out my man. Oh yeah, shout out to my man Maine. How you doing, dog?
Great. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Man, Merry Christmas, bro. Sure, I haven't seen you in a minute. Hopefully everything's been all right.
Oh yeah, I've just been drilling myself, learning stuff about hard money loans and stuff. I want to start flipping properties.
I'm sure. All right, I'm glad to hear it. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Fentanyl at the beginning, and you are right. A lot of that product is not coming from Venezuela. It's coming from Mexico. It's coming from China specifically. It's a very broad sword, this narco-terrorism designation. I think that it's being used to conduct some regime change.
Right, so that's the key point here.
I think there's something global happening here, and this is just one part of the chessboard.
Perhaps this is a way to keep the Chinese out of the Caribbean, to keep the Chinese out of Venezuela. You can say you're doing it in order to stop the flow of drugs, even if that's not really the case.
What will the CIA?
I want to say something about this. I do want to say something about.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have always long said that we need to do something about the Chinese getting ahead in Venezuela. That much I do agree with. But to the extent that it's going on now, like I do have some concerning questions. One of which is this going to be another Afghanistan, but instead of the sandbox, we're going to the freaking backwoods? Like, yeah, that's why I feel like this. That's why I feel like this is going.
Desert to the jungles, bro. Desert to the jungles.
Because it's like, dude, okay, I understand we don't need drugs in our country. I support that. I back that. If you slinging dope, bro, you should get a hot one to the head. A little extreme, but it sends a message. True. At the same time, don't start involving military assets, bro. Because when you do that, it's kind of like, bro, Uncle Sam gonna be like, I wonder if they had that really slick black stuff that we'll kill for, and then when they find out they do, or because they know they do, they're gonna be like, these people need some democracy, and we're seeing that unfold right now.
But here's the thing, though, like Venezuela just plays into all of Trump's plan. He want to be mineral dominant. Well, Venezuela's rich in minerals. He want to start bringing down the price of oil. Well, guess what? Even though the oil companies said they don't want to go back to Venezuela because it would bring down oil prices, he's going to get them to go there. So everything works along with Trump's plan just perfectly. Honestly, if he can gain control of Venezuela. Now, if he could do it by just getting Maduro to run, fantastic. But it doesn't look like my man's doing that.
And there's
Look,
three key points. There's the oil, there's the democracy, and there's also the drugs.
Right. I mean, and then let's be real.
You consider China.
And then let's be real. Let's be real. You and I both know that these rich folk, they not. You and I both know that Maduro's not going to run. We all know this.
But he's not what?
He ain't going.
He's not going to run. He gonna stay 10 tones down until a freaking hellfire missile go through his window. And I'm saying, and I asked that question. Like, are we gonna be in the sandbox but the jungle this time? I asked it sarcastically. We can already see the board being set up in that manner as we speak, and most people don't even realize that it's being set up there. Now, do I agree that we need to do something about the massive amount of freaking cocaine and fentanyl and heroin and all this stuff coming over our border? Absolutely.
No,
But
I'm not saying we should put boots on the ground, but
Right.
we do have a lot of new technologies and the way the military is run currently is way different than it was then.
Yeah, I was in the new military. That's why I'm saying. That's why I was in the Navy, so I'm familiar with this new military they got doing stuff now, and that's why I was like, we really don't need boots on the ground.
Yeah, like you said, I got a great picture when you said he'd just stand there and watch the missile come at him.
All right, now let's just go ahead and hear from Maduro ourselves, though, before we get right into it, because this is what he's saying. And guys, make sure you guys look at the screen, because I guess I could try to read it out for you, but make sure you guys listen to what he's saying. It's a quick little 1 minute and 30-second video.
Y lo que ha sucedido el día de ayer y hoy, cuando el gobierno de los Estados Unidos dice que le pertenecen a ellos y que los venezolanos le robamos el petróleo. O sea, que el petróleo venezolano le pertenece a ellos. Que los minerales venezolanos, el oro y todos los minerales le pertenecen a ellos. Y lo que nunca habíamos escuchado, que las tierras de Venezuela le pertenecen a ellos y se lo tenemos que devolver de manera inmediata. Sencillamente, es una pretensión guerrerista y colonialista. Y lo hemos dicho bastante y ya todo el mundo ve la verdad. La verdad ha sido develada. Se pretende en Venezuela un cambio de régimen para imponer un gobierno títere que no duraría ni 47 horas, que llegue a entregarle la Constitución, la soberanía y toda la riqueza y convierta a Venezuela en una colonia. Sencillamente eso no va a pasar. Nunca, jamás. Never, never in the life. Venezuela será colonia de nada, de nadie, jamás.
Yeah, so he's pretty much going off, pretty much saying, yeah, we know you're trying to come for us for our gold and our minerals and the oil, but not gonna happen. And they kind of know that this is honestly, America on our imperialism shit right now. We are, in a way, we are trying to take over Venezuela. We love to do it with, through a bloodless regime change, but it does look like Maduro's going that route.
Well, here's the thing. I ain't gonna lie. Maduro would have had a better platform to stand on if he would have just held a fair election and kept with the results. So to a degree, he can't scream American imperialism while literally giving us every reason to come kick his teeth in.
Yeah, that's true. But then people are just getting hit with the well. Look at us getting involved in American politics, and not in American politics, but Venezuela politics. Like, do we have the right to kick out Maduro because he cheated an election? Like, why don't the people of Venezuela do it? I mean,
here's a simple answer to that. Yeah, we do, because Maduro is housing fugitives, which is against the Geneva Convention and several international laws. First, second, all of his people were convicted on American soil, so we can easily justify going down there to grab those people. Third, we asked him on the public stage to hold free, fair elections if we did this for him, and we released the people, and he didn't hold free and fair elections. So not only was it a double cross, but it was also, ha ha, you look stupid now. I mean,
he killed a bunch of people too.
Right, and then he puts all of his people and his quote-unquote supporters up under his boot heel. Most of the people that are fleeing from Venezuela don't want to be there because it's so bad. So, this is a different type of American intervention, that much I can say.
All right, so we got China pretty much coming out saying that China condemns the U.S. assault on Venezuelan oil tankers in the Caribbean and rejects unilateral sanctions against such vessels, calling them illegal and contrary to international law.
Hey, China, real quick. You going to do something about it?
Well, I mean,
if y'all get your asses down, y'all the last one to be talking.
We have to.
Y'all ain't even got.
China wants a stronghold. China wants a stronghold. I mean, does anybody remember the Monroe Doctrine, where we stopped Europe and UK from taking the land because of lack of debt payment? So it's like we saved their ass. We're not going to take their land. We just don't want a dictator in power.
Same.
We were listening to him, right? Remember, he does say that we are trying to install a puppet government. He's not lying. Like that Maria girl, she's just gonna do everything we say.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna just be completely real and look at it from a realistic standpoint. Everybody say all that type of stuff all they want, but how likely is it that people are gonna do it? Some pretty likely, others not so likely. So we could sit here and speculate if we're trying to install a puppet government not all day long. The fact of the matter is we have a paper trail and something concrete to go off of why we're interjecting in this in the first place. And it's not like we just recently started trying to get involved in Venezuelan government politics. We've been trying to get involved and get them to have a stabilized economy, not because we want the resources, but because we want our companies to be able to operate down there because it's good for us. It's good for them. It's literally a mutual agreement.
All right, now here's a video I also found of the Venezuelan army giving out weapons to they're creating mini militias amongst their civilians, amongst the working class. Here's a video.
Y bajaron con su bandera y su conciencia, bajaron a defender su voluntad, bajaron contra el fascista y el traidor, bajaron. Y bajaron, soldado y pueblo un solo ser, bajaron.
I mean, the music was nice, a bit threatening, but the music is nice at least.
Yeah.
I don't. Like I said, it's impossible. I don't think we should do it. I mean, if I was Trump, I'd be like, F it, call it off. These guys are literally getting ready to fight us. And then, I mean, okay, sure, we can establish air supremacy, but how far can that honestly take us to a victory? Unless we're just about
you would be surprised how far air dominant. So I'm gonna tell you.
If we give them the Gaza treatment, sure, but
no. All right, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a doctrine and give you some insight to this.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why you want to establish air and sea dominance is for two key reasons. Whoever controls the sea controls the resupplies, and they can dictate the tempo of the ground game. Whoever controls the air can control the movement of the enemy. This is why Germany in World War II got so good and put all their eggs in the baskets of making good planes. It's because they realize that if you can control the sea and you can control the air, your ground game is going to be so unparalleled, it's going to be retarded. Because think about it like this. If I can send up a fleet of MQ-29 Reaper drones, an F-22 Raptor, F-35, a couple of F-35 Lightning IIs, a bunch of A-10 Warhogs, a C-130, AC-130 gunship, and like a few F-15EX Strike Eagles, which, by the way, a single F-15EX Strike Eagle can carry up to 15 missiles on a single for a single strike package, and we're sending like 8 of those up there. You can basically tell people, you can basically tell the enemy without telling them, this is how we're gonna play this game. And a lot of people don't really understand. Like, yeah, we get air superiority, but they have ground game. Yeah, it's only going to get you so far when the strongest military has their foot on your airspace and they're just straight up dominating the skies with absolute impunity. Add to the fact that we have an aircraft carrier, the Gerald R-4, that can do roughly 20 to 30 sorties an hour. And that's basically, you're killing most of the people with air power alone. Anybody else that gets, anybody else that's left is getting cleaned up by spec war or some Marines that really need to scratch the itch of killing people.
Man, I live next to Davis Monthan Air Force Base. We have some sick planes out here.
Yeah, I live right next to Shiloh Scott.
Oh, wow. Hold on. Breaking. Russia has begun evacuating diplomats' families from Venezuela.
Oh, yeah. It's getting ready to go down. And all of this could have been stopped by just holding a fair election. And the crazy part is he didn't want to. So it's not like this is unprovoked. The usual mouthpieces that are talking, such as, all of Europe or even Australia and Asia, most of the Asian countries, the only thing they have to say is you shouldn't be hitting the oil tankers or you shouldn't be doing X, Y, and Z. But they can't really say anything else about what we're doing. If you look at what they're saying, they're not saying that we don't have the right to go over there and kick down doors because they screwed us over on a legal basis and they weren't supposed to at all. They're not saying that. They're just complaining about the way we're doing it.
Which is reasonable. I mean, that's reasonable. But all right, then, sure, let's go ahead and get right back. Let's
shout out honor killings.
Shout out, yes, of course. Shout out to the honor killings. Hey, man, if you want to correct the behavior of all women, just one honor killing will do. All right.
One honor killing a day keeps a feminist away.
Whoa, man, ain't that boy? Feminism will die on that very day. I promise you. I'm just playing, guys. We're just playing.
You said fentanyl at the beginning, and you are right. A lot of that product is not coming from Venezuela. It's coming from Mexico. It's coming from China specifically. It's a very broad sword, this narco-terrorism designation. I think that it's being used to conduct some regime change.
Right, so that's the key point here.
I think there's something global happening here, and this is just one part of the chessboard.
Perhaps this is a way to keep the Chinese out of the Caribbean, to keep the Chinese out of Venezuela. You can say you're doing it in order to stop the flow of drugs, even if that's not really the case.
What will the CIA be doing right now in Venezuela?
To effect a coup, if you want it to be quick, everything that's important is going to take place in the capital. You have to control the radio and television stations, you have to surround the presidential palace, and you have to control the major intersections in the city. Once that happens, all the other dominoes begin to fall.
You would know.
The White House is very clear about why it's ramping up pressure on Venezuela. Drugs, Venezuelan cartels are shipping fentanyl into the United States, they say, with the full complicity of President Maduro. The socialist leader is thereby contributing to a crisis which has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, justifying a state of war readiness and a series of deadly airstrikes on small Venezuelan boats. But not everybody's convinced. The majority of all fentanyl in the US is made using Chinese chemicals by cartels in Mexico, from where almost all of it is imported. Well, Ed Calderon is a combat instructor, security consultant, and a cartels expert. And he joins me now. Ed, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you.
What do you make of this? I mean, Donald Trump is accusing Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, of conducting a narco war, of running a narco terrorist cartel. You're a cartel expert. Is he right?
The connections between his family and the movement of cocaine into the United States has long since been known. 2015 saw two of his nephews basically arrested for some of these issues. The military in Venezuela has been engaging in these activities for years now. It is something that is happening.
And that's why the military is backing him. As he said it, the military has been involved with the cartel for years. So like I said, the military stands with Maduro in almost everything he does, including the trafficking of drugs or working with the cartel. That's the problem.
And that's why Trump is allowing a military-style takeover. I mean, yeah, I don't really want to go to the jungle and catch dengue fever, but at the same time, it's a militarized group of people that are doing the movement of cocaine. So cocaine and fentanyl, plus human trafficking too. I mean, I'm surprised that didn't get brought up. So, I mean, I'm hoping not, but at the same time, I'm hoping he is, because it really does need to be stopped.
All right. Well, look, we're dealing with an army that has about 63,000 active personnel, with total active forces around 123,000 across Army, Navy, Air, and National Guard. I mean, these guys. So let's see, which formal figures cite about 120,000 to 150,000 total active service members. Now, if we want to go ahead and include, and this is why they're low-key gathering people on the street and trying to enlist them as well. I believe they're the population is about 31 million, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're talking about a population of about 31 million. Only 100K. I mean, just about a bit over 120K active servicemen. That's not enough to take us.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. Here's my theory on how things are going to shake out. Number one, the U.S. is going to use its air and naval assets, meaning that they're going to end this quickly by using a combination of sea power and air power to get the job done. Or number two, which is more unsettling, they're going to get boots on the ground. If they get boots on the ground, that's when it becomes...
But we are dealing with guys who do have an Air Force.
A weak one.
Yeah, weak one. I mean, hey, it's 11,000 strong, though, so we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can do.
Hey, Set.
Yeah. Yo, Monty.
I have a DJI drone. Does that mean I have an Air Force?
Okay, well...
Oh man, you got one. I want one.
I don't actually have one. I've been looking to get one, but I don't actually have one.
Oh, I'm about to get real jealous.
Enough of them. Shoot, maybe.
But
I mean, you also have...
Are we talking about Venezuela? Because I just jumped in mid conversation. Yeah. So yeah, they have an Air Force. Cool, but think about where everybody gets their planes from. There's only a couple of players, us, China, and Russia, that really make planes, So if it's us, China, or Russia, we know what kind of planes they have. We know how to defeat them. If there are planes, we definitely know how to defeat them. It's like me and you could have the same weapon, and if I'm more proficient with it, then I'm still going to kill you, and you're just going to be a loot grab, essentially. So...
I ain't gonna lie. If they have the Chinese jets, they're cooked, because even the African countries are sending those back.
I should be more well versed in this and should know more about what makes up their military, especially if I'm talking about matters like this. But you can always narrow it down to the three main players, and the U.S. has all of those covers. We have the first and second largest Air Force in the world. The Navy. And then the Air Force. So you can say, Saddam had an Air Force.
Venezuela, hold up, Monty, to supplement your point, Venezuela buys a lot of their stuff from China and Europe, with only a handful of items coming from the U.S.
Cooked.
Gotcha. So they buy their stuff. Everything they have from Europe is basically U.S. products because that's what we supply over there. Unless they have like a couple French jets or whatever. They have a couple of.
They got a couple of Eurofighter Typhoons and a Dassault Raphaels, but nothing too crazy.
So we know all of our coalition forces have used those planes over the past 20 years. We've battle tested them. They're going to be using them, primarily to defend. They're not going to be using them to attack, which puts them on the defense already, because we fly from the sun and you can't fucking see us coming. And it's cute that they have an air force. Like I said, Saddam had an air force when we took over the country in 2 weeks. Like, I mean, we put boots on the ground, but our air superiority and our naval, like you were saying earlier, naval assets and air superiority.
All right, so I
is
looked
no
it up,
match for anybody.
and they have Venezuela's military air force primarily relies on the Russia. Was it the Sokol Su-30 Mk2 flanker?
Mark II, yeah.
Yep. So this is considered their most capable jet alongside older American-made F-16 fighting Falcons. So,
and you're comparing F-16s. That's what, 2 generations behind now?
Yeah, let's be honest. That's not going to keep up with us.
We're
We
not
got
fielding,
F-22s and F-35s.
and we're not fielding it yet, but we have F-47s.
Yeah, we have 120 F-22s where I live. And
that's all of Venezuela's military right there.
We haven't even talked about the B-52 bomber, the B-52 bomber, the B-2 stealth bomber, the B-21 Raider.
I'm asking a rhetorical question because
here's the answer though. They have a 30. My bad, but they have 30 to 40 combat aircrafts.
Yeah. But none of those combat aircraft, because as far as I know, we have all of the VTOL planes can vertically take off. Yep. So if we send a couple B2s over there and level all their airfields, which we know where they're all at, they're out there, and we
already got the ships out there.
Arizona alone could take them out.
It's not going to be a war of attrition where we're just trying to go and kill everybody. It's going to be, we want their military to give up with the lowest casualty possible. And that's what we do. We make them say uncle so we don't have to kill them. That's what the U.S. does.
You already know they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, they will.
We're not even one of the big Air Force bases, and we could take them out.
Yeah, absolutely. This isn't
the size of their Air Force is like the state of.
I was going to say there are
the size of their Air Force is like the state of Missouri.
Yeah. Remember, it's like 11,000 strong, but Lord knows they don't got like 11,000, planes. They only got 30, 40 of them.
Right. I mean, but it takes that many people to bolster up an Air Force. It's not just the pilot. You have the maintainers, the mechanics, the freaking bombardiers, and all that fun shit that goes into it. But I mean, again, all of that is a moot point. You could have a nice fancy lawn ornament with no airfield to take off from.
True. You can just have a giant, expensive paperweight.
Yep.
Hey, and I don't mean to interrupt, but Merry Christmas, Monty.
Oh, Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas,
bro.
I
like the background of the stream. It looks cute.
I know, right? You got the little dog on the side with a nice little fire set. It's like, fireplace. It's relaxing.
It is, absolutely. Yeah.
I
know I jumped in. Are we like? I've been real busy. I haven't been keeping up with anything that's been going on. I've heard a little bit about the Epstein files not getting released on time, and I've heard a little bit about we might be going to war with Venezuela. What's going on with that? Is that just a bunch of conjecture, or?
Oh no, it's looking like we're about to go to war with them because we've been trying to get out Maduro for a while. We've been trying to do a bloodless regime change, and I've even heard that the CIA has been trying it, but to the failure of the fact that the Venezuelan army is standing with Maduro. The generals have already came out and showed support for Maduro, and as I was showing, they already started giving weapons to civilians, creating little militias. So it's looking like we're about to go into war with Venezuela because 1, we want Maduro out. 2, we want dominance over their resources, and 3, we want complete control over this hemisphere. And well, there's a new Trump doctrine that came out that we're going for complete control over our hemisphere and trying to stop being a world power.
So I agree with the whole the new Trump doctrine. I'm not a hardcore Trump fan. I think like you should be called out when you do stupid stuff, but I do like the whole Trump doctrine that he came out with we're only going to worry about our backyard, because people keep bitching. People keep bitching about our policing, and they're like, "You're not the world's police." But every time somebody needs our help, it's like, Uncle Sam, can you spend some money on us? Like you're a bunch of fucking strippers, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too keen on getting into a hot war with Venezuela, because this is supposed to be the no new wars president. I don't know. I get it. I understand to keep control of your hemisphere, but he can do what he's been doing and fucking put the Navy out there so that fucking they put a blockade essentially on their country. But I don't know. I don't see Maduro as being a threat to the US other than words. And I mean, words can invite more players like China and Russia. And
No. He works close. That's the problem. He works closely with China, Russia, and Iran.
So that's cool. I mean, this will prevent, a Cuban Missile Crisis of sorts, because China and Russia are not gonna want to engage.
True.
Because that means we're going in direct conflict with China and Russia. Like Russia doesn't even want to, get into a direct conflict over Ukraine right now. But the issue is that he's sparking up tensions where he's preemptively assaulting something that wasn't an issue.
Yeah. But just to catch you up, dog, I'm gonna show you just a little clip to kind of let you know where they're at with it.
So America just quietly dropped a new global doctrine. It basically says we're not the world's police anymore. Jeez, finally. We're the boss of our own hemisphere, and everyone else can deal with theirs. On December 5th, the White House released Trump's new national security strategy. Inside the document is something they're already calling the Trump corollary to the old Monroe Doctrine. Translation: the United States is already declaring dominance over the Western Hemisphere. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. He's basically saying that this is our neighborhood, our rules. At the same time, it signals something huge. America is stepping back from trying to manage every crisis on the planet. Here's the core of it. America first, but not just the slogan, as the actual blueprint. The strategy says that the US is done acting like a global babysitter, and instead wants to be a regional superpower at home with select pressure overseas. It talks about sovereignty, borders, migration, cartels, critical minerals, energy, not spreading democracy or building global institutions. And in Europe, the document literally talks about civilization erasure, mass migration, and cultural collapse, and basically tells Europe you're on your own. In the Americas, this doctrine means cracking down on cartels and narco-terror groups, pushing back hard on China's influence in Latin America, and trying to stabilize countries down south so mass migration doesn't end up on US border. In Europe, leaders are freaking out. French and EU leaders are calling it brutal and a declaration of political war, because it blows up the old idea that America will always bail out Europe first. And on Russia and China,
now pause it real quick.
Yeah,
I find it really interesting that they say, "Oh, this is political warfare." You guys literally don't do crap for your own coalition. You barely put in any money in NATO. You don't even take care of the freaking continent you have. You keep trying to get us to go to war with Russia at every freaking turn, even when it's not necessary. On top of that, your roads smell like pig shit and blue cheese. You don't treat Americans right at all. And y'all have this weird superiority complex where anytime an American goes over there, or service member or not, y'all treat them like crap, but then y'all let criminals run rampant in your own cities. That's not our problem anymore. Stop asking us to bail you out of your shitty fucking decisions because you refuse to grow a damn spine and let your nuts hang.
Yep. I was thinking the same thing when they were saying that. So they're not mad that Trump's, fortifying his own backyard. They're mad that, France is going to get taken over in 3 days again.
Maybe if the French would quit fucking quitting every time somebody applies pressure, that wouldn't be happening.
Now, guys, let me tell y'all something real quick. Like, all right, can you guys get down with this reality? Because I mapped out the worst case scenario. we focus on our Western Hemisphere and we kind of leave, well, the Eastern Hemisphere to Russia and China. So, AKA, Europe might be a part of Russia if they F around because we're not going to back them up. In Taiwan, they might be China because we're not going to back them up no more, and we're going to focus on our hemisphere. Are we okay with that?
Okay, I would
I don't see
disagree
that happening.
with. I would disagree. I would disagree with the whole China ascertainment. Now, Russia is a credible threat. I'm not a Putin glazer, but I will say Russia is a very credible threat. As far as China goes, I think what ends up happening is as soon as we take a step back, Japan goes ape shit and institutes old glory and takes over China with absolute force.
Yep.
That's what I see happening.
All right, guys, let's get right back into the video.
Cocaine, though. You said fentanyl at the beginning, and you are right. A lot of that product is not coming from Venezuela. It's coming from Mexico. It's coming from overseas, China specifically.
I was going to say, yeah, fentanyl.
It's a very broad.
In order to actually go after these narco terrorists, we have to start in Mexico. Like it has to start in Mexico because that's where all the precursors get shipped in from.
Think of it like a video game. You don't start off on the big boss. You start off at level 1.
I mean, yeah, but we're not. We are the big boss.
Well, yeah,
but
that's kind of
we're replaying the video game for the 14th time.
Yeah,
he said we're on New Game Plus.
No,
we've prestiged 3 times.
It's like, what you mean? Venezuela's on the level 1 boss, guys. Well, we got to work way up to level 10.
Yeah.
All
right, guys, let's keep it going.
New map
this narco-terrorism designation. I think that it's being used in this case to conduct some regime change.
Right. So that's the key point here: is that many people think it's a cover for regime change aspirations.
It is. It absolutely
is. Government under Donald Trump.
If you don't like what a regime is
many
doing,
people
you change the
speculate
regime.
because Venezuela has a lot of oil, and that you have a socialist leader who they think is there by default. The last election, he should have left, but he's refused to go, and so on. And there's also a kind of like an anomaly here, where if you were choosing one of the countries in that region as a place to target for import, say, of cocaine or illegal drugs generally, then you would probably choose Colombia, not Venezuela. So why Venezuela?
10% of the cocaine. These are U.S. government numbers back from 2009. 10% of cocaine coming into the United States was coming from Venezuela. These numbers are now completely impossible to know because of some of the things that are happening on the seaside. The military has long since been known for their association with certain cartels, specifically the Sinaloa cartel, when it was existing back in the day. Chapo Guzman was arrested speaking to members of the military, trying to figure out how to get a close connection. Yes, Colombia should be on that list as well, and I think it might be on that list. I think many countries in South America and North America, that being Mexico, are probably on a list. They're attempting to do something in Venezuela that they might want to replicate other parts in other parts of the continent. I think it's hard to blame the United States as far as how it views the situation in Venezuela. I mean, I'm currently in Sweden, and I've spoken with some people who are refugees of Venezuela here, and they've explained to me how the current government has basically stolen their lands, put in people that they know and family members that they know in positions of power in that region, and basically took everything for themselves. They're looking for every single way of making money in that region, and the military is very much involved in some of these activities. So it's a real thing. Now, how big of a threat is versus other parts of the continent and prioritizing, that's where I know people are questioning resources specifically in that region. But the Venezuelan government itself has single-handedly destroyed most of its ability to process a lot of the fuel that it extracts from the ground. So here we are.
Right. So you've got a sort of chaotic regime, probably illegitimate now, and acting with impunity.
I don't know, man. It's hard to say. I don't know. When you control the government, you seem legitimate enough to me. If you could command fighters, you legit to me.
It's not necessarily that. It's not necessarily that. It's how he did it. If you control the government by legitimate means. Like, you held an election, you got people to believe in what you're saying, and you're doing stuff that you said, and you're respecting the laws of the land. That's a legitimate government. And I would be against Trump if he was going after a legitimate government. The problem is this dude literally coalesced power by seizing access to the military, seizing people's privatized resources, consolidating power amongst him and a select few others, and basically drip drying the freaking country at every Tom, Dick, and Harry. So it's not like there's no reason. It's not like
anybody wants Maduro in power.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. We sure?
Well, I'm with
the king.
where he said, if you have people that'll die for you, that's the fifth pillar of leadership, like the pinnacle of leadership. Where people
because think about it, they don't like him that bad. Why are they trying to die for this, man? I get the cartel money's nice, but is it that good to where you gotta like ride for Maduro against America of all people?
So I got a question for you.
Bro, they're handing out guns to the people to fight us. Does that sound like a country that's divided about Maduro?
Some might be fear.
That's a good point. And there's that.
And you also got to think about it like this: you're a for all intents and purposes, you're a uneducated, disconnected, disgruntled peasant that eats maybe like a couple of dollars worth of food for an entire month. And the people that are running rampant through your neighborhood are basically chin checking you at every corner. If the only way you can get power to change your family situation is by fighting against a nation you know damn well you're gonna die against, to at least give them food, any logical parent would take that deal.
Absolutely, and I bet some just want glory.
But do we know if that's the situation for real, though? I don't know. We'll wait till more comes.
It is.
Because the ground...
Absolutely, it
really?
is. Yeah.
Think of it yourself.
So they're over here making these guys fight for food.
Well, Seth,
fight for food.
Have you ever
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I think they are. I mean, I don't know. This much is my opinion, but I honestly think they're fighting because they believe in Maduro for some reason. Whatever reason it is, they literally believe in this guy.
Have you ever considered joining?
I don't know. I haven't heard any reports that these guys are just fighting for food scraps, or I don't know. Maybe some independent journalist would have broke it a long time ago, or maybe somebody from Venezuela would have came.
You're assuming you're you're making the assumption that a corrupt government would allow somebody to speak out about the corruption in said government.
Of course, but we have people who've, left this government and all that good stuff and who are in our care right now. And that Maria girl ain't been saying anything. That'd be the main person that should sit there and say that. The Nobel Peace Prize winner. I feel like you would say that.
Is she saying, so the next question is she saying something and she's being stifled? Or is she not saying anything because she's agreeing with it? That's the logical next step.
Good point. But think of, is either she got to be in agreement with it at a certain point because she ain't saying anything about it. And this would be, and she's not in the country. I think she's in like Oslo, Norway.
I know that, but I'm saying, is she being stifled? Because you know how Europe is when it comes to reporting on anything good that the United States does.
True. I would give you that one. They don't like the fact that we are interfering in Venezuela. I'll give you that.
Just remember, Seth, every piece of news and information that you get is controlled and tailored to what the rest of the world wants us to think.
Oh no, see, no, this is just complete independent thought. I'm just going off I'm not really even going off a news source. I'm just going off of what I've been looking at. Like
we
that's
we get that.
Yeah.
No, well, I get that. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's take it from your perspective. Let's say it is just, independent thought. Do you really think that somebody who is truly fighting against Maduro is going to be allowed to broadcast that? Keyword, allowed to broadcast why they're fighting against somebody to other nations that already see America as incompetent or a threat? Do you think other people?
Isn't that what the Nobel Peace Prize winner won a prize for? Was speaking out against the Maduro regime. So obviously,
yeah, she was over here though.
Yeah, she was not in Venezuela.
No, she was in Venezuela at the time when she got the award. We just snuck her out of there.
No, that's what I'm saying. She was over here in the Western Hemisphere, not in the Eastern Hemisphere where a lot of enemy nations are sitting.
But think about it. That goes to my argument. There was somebody who was underneath that regime who was able to speak out against it. So there is people who's willing to speak out. Like,
so
right,
they're there.
You're expecting the exception to the rule to be the rule, and you're saying that if this was really the case, we would see more of this. Do you see North Koreans jumping up in the streets and saying, "No, I don't want this"? No, they're brainwashed in fucking.
Yeah, they've been brainwashed to literally think that their leader is a god, and there are people who actually believe it.
And you don't think that if you control the media and the information that your people get, that you can't convince them the same thing?
Yeah,
information
but
warfare
this is more brainwashing. I mean, I thought you guys were going with the whole, they're forcing themselves, and they're using food to get, or they're forcing or bribing.
No. So here's the thing.
It's not any one thing. It's all of these things together, and you can't experience it. Like, you can't understand it because you can't experience all of it at once. It is what think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be actively on the streets in a hostile nation doing what you do right now? No, you're not. There's not going to be someone that you can turn to that says, "Oh yeah, no, they're going to be taken care of." It's going to be a situation where you're going to get whatever they want the world to see about them. Now, you can choose to believe what Maduro says, who has, seized power through illegitimate elections and canceled elections. True. And consolidated the military and is starving his people. Or you can do a little bit of critical thinking and say, maybe if someone's trying so hard to grab power, it's not for good reasons. Like, think about any movie you've seen where you have a dictator protagonist.
Yeah, but I think about it like this, though. It reminds me of Libya. We painted such a bad picture of Gaddafi just to find out that he wasn't that bad of a guy. Now, are we doing the same way? Are we doing the same painting of Maduro to get us into Venezuela?
No, because we already have we already have the black and white. And this is what I said early on in the conversation. It'd be different if we were doing another WMD type scenario, but that's not. We actually have on black and white and in the judicial system, him basically screwing over America on a deal to try to bring peace. We did it for 2 presidential cycles. What other choice do we have besides force? It's kind of like you asking somebody to stop doing you dirty. At a certain point, you just got to let the bullets fly where they go.
No, the problem is, like I said, the main argument is, like, are the people of Venezuela as against Maduro the way we think they are, or are they actually more aligned with Maduro than we know? And in my opinion, I think that they're more aligned with Maduro than we know.
Okay, so I would challenge you.
What does Maduro offer them that, as a leader, that?
I mean, let's be real. Some people rather die than have American rule them, and that is what Maduro's selling to them. Maduro's selling, America's trying to come over here and take us over, take the land and all that.
So people following you because they believe something about you that's not true is not a good litmus test for do they agree with Maduro.
I mean, they at the rallies cheering for the man. And be honest with you.
So those people.
Not everybody's a paid actor.
Hold up. Those people at the rallies. I'm not saying everybody's a paid actor, but you also have to think about the type of people he's appealing to. How many of them are criminals? How many of them are running organized crime up under the already infamous cartel? How many of those really don't have any? Right. How many of those don't actually have any good regard for people?
But are we forgetting that people actually did vote for Maduro? Like, are we going to sit here and forget that?
And
like, as if he doesn't have a base?
And people voted for Kamala Harris. But if Kamala Harris just decides that she's not going to leave power and control the military and control our food supply and enact her will and let corruption build up underneath her, then that's the same thing. Hi.
Well, yeah, of course. Like, I hear your point there. But it's different, though. This is different.
What makes it different?
How
it's
is
not
it
really
different. It's power. It's someone seizing power.
Because we're not nobody trying to overthrow the United States over Kamala Harris.
Because Kamala Harris is power.
And if Kamala Harris's base was to stand up, it'd be more formidable than Maduro's base. I'll be real with you. I'll be honest with you there.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna be intimidated. Hold up, Set. I'm gonna go ahead and correct the record. I'm not gonna be intimidated by a bunch of genderqueer confused fucking fat feminists waving guns around. They're probably gonna shoot themselves before they hit their target. I think we'll be fine on this side, Set.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give you that one. I think we will be too.
But that's I'm going with that point, right? Like, I'm trying to put it in a frame where everybody can understand what exactly is going on. Maduro's going to have supporters, of course. It was a democratic process until he decided that it wasn't, right? So you can't have any legitimacy of the democratic process if you don't have support. But just because you have support does not mean you have overwhelming support, and does not mean that you're a legitimate leader. He stole power. You don't do that. That violates the natural order of things. Now he is oppressing people. It doesn't matter if the people are okay with being oppressed. That doesn't matter.
Stockholm syndrome is a real thing.
I was gonna say, if I can convince you that there's beachfront property in Arizona, and I sell it to you, who's the one that's wrong? The person that defrauded somebody, or the person that was too dumb because they didn't know that there's no such thing?
If the people were against Maduro as we think we are, as maybe you guys, I'm not sure if you're framing it like that, but if the people are against Maduro that heavily, then I mean, we'd have had a bloodless regime change by now.
But
you cannot have a bloodless regime change if someone is controlling the military and suppressing it with lethal force.
You can't have a bloodless. Hold up.
Pushback apparently on
Hold up. Hold up.
We got more protests for the Mexican president than Maduro.
Hold up. You can't have a bloodless regime change in a setting like that where a military is working at the behest of a known dictator, a organized cartel where the military is also moving more drugs than a fucking cargo ship and actively killing people. It's called deterrence for a reason. And if you break the will of the people, they become easier to control. This is warfare 101.
Yeah, but this is all under the assumption that these guys are being, coerced into supporting Maduro.
Do you think that? Do you want to live under a dictator? Could you imagine?
I mean, hold on, Monty. Come on now, Monty. You know that's not what I'm saying.
No, it's a valid
that's
question.
Not a valid
it
question.
Is a valid question.
Ridiculous.
It is. It's a valid question. It's a valid question.
Why is it not? Why is it ridiculous for you, but not ridiculous for some Venezuelan family over in Venezuela?
I didn't say nothing about it being good living under a dictatorship. That's what you guys are taking it.
But that's what you're framing it as. Oh, how many people are actually against Maduro? I'm pretty sure if you gave him the option between...
No, that's a legit question because we're not getting the bloodless regime change that we were expecting.
Because you can't. You can't have a bloodless regime change. If I'm pointing a gun at your head, your options are kill me or get killed if you don't want to go along with what I say. So it's not as if he's holding a gun to everybody in the country's head, but it's the prisoner mentality. You only have to stop one person from running away, and you control a group of 20.
Now, or it could be. Hold up. It could be that he makes rising up against him such a gruesome death that by default people aren't willing to do it.
No, because they have their lives to take care of, and what's left of them anyway. You can have 100%. You can have 100% of nothing or 50% of something. I'd rather have 50% of something and just mind my business and stay out of it unless I have a group of people that are willing to support me. That is 100%.
And then on top of it, Seth, you also have to think about the argument you're making. That's the same type of argument that was made when the Berlin Wall was still up. And we see that wasn't the case. When given the option in a brief moment of power, people can and will fight back against something that has gone too far.
They had the chance when the one lady was in there. They didn't do it. They had the protesters and all that.
One lady that gets whisked away quietly and is not in the country anymore is not exactly something.
But don't you think she had it? But she had other people with her though. It wasn't just her standing on her own.
It kind of was, to be honest.
Is she still in the country? Is she still in the country?
No.
Okay, so that should tell you everything you need to know.
So I got a question for you, Seth. Wait.
No,
Let me ask you.
That was the top person that he wanted to get rid of.
No, let me ask you this question, Seth.
Mm-hmm.
The ruler of Tibet basically went into exile. Do you know what happens when you go into exile?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the people in the chat, I'm going to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
When you go into exile, you're basically stripped of all political power.
Yep.
However, you are not stripped of political influence. So though you can sway people, political power has simplified itself to be stronger than your influential sphere, then it doesn't matter what you have to say. People are going to fear what's around them and up close and personal to them more than they're going to fear your words of affirmation. We see this with Tibet. We've seen it with China. We've seen it with several countries in Africa. We've seen it with countries in the Middle East. We've seen it with countries in Europe. We've seen it a couple of times in the United States. If you're exiled from a country, it's basically political assassination, but clean.
Yep. Now let me put it into a little bit different of a context, right? And this won't make sense at first, but bear with me, right? If you're driving down the highway, say you're driving down the interstate, right? And you're speeding and you see a cop, what do?
Slow down.
You slow down, right?
I blow right past
imagine now imagine you're living in a world where it's not you just drive however you want and then when you see a cop you slow down. Imagine there's always a cop watching you, and if you speed you're going to get executed. You're not going to be speeding. So apply that same logic to this situation here. She can speak out because there's no cops. She can speed in this situation. This is the metaphor. She can speed because there's no cops over her back with a rifle to her head. She can say whatever she wants. She's not going to be punished for it. She's kicked out of her country, which is punishment enough. But now imagine everybody else that's living under those circumstances. You're not going to see a whole bunch of free press about a dictator. Like, what's the first thing a dictator controls? The media.
It's all about image.
But come on now. Let's be
the information going in.
It's better to go off what we can see than what we can't see.
What can you see?
I mean, I can
what
see.
He wants you to see.
I mean, I can see him giving out weapons to the civilians. So yeah, of course he.
How many of them? So my next question
but I mean, when you got a big line
how
of
many? No. I'm gonna go ahead and stop that. How many of them are under a state of duress? I'm gonna tell you something.
You don't know that.
Wait. I'm gonna tell you something about deadly force that a lot of people be forgetting.
But here's the thing: you guys cannot speak for certain. I can. You guys can't.
Wait, what?
I can speak.
You
for
guys
certain.
are. Think about it. You all everything you guys have been saying. Honestly, this is all like what? A guessing. You've all been guessing. Oh, this is what might be happening. This is what I think is happening. I'm telling you what's going on.
Hey, Seth, I got a quick. I got a quick question. Remember when I said I was part Mexican? Remember when I said I was part South American? I have actual family who used to live in Venezuela.
Yes,
they hate it
because of the opposing party. I'm just gonna take everything you say for fact.
No, I'm not saying that. But anytime you got Venezuelans coming here and they're like, yeah, we hate it there. That's the entire reason we're willing to cross the Darien Gap, which, by the way, is a plot of land. Hold up. It's a plot of land that's so densely packed with gangs, drug lords, and all manner of viral illness and death. They're willing to cross that to come to the United States, or hell, even settle in Mexico. And they're willing to get shot and die in Mexico before they go back to Venezuela. I think that says a lot more about the state of things in Venezuela than what you have to say.
Yeah, you're making sadly no, but you're making the same mistake during Rising Line that Israel made. they thought that, oh, majority of Iran's against that regime and that regime's going to topple over because nobody likes to live in Iran. We quickly learned that they're willing to unify over the protection of Iran. And did the Ayatollah get overthrown like we thought they were?
Okay, so
was it as bad? Apparently not, because they was able to unify and go fight, just like you guys are talking now. You think that's what's going on, but they can be more unified and more together than you know, because look what they're doing right now. They're passing
that's
on the premise of fighting for their land.
No, that is
fighting for their land. It's fighting for their religion. That's what.
No. I'm talking about Venezuela and in Iran. Think about it, we made that same mistake, thinking that these people were going to turn against the Ayatollah just because we started bombing nuclear facilities. That didn't happen.
That's not what that was about. We bombed the freaking nuclear facilities so that way they couldn't build nukes.
No. That's what Israel did. Israel bombed their nuclear facility because of Operation Rising Line. Look it up. It's a operation that Israel.
No, I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. Yeah, we're saying that basically what you're doing is comparing a long-standing religious war where the entire point is to sway people to your side to a war in which we just want to freaking regime change based off the fact that people are suffering, they're running drugs, it's directly affecting us, our economy, our lifestyle, and our housing economy, and we're trying to get it to stop.
They use for Iran, except with nukes.
No, we have proof this time. That's the crazy. We have proof. That's the thing. Somebody was convicted on our soil. We sent them back under the idea that they would hold a fair election, and they cheated.
You guys really ain't even arguing my original point. You guys are kind of jumping around a bit.
No, you keep jumping around.
I'm not. I'm sticking to the same point. It's like you guys over here bringing up different stuff, and I'm going like, Brian, what makes you think that there is nobody really there for Maduro? Why do you think that he even has?
We didn't say it was nobody. We didn't say it was nobody. We said the type of people.
No. You guys start talking about, well, don't you know about how he's coercing them and all this good stuff? And I'm just like, are you sure? Are you sure that's exactly what he's doing to all of them? Are you sure that's why he has people ready to die for him to fight against American soldiers? You think it's all coerced?
So first of all,
dude, coercion is powerful too.
Hold on.
It could be nationalism.
Hold on. Fuck. Mm-hmm. First of all, you said something about no one rising up against the Ayatollah. There were protests in the streets, and they were quelled. There's many independent media outlets that reported that. Because the Iran.
But did the regime change happen?
No, of course it didn't happen.
Because most everybody was with the Ayatollah's actions at that point. Because everybody was in unison at that point to defend Iran.
No, they weren't.
That's what's going on in Venezuela.
No, it is not. That's what I just
exactly
said.
What's going on.
So if everybody's in unison, why were there protests?
For what? By the Ayatollah?
Yes.
There's always going to be protesters, bro. That doesn't mean that everybody's not in unison. Everybody was in unison when it came to protecting Iran. Just because there was a couple of protests saying that actually there were protesters telling the Ayatollah to attack Israel.
Going out into Iran and fucking talking to the people, and they're like, yeah, we don't really like the Ayatollah, but there's nothing we can do about it. We can protest and risk our lives, or we can just go along to get along. There are plenty of people that live under dictators. Like it's a mind fuck is what it is. You don't get to have an opinion. You don't get to say, I really would prefer this. It's not like the United States where you can just say whatever you want and there's not consequences to it. So looking for someone to be out there waving a flag around saying, hey, I want this to happen is a fool's errand. Like
no rebel groups? No rebel group or anything, because they at least got rebel groups, Monty.
Maduro. You're never going to find that. And by extension, you're never going to do anything about what's actually happening because you're looking for concrete, irrefutable proof that you're never going to find. It's always twisted and hidden in the details. It's always, you have to look at human nature. You have to look at how things have happened. History is a great indicator of what's going on. The same thing has happened. How do you get a bunch of people to join your side? Well, you can do it by winning the hearts and minds, or you can do it by scaring people half to death where they're willing to fucking grab a rifle. The Japanese people, for example, in World War II,
you don't think that could be the case with Maduro?
To fight Americans, but you fucking defy the emperor, and well, you're gonna get your head cut off. So it's this idea that because you don't have revolts in the streets of a dictator, you don't have revolts in the streets of North Korea, but you get a North Korean outside of North Korea, like we see in Russia, and they
no rebel
defect
group.
and they fucking leave because they've had a brief moment where someone's not watching them that can kill them and kill their family. Like it's human nature 101. If I am fighting you and you understand that I have the upper hand and there's nothing you can do about it, I can get you to comply very, very quickly. And if I put the fear of God into you and then throw a little bit of propaganda,
Monty,
brainwashing
you want to know what
on
else
top
is human
of it
nature?
and start talking about the good of the people and all this fun shit, now I can also convince you to do whatever, moral thing that I want you to do. Or you just have no choice, and that's just what you have to do to survive.
All right, now,
So
but what's also human nature is
directly
collectivism.
for someone that's going to come out in large numbers and say Maduro's bad
All
in
right.
a country that is not a free country. It's
now,
very
Monty,
easy
look,
to
I got you,
fall
but
down,
I'm gonna have
fall
to play
into
off
that
your
trap
point
of
of human
saying,
nature.
well, there's
because
no real proof
in
that
human
that,
nature, we
no
like
one
to be
likes Maduro.
collective. We're collective
Okay,
people.
What are you
So
basing that
on
off
that
of? The fact that,
collectivism,
you have no
on
kings
that
protesting in the United
collectivism, they
States? Yeah,
could
you
be
have the
fighting
right to
off a
do that.
nationality in the protection of their
They don't
land,
have that, and
just like
that's what
Iran was.
liberals
So
do
they're
not
doing, and that's
understand.
what
They don't
exactly what
have
they're saying.
the
That's
right
exactly
to
what
go and
Maduro and
fucking
the people of
say the
Venezuela have
things that
been
they're
preaching.
saying.
They do not want their land to be invaded by the United States,
Hilarious,
and they're willing to
because
fight for it.
we say all the time, if there was really
Work with
someone that
Maduro
was
for
seizing
it.
control and seizing power, you wouldn't have a voice to say that. Do you remember that? And that's what I'm pointing to right now. They don't have a voice to say, oh, we don't like, eating on pennies a day and not having, any kind of infrastructure because the government has taken it all. We don't like any of these things. You're never going to find that because people are too busy looking for those couple pennies a day so that they can eat. It's a much bigger problem than, someone's opinions of a regime. This guy seized power and is holding essentially a gun to the heads of everybody. And if I tell you, hey, you can die or you can fight for me, and maybe I might give you something, what are you going to choose? And you don't get to make any other decision. There's no option 3. It is you do this or you do this. And you could be 100% right in saying that Maduro is just this wonderful, nice guy, and everybody's willing to die for him. That's one way to look at it.
I'm
look
saying
at it
that, well,
historically.
wonderful, nice guy. I mean, you don't gotta be a wonderful, nice guy for people to be willing to die for you. You just gotta be charismatic, and that's what he is. I'll be real with you. The guy got aura low key. He's a very charismatic guy, very charismatic speaker, and every time when this man speaks, he has a crowd jumping. Now, he's a terrible person, but I'll be real with you. He got to give him his due diligence or give him his flowers. He is a charismatic speaker. He's a charismatic leader. I mean, people been knew this about him before this whole situation popped off. We may not like the way the man leads, but trust me, people like Maduro in his state, in his country, because they think he's this strong personality. He's damn near like, the personality wise, he's basically like the Trump of Venezuela. He did lose that election. That means majority of the people don't want him in there, but there's enough people who want him in there to be willing to fight for him and to go ahead and ignore the fact that he most likely stole that election. Actually, there's some people in Venezuela that most likely think that he actually won the election, and they're going with every word that he says. But all right. Wait, everybody's still there? Oh, okay. All right.
And that may be a collection of explanations for why the US is considering regime change. Of course, Donald Trump has always been very anti-regime change and spoken out against regime change, thinking America should be America first and shouldn't be intervening in foreign countries. So what do you think is going on here with his change of mind, if that's what happens?
I mean, Venezuela has very clear ties to the United States' enemies abroad. I mean, Russia and China. We have to mention that they are nowhere to be seen realistically as far as coming to their aid. I think there's something global hope happening here, and this is just one part of the chessboard that the United States is playing. It's unsustainable. Whatever is going on there as far as the governance and just, I mean, I get to speak to a lot of refugees and people. I do a lot of charity work and to speak specifically to the immigrant situation. There is something happening there that is driving humanity.
What the heck? Oh, they accidentally put themselves out. I don't know how the hell that happened. Let me bring y'all back up.
I didn't put myself out. I was going on a monologue, and then I realized I wasn't getting.
Sometimes StreamYard, StreamYard sometimes kicks people out at random.
Yeah, I was going on making a whole damn point for like 5 minutes and realized I wasn't getting interrupted every 5 seconds. And I was like, wait a second, the screen was still up, and I was talking, so I was like, oh, well, maybe I'm still on, and they're just being quiet. No. I got done talking, and I was like, what the fuck?
No, true. Same here. I made my point, and I didn't hear you say anything back, and I'm just like, well, this is strange. Hold on, now. This ain't Monty.
Dude said the whole time I was like, why is S.E.T so quiet? Oh crap.
So what I was can I say?
Yeah,
what
go
I was
ahead,
gonna
bro.
say, because I made some good points.
I'll let you have the final. I'll let you have the closing point on this one.
So what I was saying, I don't know how much of it you heard, but this is if you're going to constantly look for this overwhelming proof that no one wants Maduro in, it's a lot more gray than what you're trying to make it, and it's not a case of everybody wants Maduro out. Obviously, one man cannot control an entire country with no support. He just can't. But one man can control an entire country with just a little bit of lethal support. And the idea that if you're looking for things, you're not going to see it. And I equated it to the No Kings protest. The reason we made fun of the No Kings protest is because if we were really living in a dictatorship or a kingdom, the peasants would not be allowed to protest in the streets. And that's what I was pointing to, is like they wouldn't be. So they're not allowed to protest in the streets. What does that look like? That looks like a dictatorship. That looks like a kingdom. And that's why I kind of laughed for a little bit. I was like, there's no reason. There's no reason for them to stand up, because it'll just be immediately quashed, and it's never going to get reported on. You're never going to see any effort to overthrow it, because one, they probably don't even have the energy to put something together like that, or the coordination, or the access to the internet, because everything's controlled. And they're also probably fucking hungry because like he said earlier, they have destroyed their ability to, make money off of anything. It's a socialist country now. Yep. It's socialist utopia over there, according to Maduro. And I'm sorry, if you genuinely believe that it's a socialist utopia and everybody is just hunky-dory with what's going on over there, then I don't know what to tell you. I understand you're trying to play devil's advocate, and you're trying to say, no, this could be this because look at Iran. But look at what happened after we bombed Iran. There were protests. People did have a glimmer of hope, and they did think, oh, maybe if I protest now, and if I fight now, the Americans will see that and we'll be free. I can't speak to what they were thinking, but that's what that looks like to me. I don't know about you, but it was not just, everybody's united in hating America.
Oh no, they were protesting to bomb Israel. They were that upset.
No, they were not.
Bro, they were literally protesting to bomb Israel. They were upset. They was pushing the Ayatollah to bomb Israel, and the Ayatollah didn't really want to do it because they was afraid of America getting involved. But both the people who don't like, who want to actually work with America, and the Ayatollah who completely despise America, both of those sides came together and said, yeah, but when it comes to protecting Iran, we can be in unison about that.
Right, because it's Israel. It's a religious war. So you can't, it's kind of an irrational.
Not really, because you can't really say it's religious, because they attacked them first. They bombed their nuclear facility. They didn't attack them because they were Muslims.
What? But no, that's why the war has gone on for 3,000 years. Is because of
but within that conflict, though, we just can't blame it solely on religion, though. We do have to sit there and like look at it and be like, well, they did bomb the nuclear facility, so
yeah, and Iran sent 1,000 missiles at Israel.
True, out of response. You're right. That's true.
No, it was not. They were doing it before.
No, it was out of response. No, they started shooting missiles and out of response of Israel striking their nuclear facility.
They directly, Iran proper directly sent missiles, but all the terrorist groups and everything else that's been bombing Israel for the past fucking 10 years, that's not out of response. That is, now you have,
if you're talking about the Houthis, well, yeah, if you're talking about the Houthis and of course like Hezbollah and those guys, okay, yeah, I'll give you that one, of course. Well, I was just talking mainly about Iran, huh?
I mean, Iran is sponsoring them. If the United States is
but let's be real though. It's almost like how we'll proxy Ukraine to go against Russia, but we'll never directly get involved. That's kind of how
we're still responsible. I don't see it that way. We are responsible for what's happening in Ukraine because of the proxies that we did. I see that the same way I see Iran. I don't think that just because a country's handprints aren't on it, but you know where the money comes from, you know where all the influence comes from. Come on, if the U.S. does a black op to go kill somebody, did the U.S. do it or did fucking some other country did it? No, the U.S. is responsible for it.
Yeah, but let's be real though. When it comes to Iran and Israel, these guys go kind of tit for tat. I mean, did you see the Mossad operation that they pulled off underneath these guys' nose? Like, I kind of see why these guys spend money to different countries, because taking on Israel, well, let's be real with you. Like, due to the way their spy network works, it isn't really a one-man ordeal. And because of, the United States' eagerness to jump on Iran anytime we get involved with Israel, of course, we're going to go through proxy. Because they know, just like as soon as they attack them, what do? We bombed them. And that's Iran already knows. If we attack Israel, they're going to get bombed. But if they proxy somebody else to do it, and you're right, through proxy, it is their fault. But if they proxy somebody else to do it, that person gets bombed instead. And here's the thing, they don't get bombed by the United States. They get bombed by Israel, which is less severe than getting bombed by the United States.
Yeah, and I think that's all playing semantics in a fucking game of life and death, which I think is immoral and inhuman. So I'm not gonna give anybody credit for using a proxy, whether it's the U.S. or Russia or Iran. It's a fucking fool's game played by old men sacrificing young men's blood. So you're not gonna get me to say, it wasn't Iran, it was really Hezbollah. Fuck, they're one and the same. But that's not the point that I was making. I was saying that there were uprisings, there were people in the streets protesting the Ayatollah, which for them is a deadly fucking proposition, But and now we're comparing.
So hold up, Monty. Let me jump in.
You're allowed to be unveiled in Iran now.
Hold up. Let me jump in here real quick with something. So I follow this Iranian woman. Her name is Goldie Gabari, I think. And she is actually an Iranian, from Iran. She was born there. She grew up there, and she fled from Iran to the United States. Now, I hate to say this, Set, but I would love for you to try to get her on and share from her perspective, because she got the history, the knowledge, and the know-how. And a bunch of Iranians send her videos and clips and tell her what's going on from the inside, like the original Iranians, not the Ayatollah Iranians, because there is a difference. Yeah, she'll tell you the same thing, that a lot of Persian Iranians that have blood ties there but aren't Muslims, they hate the Iranian government and they don't want to be around them. Now I'm saying this for a bigger point.
Oh no, I know. They don't like the Ayatollah, but they hate Israel more. That was my overall point when it came to the 12-day war.
No, I'm saying this for a different reason.
Okay.
There are people who, from the inside, will try to get the message out to other people to the outside about what's really going on. And the problem is that Iran's a bit more technically advanced than Venezuela, and so as a result, Iranian people are going to be able to say more and get more out than Venezuelan people, because let's face it, they're in the middle of the Amazon jungle. They don't have that many resources, and the only nation that's next to them with the resources and connections that they have without getting seized or anything is the United States. And currently, that nation wants to kick your door down. You could go through China, but China's going to have their stuff blown up or seized or, impounded or whatever the case may be. So those people don't really have underground networks to get information to and fro. Couple that with the fact that there's large amounts of long-standing and well-documented cartel activity, and you really don't know who you can and cannot trust. We're not saying that there's nobody that supports Maduro. That's a foolish point to argue, and I'm not going to argue that for anything except for when it comes to like certain principles in the Bible. However, what we are saying is there is a large hidden majority of people that do feel this way, but aren't able to speak up or speak out.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that. Like, I don't know. I completely understand there's people in Iran that can't speak out against the Ayatollah. And of course, I know there's people who support the Ayatollah and who don't. The thing is, though, is like these guys can, but let's not pretend that these same people cannot hop on code over one main issue.
But that's not the point that we're making. The point that we're making is just because you can't see it does not mean you don't have the overwhelming proof that you need. That's why I said it's a little bit more gray than, oh yeah, there's people rioting in the streets. They don't like the dictator. Let's go fucking take them out. And it's not even about. Really, it's not even about the regime change for the people. It's about the regime change to stop a country that's friendly to China, that's friendly to Iran, from having that connection and having that control over land. That's really what it's about.
So they don't end up with another Cuban Missile Crisis.
That's exactly what it's about. And it has nothing to do. We don't care that someone's suffering. The United States as a country, we're arguing. Me and you and Gamer are arguing over the ethics of what's going on. That's not what the United States is considering. They don't give two fucks about the ethics of what's going on in that dictator country. Otherwise, we'd go and bomb every dictator out there. We don't care about that. What we care about is the fact that Venezuela is a threat to our homeland.
Yep.
Because they have a communist, socialist, friendly government that's ready to take things from China, that's ready to give support to Iran, that's ready to give support to, the BRICS nations, and they don't want that. It's the same reason we're tariffing the hell out of Brazil right now, even though Brazil is, a military ally. They're not an economic ally anymore. So this conflict is heating up because it's been so long, and now you have in the United States people that are friendly to Russia, China, and Iran. So it has nothing to do with, is Maduro a good guy? Would you go play poker with him? No, he is using his power and corruption he's selling his land, his access, and his control to the highest bidder. And right now the highest bidder are people that want to do us harm. Now the next fucking rung in this ladder is going after Mexico and the Mexican government allowing China to import precursors to fentanyl.
We need to actually pause real quick. We need to actually get rid of the Mexican president. The fact that
literally,
we need to get rid of her. I don't like her. She is a snake in the grass.
So, Seth, if you agree with that, why don't you agree with Maduro?
Oh, what you mean? I agree that Maduro should go. I just don't think that he's going to go easily into the night. I just don't. Actually, you're right. No, I agree that Maduro should go. It's just that I don't think we're going to have as much support as we think that we're going to have for this man to leave from the Venezuelan people.
Okay, and that was my point too. When you said he has an air force, I said big fucking whoop. We don't need support. That's the great thing about being a superpower. You don't need to make allies to go.
He said, "I am the ally."
Yeah.
Who needs equipment? I am the equipment.
Yeah. This is a might makes right situation, because there's no we don't need the support of the Venezuelan people to fucking overthrow Maduro.
Good point.
That'll happen. Now, what you need is the support of the Venezuelan people to get someone that's going to focus on their interest and not being corrupt and all that fun shit. You do need support for that. So it's not a, oh, can we please come bomb you? No, it's we're going to fuck you up and then we're going to rebuild your country.
Oh man. All right, hold on. Shout out to Hellbatty says, keep in mind Venezuela has a high restriction on gun ownership and general population is low ownership due to gun control campaigns.
Boom.
Yep. Maduro is just Gavin Newsom. Of Venezuela.
Let's be real though. Like the videos of, you know, Venezuelan soldiers giving out weapons to the people, mainly, let's be real. He's only giving weapons to the people that he knows that are hardliners for him.
Damn,
isn't that much
people? Propaganda? Come on, all you have to do is put out a couple of videos, and now you have me and you arguing over whether or not we can take over Venezuela.
Oh no, bro, we can take over.
But the real question,
the problem is,
I just take that
like we have to
France?
actually fight. I don't like the idea of having to fight like these citizens or bomb these guys as well.
We're not
can we fight? Can we take over France? Can we take over France? You guys think?
Bro, we can take over France in an afternoon. We can use
unless France crashes out and try to nuke
to go take over France.
I'm sorry. If there are any Frenchmen in the comments, I need to hear your thoughts. You think you could square up against us?
I have a French rifle for sale, never fired and only dropped once.
Come on, guys. We all know the truth. We all know the truth of the world. We're the big dogs, then Russia, then China. If it ain't those two, then you shouldn't even be talking to us that way.
But
like,
here's
bro,
the thing: when you have a small dog, i.e., Venezuela, fighting with coercing with two big dogs, Russia and China, that becomes a problem. So you're just taking that piece off the board for Russia and China is what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna be a hot take. And anybody in the comments and you and Set, y'all can disagree with me, and I honestly want to hear from everybody like on the live if I'm wrong for thinking this way, but I don't think that Russia really cares too much about U.S. affairs to a certain degree.
No, not really.
So I agree up until a certain point. Russia only cares about U.S. affairs when they interact with Russian affairs.
Yeah.
I mean, well, obviously, but I'm saying outside of that.
Yeah, to be quite honest with you, I think if we were to try to actually take Venezuela, even though, you know, actually Russia already showed us what it's willing to do for Venezuela. They're willing to send submarines over there to help smuggle out the oil, but they're not going to put boots on the ground for Venezuela. They're going to treat Venezuela, well, like our Ukraine. It's like, you know what? We may send some money to them, but we ain't going to put boots on the ground, though, and get in direct
right. Yeah. And I was getting ready to say, and I find it, I think I said this a couple lives ago where I
Venezuela is a gas station for Russia.
Literally.
No, I was getting ready to say that the U.S. is doing to Venezuela what Ukraine, what Russia is doing to Ukraine. And I think Russia and the United States are kind of just staring at each other in this awkward hallway exchange. Like,
honestly,
just forget about what you seen here.
I think behind closed doors, we'd probably made that deal. Like, all right, bro, look, how about this? You ignore me in Venezuela, I ignore you in Ukraine. Deal? All
deal?
Right,
bet.
Separate ways. Cool.
Like, watch.
Don't
say
nothing when I do something now.
Watch what I say. In the near future, Russia is going to try to broker a peace deal between the United States and Venezuela. Timestamp it. I'm willing to bet they're going to do it. And I'm like, guys, chill. It's like, wait, didn't we try to do that with y'all in Ukraine, and you decided to keep beating an unconscious cripple kid?
Hold on. Russia's already tried to do that with Israel. Remember, Putin was trying to broker a peace deal with Israel between Iran.
True.
Like, absolutely, that's going to happen. Okay, this is going to sound very fucking horrible to say, but all of these countries, Israel, Ukraine, Venezuela, all of these different countries are just fucking pawns on the board in the bigger game. And it sucks. It sucks that that's how world leaders see the rest of the world, but that's what it is. That's really what it is. The United States sees Ukraine as a pawn for Russia. Russia sees Venezuela as a pawn for the U.S. And what's happening right now is the three big powers are trying to consolidate power, and what we're trying to do is prevent a world war. That's really what everybody is trying to do, is prevent a world war by feeling secure enough in their own backyard that they don't need to go to war over something. And
so I will say Russia's historical reason for going after Ukraine, and a lot of people don't know this, is because every single time that Russia has been in a war, they've always been invaded, and it was never the Russians that pushed them back. It has always been their winters because they're so brutal. So what Russia is trying to do is secure its rear by consolidate. They're gonna try to push all the way out to where those mountain ranges are on the plateau, because then all they have to do is build a freaking railway all the way to those mountains, and then they can just defend themselves there, and then they have a retreat point to where their weather is the hardest. That's what Russia's doing. The United States is trying to secure its access to the Panama Canal for obvious economic reasons. And some people think oil. I'm like, no, we produce way more oil on the boat. When you really get into the weeds, we produce way more oil. We're on par with OPEC. Dare I say, outproducing OPEC.
Yep.
I think it's more of an economic control thing.
All right, guys, so we can react to this video real quick. This is Venezuela's defense minister. The people of the U.S. must understand that their government is an instrument of war. I mean, let's hear him out all the way through.
That's funny that a general is saying that.
Literally, I'm like, bro, what the hell is your job?
Don't you work in the Department of War, my guy?
I'm like,
we're calling the kettle black, aren't we?
Yeah, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing for Venezuela? But all right.
Estamos alzados en rebeldía.
The hostile.
Contra la
Bro,
acción
this literally sounds like every fucking dictator movie in the world. Like this is the main character right here. Good God.
Like, no, for real.
Provincia
Look the part.
imperialismo norteamericano.
Like, look how serious this guy. He looks the part.
Oh yeah.
They gave him some. They gave him the Arlie Ermy eyebrows, the good old clean shave. They were like, "Yeah, this is the guy right here."
He's like, "Yeah, this is going to intimidate him." All right, but disgraceful actions of American imperialism. All right, let's get into it, guys.
Blah blah blah.
Americano, que nos quiere someter, como ya he dicho, a base de mentiras. Es el accionar, Celone. Es el accionar histórico del imperialismo norteamericano.
Go ahead.
Pause. How about we talk about the Venezuelan imperialism through drugs?
No. What he's saying is we don't like the American imperialism because they don't let us run drugs and make a whole bunch of money and be corrupt. We like that Chinese imperialism and that the Venezuela or the Russian imperialism because they let us be corrupt.
Yeah, like,
when the bad guy doesn't like the good guy, it's usually a good sign that you're doing things right.
True. And I mean, they don't like us because we don't turn a blind eye to corruption and cartel, working with the cartel, really. But all right, let's get right back into it. Based on lies, they attack Yugoslavia. Okay. Yugoslavia.
Invadieron a Yugoslavia. Bajo mentiras,
based on lies, they invaded Iraq.
Bajo mentiras,
based on lies, they
agredieron en Libia.
I mean, shit, they got us on that. All right. Way to bring up our dark past, you dick.
The dark past. Yeah, the difference is with those countries. Yeah, we admitted that there were no WMDs. There was no reason for us to be over there. Our service members and our government even said it. The difference between you guys and them is we have more than enough reason to be over there. And even though the Democrats are trying to sympathize with you guys and be like, well, we shouldn't be over there. Deep down, they're like, yeah, this guy's a fucking issue.
Yeah, like, shout out to the Democrats and their, their shipwrecked sailors.
Shipwrecked sailors is wild.
Man, on a narco boat. Crazy.
Día. Etcétera, etcétera, etcétera.
Did he just say etcetera 3 times?
Yeah, he said etc. and etc. So and so, pretty much. All right, with a record of actions by America imperialism.
Accionar del imperialismo norteamericano siempre con mentiras. Entonces el pueblo de los Estados Unidos debe entender que su gobierno es un instrumento para la guerra. Se quiere y se pretende ahora aquí, en este hemisferio, no estamos hablando de allá, del Medio Oriente, en la Europa del Este, no estamos allá hablando del otro lado del mundo, estamos hablando de este hemisferio occidental. Se pretende hacer una guerra en Latinoamérica y en el Caribe. Y se pretende, queridos hermanos del pueblo de los Estados
If you got a
Unidos,
lot to say, come do
hermanos y
something about
hermanas
it.
del pueblo de los Estados Unidos,
Pause.
Mm.
So I want you to understand something about this set. The framing of his statements, the fact that he's saying them in Spanish. This is not a message intended for us. This is a rallying cry for the people of Venezuela. He understands we're going to look at this and laugh at him.
Yeah, literally.
So what he's trying to do, or what the government in this situation is trying to do, is bolster support at the last second before they get invaded. It's the same exact fucking thing that Saddam Hussein did.
But to be honest, I'll be real with you. The only part where I disagree with you on is I think he is somewhat trying to speak to us, or at least the liberals in our country who can possibly stop this. Because remember,
It's a
to get a land invasion,
it's a combination of both points.
Yeah,
we
would
it's
need
your point and Monty's point.
Yeah, but let's be real, we would need congressional approval to get into it with Venezuela.
But here's the thing, Seth. Here's the fucking thing. This is the same exact fucking thing, almost word for word. Like go watch Saddam Hussein when fucking Baghdad was coming, or when Baghdad was falling. Oh, the American imperialists, blah 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 blah. He was speaking in English though. He was speaking in fucking English. He was talking to the liberals. This guy is trying to rally people together. Saddam Hussein understood that his people fucking were gonna turn a blind eye and let the Americans walk through, which they did in 2 weeks. It was a race to Baghdad. The Army and the Marine Corps. Fucking Marines made it. Anyway, and while Iraq is getting taken over, you have Baghdad Bob. No Americans, and they pan the camera over, and there's a fucking M1 Abrams rolling down the fucking street. So it is all about winning the hearts and minds. It is all about trying to bolster support, and that's what they're doing. They understand that they're about to get fucked with.
I mean,
now what they're trying to do is convince all the farmers and hardworking people to fight against the Americans. That's what's happening. That is what's happening.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you thoroughly on that.
And why would you need to do that? Why would you need to go on TV and say that if you already had the support that you're saying that they have? They don't have the support. They're trying to fearmonger.
Whoops. No,
you're
I
good.
get what you're saying.
They know their card's been pulled. They know fucking Trump is on a warpath, literally, and they know their payday. His corruption is going to come to an end if America is successful with this. So of course he's going to say everything, and he's going to pander. These guys aren't idiots. They understand what's going on in the world. They have access to what's going on in the world. Their people don't.
Good point. I'll give you that. I will give you that one. Yeah, you're right. When it comes to his speech, I can tell that it was aimed to rally the people of Venezuela, while also trying to speak to those, I would say, the more isolationist types in our country as well.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what's crazy is I can almost predict what he's going to say next, because you see it time and time again, every single time a dictator falls. Russia said it when they're attacking Ukraine. He didn't say it about America. He said it about Ukraine. Like this idea that we should take any solace in the fact that he's saying any of these things as if they mean anything. He is a fucking gas station for Russia. That's what he is. And he is completely fine with that because his family is living in a nice mansion. He has the let them eat cake mentality. He's on the up and up. He's with the regime. So if the regime falls, that all goes away. But if the regime somehow manages to stay in power through this motivational speech that he's doing, and put out these videos. Maybe we can prevent a war altogether if we say, oh, look, we're arming our populace. Oh, look, we're doing this. You know what's funny about that? If they weren't socialists and didn't have severe gun control, they wouldn't even have those videos to make, because the people would already have guns.
Good point.
Ready.
Good point.
This is a paper tiger.
Se pretende nuevamente devolver en sacos, en bolsas negras y en urnas a ciudadanos.
Oh, weak as hell.
No, he didn't call me that.
In black body bags. Apparently, you gotta say negras to get that one across.
Yeah. I'm listening now. Now I want to go fight him. You call me that.
Just dropping the N-word like that.
Se pretende nuevamente devolver en sacos, en bolsas negras y en urnas a ciudadanos, contribuyentes, jóvenes de la sociedad norteamericana de vuelta a sus casas. Así que el pueblo de los Estados Unidos debe escuchar el clamor de paz, de sindérices,
a call of peace,
de resolver.
You know, a lot of people are framing this like it's going to be like, Vietnam 2.0. Like we're going to go in there, we're going to get our ass handed to us because we're trying to fight them on their land.
So, I need the people to understand something about Vietnam, because I did a whole book report on it. You realize that the Vietnam War only ended because people in the United States threw such a hissy fit about it that we had to pull out. You understand that if Vietnam War were actually right, if it was actually allowed to drag out, we would have actually killed a lot of those northern Vietnamese. On our way out, we
win and lose wars on our own terms.
Yep,
pretty much.
Those damn hippies, pretty much.
Tree huggers, bro. I told you they need to go.
But goddamn, like, come on, man! You put a different outfit on him, and he's the Ayatollah. Put a different outfit on him, and he's Saddam Hussein. Put a different outfit on him, and he's Osama bin Laden. Put a different outfit on him, and he's fucking Bibi Netanyahu. Like, this is the same dictator fucking bullshit that you see in every person that wants to maintain corruption and power. It's hilarious. It's you can't tell me you're not seeing this set.
Oh no, I'm seeing it.
It's basically same.
You're cooking, Monty. I can't even deny it. You're cooking. I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Same poop, different dog.
Yeah, and we fucked all of them up anyway.
USA.
Let's see what he got. Let's see how he's gonna finish this. For the need to resolve conflicts through dialogue. Let's see here. Should listen to call for peace, and for need to resolve conflicts through dialogue. AKA, man, why don't y'all talk to us, man? Why y'all gotta pull out the missiles?
Because we tried talking and you guys didn't want to listen.
La necesidad de resolver los conflictos a través del diálogo, de la política, y no a través de la guerra. Lamentablemente, el supremacismo se ha apoderado.
People that say, why don't you guys talk this way instead of that way? When things get serious, whenever they change up their tone, that's usually because they're well aware that there's a high likelihood that they may lose. And so they're trying to appeal to...
They know.
Let's be real. If you can whoop somebody's ass, you're not really going to sit there and run away from the fight. I mean, you're gonna be like, I want that. When you're a bit weary about how this might turns out.
It's hard to run away when they're on your doorstep.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's it. I mean, where are you going to go? Like,
America be like, I'm outside, bro. What was that?
Amazon Forest?
Say that to my face.
Bro, what you mean? What you mean, man? Come on,
Sharkeisha, no.
But like, seriously, this is a schoolyard bully that done slapped somebody in the face and is gonna go run to the teacher when you give him a black eye.
Yeah, they're real good at propaganda too.
Yes, that's all this is. That's all that this is. This is talking, and they're not gonna see you and me set talking about this because they're not gonna see that.
Well, don't speak too soon, Monty. We actually do have viewership in Venezuela, believe it or not.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey,
bro, we have viewership around the world. You wouldn't believe it. Like,
Venezuela,
shout out to,
what you think?
what was it? It was a Social Blue Book. They give me a map of like how much times I've been viewed in certain countries.
With a fucking VPN and a Starlink, maybe.
Man, maybe. Now there are some countries that got blacked out on there. Like there are some countries I literally got like
North
double
Korea.
digits, like 27 views out of like what? Pakistan? Like
what?
I bet.
They have internet there?
Bro,
Well,
surprisingly.
That's
Hey,
your
Seth,
everybody's
Seth,
watching.
14 people who watch me in Madagascar. Who the fuck's in Madagascar?
Seth, that is okay. Hold on, I know what that is. That is not someone watching you and actually digesting your content. That's someone going through the YouTube Reels and landing on your live and be like, "Huh, I can't understand this guy." We know we've all done it. We've been going death scrolling. That's how I found your channel. Actually, is you have to pass like 15 Asian channels that are fucking selling you fucking crystal rocks, and then you get to someone talking about Trump.
Damn, bro, you got boiled down to crystal rocks.
But it gives you the minutes and all that.
Illiterates.
You know, that's why when you guys come in here, sometimes you'll see people who type in straight up different language.
Yeah,
like South Korea. I've seen Arabic in here.
If you're from Venezuela and you disagree with me, come on live.
If you're from Venezuela and you disagree with me, come to the United States if you want the smile. I'm joking.
Yo hablo un poco de español.
If you're from Venezuela,
brigada.
And you don't want your country to get fucked up, just move to the United States. That country won't get fucked up.
He said, "Take the next step."
I mean,
take the next step.
I would say this: like Venezuela, if you don't want to get fucked up, look, bro, just go against Maduro and just hand us over all the oil and resources. You know, on your hands.
Now you sound like you're robbing them.
I mean, well,
it sounds
nicely.
We're not trying to rob them.
No, you sound like you're actually extorting these people,
bro. I mean, come on, bro. Gas price could be like 150 again. Look where we can go with this, guys.
Wow, you're not helping your case. If you come over here and give me all your money, I won't kill you.
I mean, you know, and the resources.
And the resources, not just the money.
Okay, Maduro.
Your furniture too, furniture and your house. Bring your.
All right,
house
come on, guys. Let's be real. If we took Venezuela, you know how great that would be. Like, let's be
think
real.
of all the Venezuelan women.
That too. The women would be great as well. That'd be a good import as well. If we could import a couple of them, maybe every season, that'd be great. But
that is human trafficking. You cannot say that.
Only if they're sex workers, goddammit.
Oh my god.
Soliciting prostitution. You're literally making
on a YouTube
words.
live.
F it, I'm gonna do it the Elon one. I'm gonna bring him in through H-1B visas for my dance club.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Wait, what did Elon do?
He gonna do the H-1B visa way. Just bring people over from your favorite country and, you know, just put them in through that worker visa. But
the exotic dancer.
Admittedly, Elon brought over some pretty smart guys.
Yeah,
smart with
I'm
money
a living
laundering.
testament. Elon's not money laundering.
Nah, but he does abuse H-1B visas though.
He's just rich as shit. He doesn't need fucking money laundering. What the fuck? What is he gonna do? Launder it through himself?
I mean, let's be real. The man's worth like, what is he worth? 600, 800 billion now.
Last
Supposed to
time
be worth
I
a
checked, it was
trillion soon.
450. He will be worth $1 trillion if he gets the $1 trillion pay package that would bring Tesla to a valuation of $8 trillion.
Man.
Why are there no Elon Musk that come from Venezuela?
Because everybody's poor.
Socialism.
Huh.
All of the above.
I thought it was great. I thought socialism was great. It just hasn't been tried hard enough.
Hey, I always said
Hasn't been
socialism
tried
kills. I always said socialism kills innovation. Nobody believes in it. I'm just like, but the most inventors came out of the most capitalist countries, aka we'll pay you for coming up with a great idea.
Yep.
Not just take it from you and say this is government
You
property
sound like
now,
a
and I will
capitalist
leave you in
pig
property.
said, shut up.
Hold on. Tetris did come out of Soviet Russia.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did not know
came
that.
out of. They had to buy it from the Russian government, from the guy that created it. Because so yes, the government did steal it from him and then try to propagate off of it.
And so did vodka and Everclear.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the socialist countries love capitalist countries. They'll talk shit about it.
I mean,
and and
That's the only way to
fucking
fuel socialism.
Yeah, it's through capitalism. And it's fucking hilarious that
So there's an old saying: when you run out of other people's money to take, socialism fails. It only works by taking from other people.
Bro, a lot of these countries can like have socialist policies because, well, we kind of carry the brunt of it as a capitalist country. Like, look at pharmaceuticals.
People don't even
everybody else.
People don't even believe that Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, over 75% of their government is literally subsidized by the United States, which is why they can do socialism. And when you tell them that, they don't believe it, and then they go look it up, and then boom, it's right there in black and white. Yeah, we send them about $150 billion a year. Why? I have no idea.
Yeah, and that's why when I go to Sweden, I better be called Daddy American because we pay for this shit. Okay.
At least $5.
Pimp name Slickback.
Literally, like what? Any country that I pull that America subsidized heavily. When I pull up there, I would like to be called Daddy American. Actually, F it. That is my pronoun.
And these are the countries that talk the most smack about the United States. Is like, we'll
and capitalism. It's fucking hilarious. Every country that has universal health care is paid for by the United States.
Yep.
And one way now we're not fucking taking receipts from these countries. Oh, you spent this much on healthcare. Here's how much money we give you. No, it's through other means and other ways of supporting the economy. It's not a direct, fucking, we're just giving them cash.
I mean, let's be real. The best example is pharmaceutical costs.
Yeah, there's one example.
I mean, we pay like 75%. We pay 75% of these profit margins for these pharmaceutical companies. So they charge us higher. And, bro, we're literally talking about all these other countries shared at 25%.
You know what's funny is all these European countries are now bitching about the fucking Fair Drug Act or the Fair Prices Act or whatever. It's part of the reason why Europe is so mad that we're fucking focusing on our own backyard and not helping them. This is part of not helping Europe, making Europe stand up on its own 2 feet. So you have to understand all of this stuff, not in a vacuum of each individual thing, but as a totalitarian viewpoint of it.
Yeah, and Trump pretty much just went along with what I was saying. It's like, no, they're gonna find a median price, but here's the blessing about being in America: our prices are already sky high. We have nowhere else to go but down. But everybody else, I mean, your prices can go up,
right?
And I'm not sure how that's gonna affect their health care, but good luck, man. That ain't our problem.
I'm telling you, man. It's like what better fucking world to live in than when someone's paying for everything for you, paying for your housing, paying for your health care. It's like they're all kids at home. And they're rebelling against mommy and daddy who are paying for everything.
And who is mommy? Because the last time I checked, Big Daddy America was the only one bringing home the bacon around this hole.
And then they say things like, "Oh, why don't you have free health care?"
We're a single dad with 10 kids. That's why.
Bro. Why don't you guys leave the house and get a job? Stop being leeches. Oh, we can't say that because it's offensive. It's probably true,
the most
bro.
accurate description. We're a single dad with 10 kids. Like, what? Give us a break.
10 kids paying child support
to their mothers. Yeah.
Man, and we get no respect as a father. Man, they don't even pull up on Christmas, bro. It's tough out here.
You know what's crazy? So hold up. On an unrelated note, I actually looked into it. Don't ask me why I did this, but you can infer what you want. I figured out that legally the U.S. government has a cap on how many kids you can have before you can no longer pay child support for any additional kids. That cap is 4.
Yeah,
if you're making a standard salary of less than $150,000 a year, and
they will make you pay
$50
a kid for 4 kids.
Yep, because it's not feasible for you to pay those outlandish numbers based off of your income, because you wouldn't be able to pay it.
Bro, you literally work under the table for the rest of your life because all your check is just gone.
Yeah,
Right.
And so legally speaking, it's $50 a kid, and the maximum amount that the federal government can charge you for child support is
on the child support worksheet. Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
It's for 4 kids. It works the same way for alimony. So if you have over 4 kids and you get divorced or whatever, and they try to assign child support or alimony, if you have over 4 kids, they have to slash the alimony in half by definition. Also, there's more. On an other unrelated note, The
The woman can have 10
amount,
baby daddies.
the maximum amount of the maximum amount of wages that can be garnished by any private body is actually up to 10% if you file as head of household. And the legal definition of head of household is anybody that takes care of or covers 50% of the annual household spending. So if you file for head of household and then some private investor tries to come after you because you owe a debt, they can't go past 10% of your liquid net income.
Oh, so hold on. Shout out to my man Castro. He said S.E.T's club name is Gas and Ass. Nobody rides for free. Oh my God.
Gas and ass.
Gas and ass is wild. I'm out here just
man.
What is that? Fucking that's not Wisco. That's fucking Chief Keef.
Gas and ass. How you know Chief Keef? Oh, shout out Monty. Monty, you go for that.
His name is Monty. His name is Monty. Of course he knows Chief Keef. I'd be surprised if he was a white guy.
I always knew it as ass.
He is white.
Oh,
hold on.
shoot.
What the fuck you mean?
Oh God!
Oh my God, he's white. Oh man, how did the name Monty come about? You look like a nice young man. You look like a nice young man with a decent credit score. Why are you out here with this hoodlum YN name?
My name is short for Montgomery.
Now, there you go.
And you chose the nigger version of my. I
ain't gonna lie. When you say his whole name, you do got a rich guy's name like Montgomery.
Montgomery Tyler Krause.
Golly, I can hear the money coming off of that. You sound like a freaking trust fund baby.
Yeah, I got Charles Phillip.
I'm weak. So Montgomery's meeting Nigel at the. What's that little place that rich people go to?
The freaking country club.
The country club. Yeah, so Montgomery and Nigel are going to the country club to play a nice round of golf.
That man over here sound like he says, "Oh, good heavens!"
But all right, guys, all right. Let's get right back into it because we kind of veered off a little bit from our guys over there in Venezuela.
I'm sorry, bro, but I also gotta say this. I mean, you black folks be getting screwed on the freaking net. Like, bro, like I knew this one girl. Her name was Latiana. I'm like, what the hell does that even mean, bro?
I mean, dog, people
y'all just making stuff up, bro.
Bro, you know what I hate when they add the duh, the ja, and the key to like regular names. Like I don't know, Keyshawn, Deshawn, LaShawn, Deshawn, Reshawn, Rayshawn. Like,
bro, why? Why we doing this? Why are we doing this, bro? It always kind of baffles me when white kids are named like some of the most ghetto, outlandish stuff. It's like, did your mom like black D?
No, that shit is funny, bro. Come on, bro. White people name ghetto things is the most hilarious thing. It's like just natural comedy. Like, come on.
Like I knew this one white girl in the military. We were talking and like this dude was like, "Hey, Keyshawn, what's up?" And I'm thinking he talking to somebody else, and she responded. I'm like, "What's your name?" She was like, "Oh yeah, my name is Keyshana Hendricks."
Oh yeah, bro. I know
Real
right
life?
Named Keisha.
Right, that's crazy. Like, bro, she got to be thick with a name like Keisha,
bro.
Bro, she flat as a board. I'm gonna be hot.
Oh, okay. All right.
Keisha, if you watching,
we're gonna go to some. We're gonna do a segment called S.E.T's Bookmarks. So pretty much stuff I bookmark on Twitter. Let's just go down the list.
It's all porn.
Bro, come on now. Come on, bro. Wrong profile. I mean, yeah, wrong profile. It's like
that boy be slapping his. Ooh.
All right, let's go ahead and bring my man back now. But all right, now,
sorry.
Let's go ahead and hear this interview with. Well,
didn't pay the phone bill.
I'm weak.
Name with like Montgomery and you broke crazy.
Oh, nah, trust me, Monty far from broke. That man worked a little too hard. Like Monty got to cut down on the hours. That's to that. Monty has too much money. It's in the name, bro. It's in the name.
Yeah, I don't hear a freaking smoke detector going off anytime he speaks.
True.
I hate it. What was that?
Oh no, that's my sound effect.
No, I was doing it too. I had to go look for it on YouTube. That's how rich I am.
Oh wow!
Oh, bro, Monty, dog, you dog. Check this sound out.
Oh my god,
that's more his speed.
I am. Yeah, I don't know how I got that name. Guess what my brother's name is?
What?
Montel William.
Oh yeah, he rich. She got the first. He got got the inheritance.
Nah, that's kind of black. Montel, come on, bro.
He's white. He's the white brother. He's the white brother. I have a black brother. His name's Reginald.
What?
I like how both. I like how both of us were in disbelief. Like
Reginald Sylvester Harris II.
Golly.
All right.
I can smell the 820 credit score on this man.
Bro, he does. He has one too.
It's the name, bro. See, names have power, apparently. See, if his name was like Raquan or something like that, he never got those results.
Malik.
Reginald.
Oh my God. Daquan, I done told you about the white woman.
Oh my God.
Now, real quick.
Yeah.
Monty, gotta ask you on live. Are you an interracial man? Huh? Or do you like to keep it in the family?
I mean, my wife is white.
Oh, well, no, fuck it.
Wait. Well, wait, hold on. Don't you mess with a mixed girl?
Who?
No, my wife is white.
No, Monty. Oh yeah, no, I know Monty. I know you already told me, but gaming.
Silence.
I would like to state that my Mexican and black brethren in my bloodline would be very disappointed with me.
You're dating a white girl too?
I'm married to one. Some might call me a Uncle Tom. Some might call me a sellout, but I don't know what it is.
I call you successful.
Wow, that's racist.
I mean, hey, a lot of successful black men date white girls. It's almost like a fad. It's like as soon as you make over $1 million, you got to get you a white girl. It's like
what did Kanye West said? As soon as you make $1 million, leave her for a white girl. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, get down.
Look, bro. As soon as you make some money as a black man, the credit report sends you a little letter and says, "All right, look, bro. If you get this white wife, we'll let you get that 800. If not, you're gonna be at 750."
No,
my brother's credit score is like a 745.
Dang, you just dropping your whole family information out here. Like, can they have secrets?
Fuck no. Not if they tell me. My mom. I take my mom's maiden name. Actually, I was a bastard.
You'll never be in line for the throne, you peasant.
I'm crying.
What throne? I don't want that throne. That's a toilet for a throne. That's what that is.
All right, guys, let's get back to the seriousness of this.
I need to drop at least at least 5 racial slurs. That's what I need to do.
No, you can't have racial slurs. That's against YouTube's policy, but you can say racist ass things like you're successful now.
Why can't line up the racial? You have to spread out the racial slurs, okay? You just can't say.
Yeah, you can't hit it. You can't hit YouTube with 15 of them in 5 minutes.
No, it's like you gotta spread them out.
I can't say dink, kike, porch monkey, red skin, towel.
You gotta wait 5 minutes before the next slur, bro. Like I said,
bro, he's already getting the AdSense warning right now. It's popping up in his StreamYard. No, you can't say cracker unless you're talking about saltines.
Oh, God.
All right, you saltine.
Yeah, I'm white. I really don't care.
See, he sounds like he's from that borderline. I'm not exactly trailer trash because I have a little bit of money, but I'm one of those guys that are like, I don't trust nobody. I keep my dog in the house with my gun. and I'm more than willing to shoot an unsuspecting trespasser. That's what he sounds like.
Bro, why'd you that's his entire personality, except he lives in Arizona.
You can't really, I mean, you can. Yeah, that's doxing, bro. God, rich white people in their doxing.
Bro, the entire state of Arizona, that's one of 50. I don't think it's really narrowing it down other than he lives in Glendale.
As you drop more information.
At 4232
like current zip code.
Last known mailing address.
He received on the mail at this time at this time.
I can send you a picture from Google Earth.
Man, if y'all knew where I lived in St. Louis, y'all would be like, yeah, it's not even worth doxing. I feel bad for the guy.
Brothers, you want to move? You want to move out, actually?
Yeah.
We got to relocate you before we dox you.
Right. That way doxing me is worth it and you don't pity me. I heard on you, like, when I was in the Navy, it's like, bro, you so broke when people dox you, they send you care packages.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh.
I was like, you know how poor you gotta be for that to happen? Just kill me.
They set up a GoFundMe in your name.
Like, bro, your bills are due. I got you. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had it that rough.
When you get reverse robbed. Give me your wallet. Put 100 in it.
Somebody said, flush the channel. We're all canceled now.
I can never run for political office now. The amount of things I've said on this stream would come back to haunt me and be like, "Yep, I saw every one of them. Now pay me so I can write my book."
You know what's crazy is I would double
be a
down.
dick,
Like,
and I just be like, I stand with everything I stated during those moments. Like,
bro,
even with the
honor killings play this segment,
especially the honor killings.
Shout out honor killing.
Oh my god,
he's dying.
Yeah, I'm choking on my coins.
Oh god,
I'm taking a bath like Scrooge McDuck.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
I accidentally dropped my monocle.
Now, this was actually a pretty interesting video. Now, this guy, Matt Gaetz, came out. I remember, Matt Gaetz, the guy that we wanted to win for AG, but stepped down because of the
You're going to follow
scandal.
that whole segment with Matt Gaetz? Really?
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
not exactly the best follow-up, bro. I mean, it is keeping in line with the Democrat theme. We just dropped a bunch of racism. We just made fun of Monte for being white and rich. We just basically made fun of people for being poor. We called somebody a conspiracy theorist. Why not watch a video on somebody being a potential sex trafficker or have allegations of that? I mean, we're only like 95% of that way there.
Oh,
Seth's
man.
almost, by the end of this conversation, Seth's going to be like, I'm leaving the right and I'm dyeing my hair pink and blue.
What?
He's already left the left.
Whoa.
His dreadlocks are already rainbow.
Right.
He's
gonna get a freaking
independent before I go all the way out back to the left.
He's gonna get a septum piercing.
Oh, okay, now that's going too far. That's going way too far. The septum piercing, I've gone too far.
No, you got to get a left eyebrow piercing.
Oh, okay, now see, nope, couldn't do it.
He said you kicked.
Now I know one of my friends who got the nose piercing, and he is definitely a liberal. I'll be quite honest.
My wife had one. She's conservative.
Yeah, but when the guys do it, though, I'm gonna be honest with you, it is kind of
yeah.
It is kind of gay, but I don't know. It is what it is. He's my guy, so it is what it is. It's still pretty freaking gay.
If I see somebody with a septum piercing and they're a man, I'm just gonna assume that they're a strong power bottom.
Bro, literally. I think the same thing. Like, no, I'm just gonna assume that you're gay and you're the one taking it. That's what I'm assuming.
You're not even giving it, bro. What that line go from?
Not only does he take it, he pushes into it.
Oh,
Oh God. That was too far.
You know too much.
My virgin ears.
Oh no, guys, check this out though. Now, well, proportion of what was it? Registered Democrats / Republicans among facility at elite U.S. universities. So, bro, check this out. Can you imagine going to Harvard and you're like basically one of the only conservatives there? Yeah, that's what it's literally.
You'd be a circus show. Everybody be like, "What do you think about this?"
No, I actually got to experience that in my college, on my online courses. So they forcibly.
Bro, your online courses are not the same thing as Harvard University.
Hey, can you shut up before I drag my nuts across your face? Anyway, so I was the only conservative in this. Can I? What the? Okay, stop it. I was the only conservative in the entire class, and so whenever they would say something about like, what do you think of write a discussion post on the impacts of capitalism on the environment, and I was like, well, when you import too many illegals and then you keep the EPA around to essentially put more regulations that don't work on companies rather than just let them figure it out and give them guidelines to go by, you actually do more harm than good. And then I ended my paper by saying, by the way, I have an EPA section 608. I actually know what I'm talking about. And I just started getting torn apart.
Oh, professor, what do you do at an online discussion board on Canvas?
Yeah.
Yo, I hate those.
That reminds me of the time I did an investigative report for what was it, my sophomore English, and I did it on on what was it? Michael Jackson's doctor and Kanye West's mom's death by boob job.
Yo,
bro.
What?
Yeah, I know, right?
What?
Bro, when your whole class
I was making the argument that because you remember at the time Michael Jackson's doctor was getting brought up on charges, right?
As he should have, because
and I was going like, well, damn, well, why aren't we throwing Kanye West's mom, like who died by a boob job? Why aren't we throwing that, that guy in jail? Since everybody who does an operation or who medically takes care of you is going to jail. What about the guy that was doing a boob job?
Wait. So hold on.
Now this was a 10-year-old. Remember this.
I know this is 15-year-old set, but so the difference between a boob job and someone giving you controlled substances like propofol. You know what propofol is used for?
Yeah, sleeping.
No, it's used for intubations, like knock you out. It's an anesthesia.
Yeah, like if they're gonna give you the finger wave.
I mean, or it's like it's a really good painkiller as well, and it makes sleep.
No, it is not an analgesic. Propofol is not an analgesic. It is a sedative.
It's solely a sedative. It is only a sedative.
Fentanyl is.
I drove.
I've been off it before. Shoot, hey, help me with my pain. But
I drove a friend of mine to get her finger wave done when she turned 40. She said they were playing Michael Jackson music.
Oh my God, that is horrible.
Nah, look, when I was like the first time I had, when I got shot and they hit me with the propofol, all I can remember is the pain disappearing because the sleep just felt like heaven. Like,
yeah, that's because they killed you. They put you in a coma. That's what a medical induced coma is.
Congratulations that you've been drugged.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great ass coma, man. That was a great coma.
That's what a coma just means, sleep.
But but Mons, you don't understand, man. The sleep felt too good.
Trust me. I have titrated people on propofol. I know exactly how much to give to make that sleep wonderful.
Wait, he's a doctor too?
I'm a paramedic. I can give propofol.
Man, I need to move in with you, bro. It's getting tight around here.
No. So let me explain to you how big of a deal this is. How big of a deal propofol is. You have to waste it, so you can't like if you have a little bit left in the bottle, you have to dump the entire bottle. It's a controlled substance. It's the same thing as fentanyl. And you have to have someone double sign off with you that you gave it. And attest, like it is a controlled substance. Like you can't get
so
this
I can't shoot it up.
No, you
You
can't.
can. The DEA will come after you if you're shooting it up.
You need a doctor
Yeah.
to get it for you, because let's be real. That's how the only way Michael Jackson was able to get it, and that's why he was so faithful to that doctor, because that doctor was one of the few that would go out there and get it.
So what you're saying is
It's medical malpractice to do that.
Yep.
What you're saying is there's a new storefront, a new economy of people. I could just target people who have sleeping issues and start.
No.
Whoa, no.
Propofol is not Ambien. Propofol is not Ambien. Propofol is a medical grade anesthetic.
I know.
It's for
We could
surgery.
target people with chronic sleep issues, bro. There's an open market here, just ripe for the taking.
No,
except you die like Michael Jackson if you're not done. If it's not done right.
Yeah,
bro. I'm just gonna give it. I'm just gonna. Oh, okay. Look.
No. That's exactly what Michael Jackson was using it for.
No. If the
he was using it to take a nap. The same thing. You get surgery.
Look. Listen. If the cartels can sell fentanyl and get pretty much like immortalized as some martyrs because they are going to jail and getting thrown out of the country, what's to stop an everyday American from getting their hands on a little sleep drug? There's an open market of people that can't go to sleep, and there's a drug that can make that happen.
But it's not.
I'm just the guy that's facilitating it.
It's not a sleeping drug. The fact that he was using it for sleeping, it is designed to make you like.
That's for you, bro.
FBI gonna be like, "Yo, you said some interesting things on Sets Live last night. Do you
what
wanna
else?
say
What
that
else
in
can you
person?"
use in place of propofol? Etomidate.
So hey guys,
Paralytic, but
as I was just gonna say with the propofol, when I was having my C-section with the twins, the epidural didn't take, so that's
So they
what
gave
they
you
used to
propofol?
knock me. Yep, they had to give me propofol, and it knocked me out for hours, like almost 6 hours.
But the great thing about propofol is you can't really overdose on it. It's a time base. So the bigger dose you have, the longer you're asleep for. Depending on what you're,
bro,
and it's fat
open
soluble,
market.
right? So if you're a bigger girl, if you're fat, it fucking takes long. It takes longer for it. It holds on tighter. I'm not saying you are. Sorry.
You talking yourself into a corner, bro.
So it's fat soluble. So it literally you can't. It's not like fentanyl where it can suppress your breathing. It just puts you to sleep and holds you in a deep sleep, and then you usually mix it with a paralytic so that you can't move, and then you mix it with analgesia so that you don't feel pain, and that's what they do to put you under to go to sleep for surgery.
Yep.
Or the finger wave.
That was fun.
Can it be
let me tell you. I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing again with this one too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Propofol is a powerful thing. That's why when I first heard it, I thought of propofol like Ambien. It's like, oh, it's some people get prescribed that. That does not leave the hospital. It's not supposed to.
All right. So before we go
leaves the
on, I
hospital in
want
my
the
system.
FBI. I want the FBI agents that are watching me to know that this was 100% a joke, and I do not intend on acquiring legally or illegally any medical grade barbiturates. Okay, this was for for satire only, and I am joking only.
What you talking about? I have it in the back of my ambulance. I can give you a bottle.
No, you can't, and I don't want it.
I can give you a whole bottle of night milk. It's white. It literally looks like milk.
You're drinking sperm, bro.
Oh, well,
you don't drink it. You inject it. It's given to you as an infusion.
Yep. Right.
Well, actually, technically, it's a bolus. So they give it to you all at once, and then keep titrating it to keep you down.
So anyway, FBI, just know that I am a bored youngin that is just cracking jokes.
So
I'm much too poor at the moment to.
I have means and opportunity. I just don't have motive.
Golly, you're just digging that
Just
grave, aren't
cooking
you?
yourself.
I mean, seriously, that's so one of the most common areas in which drugs are diverted and abused is in paramedicine, in the medical field.
Yeah, it is.
On the ambulance, because there's not as much controls as there is in a hospital. I can pull it up and say I gave it to somebody and be saving it.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, whatever state you live in, that FBI
The
field
fucking
office gonna be
DOH
like,
is watching right now. The DOH has entered the chat. I'm gonna look online and my cert's gonna become deactivated.
With
they're
you,
going
with
the
you
judge.
saying that,
The
we've had
judge is gonna be like, it's so funny. I want to hear it in person.
No, that's
we've
gonna be
had
my HR
issues
lady.
we've had issues of ambulances getting broken into.
Yep.
And because they have Dilaudid and all that stuff in there, and it gets stolen.
Dilaudid is
yeah,
hydromorphone for all those that don't know.
Yeah,
It's the dark blue cap.
Oh my god! I'm just
All right,
giving
guys.
people the means to get themselves in trouble. This is why I do cyber crimes.
All right, guys. But let's get into it. Let's get into some criticism about Erica Kirk, because they're doubling down on her. They're doubling down.
Seriously though, if you go look inside an ambulance for Dilaudid, you're not going to find it. It's called hydromorphone.
Okay,
we don't carry name brand shit.
Please do not use the information that you guys have heard over the past 30 minutes.
I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. If you take legal advice from me, you're stealing.
Man.
Wait, it's been 30 minutes? That means I get to say more. Let's think. Dog Muncher, Dink, Spear Chucker, Towel Head.
All right. That ain't got. All right, there you go. Now you got to spread it out.
No, that's four. No, that's four. That's four. That's four. I got one more.
All right.
Okay, start it.
Let's get into Stu Peters' criticism about Erica Kirk.
Now, look, we were just talking a few moments ago about Mitch and his testimony, and he says that he's 99% sure that he saw Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca with the likes of Brian Harpole and Congressman Mark Amity and a bunch of military officers. And again, Mitch says that he's 99% certain that this is what he saw. And he's taking a great personal risk in going public and sharing all of this information in the first place. And while we're on the topic of Fort Huachuca, I think that it's important that we discuss some additional information out there that's yet to be discussed. And that is that Fort Huachuca, which is located not far from the border with Mexico, is the home to the only unmanned aircraft training center in the country. Now, what was all over the place in and around Orem, Utah, and Utah Valley University on the day that Charlie Kirk was killed? Unmanned aircraft, drones.
And on the same day as his funeral,
because releasing and retrieving.
Yep.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? They had drones over his plate. It was a fucking media event.
I know, right? But
let's say that's and with his security team, you know, and unmanned drones and stuff like that, it's probably used as part of his security.
No, it's probably for the production of his show to get an overhead shot of the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they already came out and said they didn't use drones for that event. But that's why they're bringing it.
How'd they get the aerial shots then?
But no, they're saying TPS wasn't using drones.
Oh,
yeah. So I was like, all right. I mean, but you know, that's why they were saying, well, why they had drones out there? Because maybe it was the college that was using it, but that was helping TPS with the footage. But you know, that's what's under speculation at the moment.
Drones. Like the Bombardier Global 65,000 military jet, tail number N1098 Lima.
Oh my God.
You know, the jet that was pulling off 9/11 level maneuvers as Charlie Kirk was killed.
What?
But anyway, back to Fort Huachuca. In addition to being the country's only military drone training center, Fort Huachuca, according to Grok, is also the military's only home in the entire country that tests EMP blasts, electromagnetic pulse blasts that are capable
this guy's
of taking
Grok's word for it?
Bro. You gotta love Stu Peters. This man, bro, he
according to Grok,
he takes it out there. That boy would take it out there.
He had to ask Grok. Yes. That's how weak his research is.
Hey man, sometimes Grok might be the best bet.
Now what happened?
What
have to do with Charlie?
Oh, wasn't it Grok that had that crash out? Elon had to shut it down for a little bit.
What was it?
Oh no
Donald
no no
Trump?
no no. So Grok. So I know what you're talking about. You're talking about when it went all Nazi like.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Grok is very psychopathic, which means it'll agree with anything you say. So there is a plausibility before he did this update that if you just tell it to role play something, it can pretend to be whatever you're asking it to be because it wants to do that. And
Yeah.
that's what was put all over the internet.
You ever heard Grok Unhinged?
Unhinged.
No, I
Oh
haven't.
man, Grok Unhinged is my fucking buddy. He keeps telling me to
Yeah, I
shove
did
shit up
not
my
know that.
ass though.
I mean,
Whoa.
but it'll tell you
What?
an idiot while laying out why you're an idiot because you
Yeah,
don't know
he'll
shit.
smartly call you an idiot.
I don't
Oh,
use
hey.
Grok, so I didn't know that.
Hey,
yeah,
Seth,
Grok's a
maybe you
savage.
should put Grok up for Christmas. Like,
I'm weak.
Grok does Christmas.
Oh,
my good.
speaking of, just wanted to say happy Joel to everyone.
Happy what?
Joel, Yuletide.
Oh,
Happy
yeah,
Yule.
yeah.
No. Roll time.
Ours started
I
yesterday.
don't do that.
I've
I
heard
don't
of
know.
it.
It's just like Merry Christmas, okay? It's our way of saying Merry Christmas.
Oh,
I don't even.
Christmas.
One of your people, burn is getting on my nerves with that.
I'm so confused.
It is what it is. All right, guys.
Roll Tide to you too.
I'm
These
so sick of
EMP
you
blasts
people.
can be carried out by drones. Like the ones tracking around UVU at the time Charlie Kirk was killed, where people on the ground say that their cell phone service was disrupted.
I don't believe that.
Was their service disrupted because of an EMP carried out by a drone coming from Fort Huachuca?
I'm sorry, but
If there was an EMP, how did they fucking get video of it then? They're dumb.
Does anybody see the book and what it says right here?
It would have fried the circuit.
It's really fun to be white. It's like a children's book.
It's
Really.
gay to be white.
It's really fun to be white. It's like a children's book, I guess. Bro, check this out. Let me see. There ain't no way I'm checking. Let me see if I can zoom into it.
It's okay to be white. Oh, I thought it said it's gay to be white.
It's really fun to be white. I'm just like, wait, you wrote a kid's book?
And this even on hardstock card, like it's a real kid's book. It's designed to be chewed on.
Huh.
How do I know? I have.
Oh, yo, Monty, did you hear about Benny Johnson?
What did Benny Johnson do?
Oh, bro,
that
check
fucking goofball.
This is crazy.
One of the most things about the right wing in this
You gotta
country
look
is
that book up now.
Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His
Okay,
wife,
wait.
his wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
But go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever
the
scared of getting sued? You say
Yeah,
some
let me-
crazy.
let me-
I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The audacity,
to just, I mean, like, there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right. And people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I can, I need to say this. I need to say
Because I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows all your secrets.
Oh no, he knows everybody's
He knows-
lore.
Trust me. I am terrified of Milo. I will never cross Milo. Milo is the one person that people say, like, why are you friends with him? Bitch knows too much.
I can't afford not to be.
You want to be his
He
enemy?
knows too much.
Nobody wants to be his enemy.
Let me
It's
just-
not
No,
safe.
do not cross this dude. It's not worth it.
I was gonna say, Benny told you what? Did he get the dick out of his long enough?
Oh my God, Milo, you can't say these
Yes, I
things.
can because it's real and it's true.
Milo, stop.
You can't say
George,
it because
George,
you
it
want to
sounds like
maintain
you-
your friendships. I can say it because
It
I
sounds
care
like you've
him
never
about
met
what's real.
Milo. This
You
you
know,
can't
I
say
I'm
know.
of
No,
course.
I'm trying to help him.
You're not helping.
wait,
I think
hold
you'll be
on.
fine.
Guys.
You can't even help you.
Crank-
You just came out of jail. I don't
Okay,
need.
wait.
I don't need tips from you about life.
Let's turn the
Dude.
volume from 11 to at least 10.
Yes,
But
sorry.
I want to say this.
I will just
when we were talking about how there's people that come to me and they
So yeah.
And then
I believe
homeboy
it.
not gonna say nothing.
Yeah,
He
I
not gonna say
believe it.
nothing.
I don't care, but I'd believe it.
Yeah, he said it too much with thank you, Monty. He didn't because he said it too much with his chest. He said it with too much confidence.
Ask her. Okay, all right. I don't need
All
to.
right,
I
then.
believe you.
Yep, that's all I needed to hear. I was like, ask. Oh shit, he said ask her. I mean, no, I don't even want to ask. I'm just gonna take your word at that point. He said you don't want to go to Discovery. Oh shit. All right, then I guess he's standing on it.
And the whole time, Benny Johnson ain't saying nothing. He's just like, Benny, you not gonna say nothing? You not gonna do nothing?
Sue him,
Don't be like
please. Benny, no.
I would believe it, but I wouldn't care.
Yeah, I wouldn't really care either, to be quite honest with you. It'd just be
as long as it's not with underage boys.
Yeah, because remember he did say of age. So, but having your wife crying, drinking wine when you're upstairs having sex with guys is crazy. Like, let's be honest.
Damn.
I know, just say it bluntly like that. But that's reality.
Are you sure she wasn't just being drunk and crazy and said it?
Oh,
I mean, I don't know. The way bro said it is
maybe
this man
maybe his wife got cucked.
That could be a strange little kink that they got together. Maybe that's why he ain't saying nothing on it. Like,
maybe
no, yeah, my wife watches while I penetrate dudes. I mean, hey,
or get penetrated.
I mean,
why does it matter though? I mean,
how do we know it's even real though?
Because to be honest with you, it would be
because
bad
Milo said it.
No, I mean, it'd be bad for Benny's image, honestly. And let's be real, what would be the point of hiding it? I mean, we got gay conservatives in the Republican movement. Who cares? So why hide it? Unless you're trying to like feed an image to your audience, which most likely he is. But yeah, I would be why hide it? Like, come on now.
Yeah.
We got gay people. Look at Milo. He's gay. Well, never mind. He
doesn't a $2 bill.
I mean, actually, well, he said he's a reformed gay man.
Yeah, plus
that means he got class.
Benny was friends with Charlie, so him presenting the family image, the conservative family image, is probably
true.
So is he Catholic?
And he said, I don't know, but I know he said Charlie saved him. So yeah,
from
I know
them gay guys.
Nah, in the whole interview, bro was going off on Charlie too. I think he even tried to call Charlie Kirk gay or something like that. No, he didn't try to call Charlie Kirk gay. He called him a savage. He said Charlie Kirk used to be ruthless, but when he had kids, he lightened up. So Milo said that's why he kind of chilled out on him. But he said other than that, Charlie Kirk was ruthless. I was like, damn,
he was ruthless.
I can see that because bro, younger Charlie Kirk was a savage.
He used to say anything. He'd be like,
bro,
you stop
the way
short
he
of
put
the
his message
N-word.
across back in the day, I mean, it's not as nice as he did it. And like, like I say, well, in his 30s. Well, 31.
But see, that's a prime example of people can change.
Yep. I mean, sure, hey, kids will do that.
But pedophiles, no.
Nope.
There's no hope for them. To the chipper.
They're done. They're cooked, man. They're cooked. They're cooked human beings.
The only mercy you get is a bullet to the head.
That's too much mercy.
Yeah, and hopefully the reincarnation cycle is real because maybe you'll get another chance.
Nope.
Up
it's
in
one and
one.
done. One and done, bud. One and done.
Ah, man. Well, I guess I'm wrong.
6
guys burn their bodies.
Why I hate. He was like, I guess the Hindus are wrong. You mean you're taking the word of people who literally have poop throwing festivals and crap themselves while they're walking down the street
and put that shits on their arms?
These aren't like made up things, by the way. These are actually real events. I've been to India. I've seen it.
India's not going to sue you. Don't worry.
Oh no. Let's be real. We all know about the dung throwing festival in India.
Hey, Castro said I live in India, so I can attest to the poop throwing festivals. I'm going to one on Wednesday.
Oh my god.
No, I'm just okay. Let's be honest though. India is
Castro. No,
I'm an Indian casino owner Jew.
India's culture is a bit crazy though. I'll be real with you. That is a bit wild.
A bit is underselling it.
They eat with their fucking hands.
Nice. But you're right. They are sitting there throwing poop at each other.
They go to a poop throwing festival, throw the poop, and then eat fucking food with their hands. No wonder they're
You know what's crazy is Indians like to talk how technologically advanced they are than the United States and how they're going to take over the age of technology. Meanwhile, over half their population is starving because they refuse to eat cows, which is stupid because that's a food source. And then they quite literally make food that looks like it could give you diarrhea if you smelled it They throw poop at each other like they're monkeys having a temper tantrum, and for God's sake, their water is horrible. So don't tell me about how technologically advanced you are when you haven't even got basic hygiene and sanitation down.
Bro, the problem with the people in India,
Bro, they haven't
is
even
that,
moved to the outhouse yet.
Bro, the problem is the people in India is that they expect the government to clean up all of their mess. But the problem is like, oh, we pay taxes for sanitation. Yeah, but when all of you guys are kind of hinging on that and none of you guys are cleanly about it, and you're just throwing trash all over the place, sanitation can't keep up with like what 200 million people littering. I mean, nobody can keep up with that. If we were doing that in the USA, we'd be fucked.
Probably majority of them are the ones that are also the scam callers too. So
Has anybody
the scam callers actually do work for Norton and Microsoft. That's just their second job.
I'm weak. So after they're done stealing credit card information, they go outside and take a dump in the river. Like, well, that's
he said they work for Norton and Microsoft. I mean, it makes sense. You break into the back door and then you freaking sell them the service.
I mean, no, in all actuality, they work for Cash App and T-Mobile.
Hello. Hello, my name is Jules.
Did you have to call Cash App about a charge for your T-Mobile?
Yep. Bro, no, dog. I swear to God, I got irritated at a certain point. I was literally trying to. Now with T-Mobile, this works. I can call somebody until I get an American. I can get past the Jeets if I call enough. But with Cash App, oh no, you're cooked. You're cooked. That's all they got. That's all you ever get. And these guys are.
He said I can get past the Jeets.
See, yeah, you saw I just slipped that in there. But
oh man,
yeah. But the problem with Cash App, couldn't do it. I got him every trip. I called 10 times. I got a Jeet every time.
So check this out. The Department of Defense actually has all their call centers in the Philippines.
Oh no!
I know this.
That makes sense.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So when you call the VA,
here's the, what's so disrespectful about that though? So you're telling me that some guy in India or the Philippines can give me better customer service than a Native American who speaks my language, like this as well as me, that most likely is use the same type of cell phone service the same as me, because Lord knows they ain't using T-Mobile out there in the fucking Philippines. And people in India
mad about this T-Mobile. He's mad about
T-Mobile has slighted him.
I swear.
No, it really did piss me off. I ain't gonna lie. I don't hate all Indians. I just hate every Indian that work at Cash App. I'm sorry, I don't like you guys.
Bro, you know
Cash App,
bro, they also work for Microsoft, Norton, Apple support.
Oh God, they work for everything.
My hate is only for the ones at Cash App. The rest of them are cool.
I'm sorry,
but it's the same people. It's their second job.
Now hold up. I might say whatever I want about Indians, but like them 7-Eleven Indians, man, they be having some of the good drinks.
Bro, they hook you up.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Don't touch my food. I ain't eating nothing in the store, but your drinks, your slushy machine, on point.
I had this guy, this Indian that I used to work for him actually. He owned a gas station by my house for the longest time, and he did. He had the best barbecue sandwiches. They were delicious.
But all right,
they talk about they talk about Monte. These dudes talk about your it handlers turn around and call you scamming. This is Jeff.
But all right, though. Speaking of Indian guys, shout out to my man Vivek. Let's go ahead and hear from him.
Oh my God.
He doesn't eat with his hands. Oh wait, that's Montani.
Oh,
sorry. All of them look the same.
Oh, they're not even. That's Arab. They hate each other.
Quit speaking to me in biryani.
Bro. All right.
About criticizing the woke left. Now let me get to the harder part. About criticizing
the woke left. Now let me get to the harder part.
Now let me get to the harder part. There's a different vision of American identity that's emergent in certain corridors of the online right. And it says that your identity as an American is based on your lineage. That how long you have been in the country, your lineage and your genetics tied to the blood and soil of the country determines how American you are. It is the idea of a heritage American that says the truest form of an American is somebody who is a descendant of the American Revolution period or before. And I will tell you, this idea of the heritage American, we ought to have this discussion. It's becoming more popular. I think the idea of a heritage American is about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. There is no American who is more American than somebody else. The American quality, it's not like the left, they believe in this non-binary stuff. There's no non-binary American. It is binary. Either you're an American or you're not. And you think about it, I could prove this to you. Thank you. I'll take some applause on that.
Makes sense.
If you really believe in this idea, think about where it leads you. It leads you to believe that Donald Trump is less of an American than Joe Biden because Donald Trump's mother was an immigrant and his grandfather was an immigrant. That doesn't make any sense. Leads you to believe that somehow Bernie Sanders is more of an American than Senator Bernie Moreno from my home state, an America First patriot, because Bernie Moreno was a naturalized citizen from Colombia. It makes you think that Marco Rubio, our great Secretary of State, is somehow less of an American than Elizabeth Warren because she's a Native American, which we all know, right? Doesn't make any sense.
All right, I'll wait to land.
It's crazy talk. It makes you believe that somehow I am less of an American than the transgender criminal who assassinated Charlie Kirk. We refuse to accept that. The idea that a heritage American is any more American than another American is un-American at its core. And I will fight to the very end for that because that's what it means to be an American.
I mean, yeah, ideal-wise, sure, ideal-wise. But we're talking about what? How the white identitarians want to frame it? Well, the lineage. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so I like to tell
check out the
people
comments,
this.
though. Allow me to explain to you your culture's identity to you and how it includes me.
I'm weak. Is that blackface?
Oh, bro. Bro. Trust me. If you go down X comments, brutal. I mean, dare I need go on? Like, they're savages. They're savages. Like,
Man, the crash outs lately are crazy, man.
You know, I was talking to somebody about like what it means to be.
Oh, jeez.
Like, come on.
Oh my god.
They're savages. Like, this is hilarious.
I know I said it in the chat earlier, but did you guys hear about the crash out over, I think it was Indiana's basketball team? And they had their wives coming with them off the plane. And majority of the wives and girlfriends were white.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, what is it with you people and being mad and be like, you should date a porch monkey too? No.
Whoa. But okay, go ahead, cook.
I think date whoever you like.
Right. I love me a little bit of. I love me some vanilla. I love me a little bit of Asian. You know, I can't really handle the spice that much.
Army
but
guy.
I can deal with a Latina, bro. He knows what's up with the Asian, bro.
I like the Latinas.
Right. You get stabbed, but you get stabbed in the morning and get a burrito in the afternoon.
Actually, I think I like most Latinas more than most white girls, but that's not gonna work for all of them.
Yeah. You have a few that will actually try to kill you.
Oh yeah.
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from experience there?
We smashed in the parking lot of my base one time, and we got into a heated disagreement, and she tried to hit me with said car.
Well,
she was like,
I've only had a white girl punch me in the face.
Bro, what is it around? I said, being so bold.
What is it with you guys finding the crazies?
Bro, I remember when a girl tried to crash my car in the driveway, and she didn't. She just drove really fast into the into garage door and then stopped on a dime. And I was like,
"Oh,
bro, that was probably the first time I ever came close to hitting a woman. That was like the closest I ever came. Like my hand literally twitched. I was just like, you know what? Can't do it."
Hey, don't worry,
actually, I gotta say, a lot of women gone crazy lately.
Screw it, Red Rice these hoes.
You have to have not been crazy at one point to have gone crazy.
Nah, I blame childhood trauma.
They don't go crazy. They were built that way.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and go on a little rant. everything is not trauma. There are wounds, and then there's
No, it
trauma.
isn't.
Actual
Yeah.
trauma requires such extensive and repetitive work to try to get healed that you don't even want to be associated with it at the end of said trauma. A lot of these women and these dudes are wounded, and they don't know how to fix their wound because everything to them is trauma, and they try to get help fixing something that's not the right thing. And surprise, surprise, it just leads to them being bigger POSs than they initially started off as.
I've been through trauma, and I would never use that as an excuse for. I don't know.
It's just
I
like those
seriously
women
look
that
at other women and I want to. I seriously.
If guys do that, they go in jail.
Yeah, exactly.
it's like, bro, like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm an asparagus. The moon must be in its oculation phase. Like,
Right?
can you shut up? just say you're irresponsible and grow up.
No, it's my trauma. You don't understand gaming. You never been through the trauma.
After
I'm sorry, your dad told you no once, and that left a lasting impact. He should have did more of that, you spoiled brat.
No, my dad beat me every day and molested me in the middle of the night. Nah, that's all.
I'm sorry, bro, but like, here's the other thing. I don't like how and this is gonna sound so horrible, so please listen very carefully to what I'm saying. I don't like how every single woman I have dated across 14 different states always seem to have had a sexual assault story. And
I mean,
after a while, I'm just kind of like, did it actually happen? Or you just
bruh, sadly, I wish this wasn't true, but yeah, a lot of girls do end up getting like sexually molested or something bad sexually happens to them in their childhood.
Yeah.
I mean, trust me, it happened a lot of times in my neighborhood.
But here's the thing: it's also getting to the point where there are a lot of women who are crying wolf, that it never happened, that actually never went through it, and it's making it a lot harder for those of us who have been through it to get believed.
Right, and that's why I'm like, bruh, did you actually go through this? Because
a lot of people, a lot of narcissists like to attach their struggle to somebody else's to gain credibility in their narcissism.
And it's not even that. There's a lot of women who something they like. Did you guys hear about that DoorDasher that this walked in? Yes, and she automatically called that sexual assault against her, and that's
she was
what
like,
I'm
the
talking
victim.
about.
I'm the victim. Where's my justice?
The only difference is that she got caught and
deactivated.
Other women have not. Exactly. And she's currently looking at felonies and jail time over it. And that's the difference. But they think that something like that is sexual assault against them, not that they're actually the one doing the sexual assault.
And when she goes and talks to her next boyfriend, that's what she'll tell everybody.
Yep. And that's what she is. She's still calling herself that she does not see where she was in the wrong. And that's
they never do. I'm sorry, but like, I'm be real with you. Most women never really do see when they're in the wrong. And I trust me.
No, they don't. As a woman, I'm saying that.
Oh man, thank God you ain't lying to us. Thank you, Toes. Thank you.
Because it's gonna be out of left field.
Because you gotta understand, I'm a conservative, so people already expect me to say sexist things. So I try to be like, I try not to say too much on that area.
No, your mindset, I completely agree with a lot of the stuff that's being said. Now, I hear so many, because I'm in my own group for the same thing, and there's some women in there that I'm like, you don't even need to be in here. Like, you're the one that started everything. And if you go back and you listen to them and you start asking questions, you realize they're the ones that actually created the assault. But they spin it to make it sound like they were the ones, that they are the victims.
True.
Now, if I said two black guys mean I done told you twice, then I'm the bad guy. Like,
bro.
Whoa.
Well, on that note,
well,
You couldn't
personally,
listen the first time.
look, man, I don't care. It might be the death of me, but personally, I just can't do it. I just can't hit a woman. I'll jump out the window of a 2-story building before I do it.
Now, here's one thing I will say. I've been like physically assaulted by women a whole bunch in my past, and I've had.
you've been hit with a cast iron pan too.
I ain't gonna lie though. The few times I got attacked by women, I kind of deserved it though. So just being like, just being accountable.
No, there was
Did you? But did you? Did you honestly deserve it?
Well, okay, I deserved a bad reaction, but I didn't deserve to get hit though. Like, come on.
That's the difference. You might have deserved getting yelled at or
the wag the
crash
finger,
out,
scolded,
or the look of disappointment.
But the fact that a lot of women go directly to assaulting.
I mean, because they know we can't hit him back. Like, no, think about it, Toe.
Exactly.
You know how much women
You're
would actually
coping
try
with it
that?
by saying, "Yeah, I deserved it."
That's what I'm saying, Seth.
But what you want me to do? I can't do nothing back. I just gotta sit there and be like, look, I'm out. I gotta run away.
I will say
leave.
one thing on this live, and a lot of people might disagree with me, but because I've been hit and on a couple occasions, people have drawn blood, women have drawn blood. I tell women this when I get with them: if we can have an argument, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. At some point, I'll tune you out. If you hit me, you only get you only get 3 chances to hit me. However, if you break skin or you draw blood, I'm dog walking you because you shouldn't be hitting me. You shouldn't be hitting me that hard to where my skin, because I got rough skin and I've worked with my hands my whole life. It takes a lot to make me bleed. So if you're hitting and scratching me hard enough to make me bleed, especially from the nose and the mouth, and I've done fighting sports, it's clearly you want these hands.
Oh, bro, I'm be real with
you.
You
have begged
I'm
for
packing
these
my
hands.
stuff and I'm off into the night.
And that's
when my girl hit me, when my girl punched me in the face, I looked at her and I said, "You hit like a girl," and I walked away.
Oh, I know she was eating.
Yeah.
But I tell you,
That
man,
boy just dropped the
women
bomb.
Yeah, women are nuts. They do not know how to. When it comes to like actual fights and shit, they do not know how to stop. Guys, someone walks between them, they'll stop. Girls, however, they'll hit the person in between that's trying to get them to stop.
Start throwing nails.
I remember my wife, me and her was like play fighting. I kind of got mad because she wasn't hitting hard enough. It's like, bro, your hits feel like baby hits. Like if you ever got snatched up, it's up for you.
Yeah, I'm used to fighting with guys. Getting hit by a girl that's
why they learn.
Is just not gonna do it.
That's why I always suggest that girls, because like I know one of my exes, I taught her a whole bunch of chokeholds because I'm like, look, when it comes to a man, you're not gonna be able to knock this man out. Your best bet is choking this guy's out with your legs. So not really your arms, but your legs.
Yeah,
I make my wife because she doesn't like carrying my gun all the time, but I tell her predators hunt in packs, and you're a small white woman and you easy picking. So, and I told her, I was like, look, if you're trying to fight somebody like that, fight dirty. You're not fighting to be fair.
Yeah.
You're fighting to live. My car is a battering ram. My tools are weapons. My gun, use it if you have to. If somebody's trying to snatch you, bro, you fight absolutely filthy, and then you run away.
Don't
elect the fight.
I mean, shoot, here's a little advice, women. Like, look, grab him by his nuts for 10 seconds. He'll pass out.
No, kick him.
Not all of them.
No, just grab and squeeze and twist. Unless they're a transgender man and don't have them.
No,
run away.
I have,
run away.
I have an ex. Yeah, I have an ex that you could. You could literally hit him anywhere. Do whatever you wanted. He would joke about it and let people do just that, and it didn't faze him at all.
Well, man,
So
that's
I will
different.
say-
He different. Bro.
I will say one
1%.
thing.
Not a man.
I will
Most
say
guys are falling asleep.
I will say one thing that's good information on live for people to have. So a lot of the times, and I'm only saying this because sex trafficking and human trafficking has become such an issue. A lot of the times people, and I'm pretty sure Monty can attest to what I'm about to say, they'll run to police stations, and that's a good place to go, yes. but a better place to go because there's more of them and because the Hippocratic Oath is strictly enforced there. Run the hospitals.
Yep.
But all right,
If
guys,
you
let's
run-
go ahead and
Another
get
thing-
in. All right, let's get
I
into
was
this
just gonna
funny
say-
clip then. Oh, go ahead, Tove. Go ahead and finish it off.
I was gonna say for women also, do not give them a handle. If you've got hair, you got long hair, do not wear your hair in a ponytail out and about. Put it up in like a French bun, a French braid that twists up, or leave it down. I personally, and this is gonna sound weird, but I wear wigs. They're easy to freaking escape from. I learned that the hard way.
And she grew up around a bunch of black women too.
No, yes, half my I guess
Yeah, I know you did because that's straight out
I'm
the
dead.
that's straight out the hood playbook. You wear a wig when you go to a
Well,
fight.
country black women that didn't wear wigs, actually. No, mine, I started wearing about 10, 12 years ago.
Said what you know about that Vaseline and Tim's.
Wait, what?
Vaseline and
and-
Tim's. That's called assault with a deadly weapon.
Whoa.
Nah, you put Vaseline on your face so the punches slide off, and you put on some heavy work boots so when they fall, you start kicking them, you start breaking stuff.
Steel toes.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Man,
Shoot, my grandpa had me carrying a bunch of knives on me when
I'm just
I
trying to
was like
incapacitate.
8.
Toe nowadays, and when people be like, oh, I got knives. I'm protected. I don't care. I got a 9mm. You think I'm finna dance with you?
So do I.
you going on a t-shirt and a set of drawers, my boy.
Well, if you're not careful and they get within striking distance of you, they can. That's why I carry both knives and a gun.
Yeah, and if you
Well, it's different for me because I have that close quarters combat.
But all
I
right,
was
guys,
gonna say,
before
if
we
you
go
know
to
how
I
to,
do
if
wanna-
you know how,
Go
if
ahead.
you know how to grapple, all of this is irrelevant. You can point a gun at me, and I'll have it pointed back at you in fucking half a second,
bro. And
If I point a gun at you, I'm pulling the trigger immediately when that barrel gets within range.
Hey, that's the
You're
one
not- you're not
blessings
gonna
of
have a
being
chance.
wrestler.
Hey guys, let's see
From
what
the hip.
Seth wants to do.
But all right, guys. All right.
No.
Shout out to my man Monty.
You just
though.
don't want to
Shout
hit
out
that double leg takedown.
I thought you were gonna say something else. I was like, Monty,
Shout
you're
out to
married.
Ugh, that is such an unrealistic body standard.
But yet she is there.
Look at that, half naked for everybody to gawk at. She should really cover up.
On display for male validation. That girl's got some internalized misogyny. Ugh, I hate men.
Bro, is that Cartman?
Wow, she's beautiful.
Talk about toxic.
She's not dressed like that for you.
She's doing it for herself.
This is why I hate men.
We can never win, guys. We can never win.
It's always the
No, that
refrigerator protecting the snacks.
You just gotta tune them out like the adults in Charlie Brown. Wah, 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 wah.
Are you just going on a Twitter roll now?
Oh, I'm going through the bookmarks. Bookmark segment.
We're gonna see some AI generated stuff.
I
that
was
we
gonna
weren't
say,
supposed
what-
to see.
what-
Oh, I mean, we could go to that one. I mean, shoot. It's shout out to
He's like, I got a
do
whole
it on
other
live?
bookmark page for that one.
Dude,
Hey,
Balls,
hey,
you wanna
Set,
do it on live?
Set, do me a
Action
favor.
shall
Do me a favor.
receive.
No. Go to your search bar and click it and open it.
fuck it. Venezuela, Epstein, Vanity Fair photos.
Go to your Google search bar.
Okay, you're going too far.
What about your incognito bar?
Let me.
Oh,
let
wow.
Me see, let me
You are going
see
too
your.
far.
Let me get your IP address real quick.
Whoa.
Monty, no.
I'll be right back, guys.
I was like, I need to open a VPN. Monty's gonna dox me.
No, what's crazy is I already have like ethical hacking tools open on my PC right now.
Well,
let me get off the StreamYard then.
Yo, I'm joking. I'm not gonna hack you unless you want me to.
I think the guys in Yemen. Let me see. Yeah. Thousands of Yemenis are threatening to assassinate January 6er Jake Lang, a Florida State Senate candidate who placed a Quran inside the mouth of a pig's head.
Oh,
so check this out.
أدعو دادة الغرب والمجتمع في الدول الغربية إلى الكف عن الإساءة إلى الله تعالى وأدعوهم إلى الكف عن العداء للأنبياء والكف عن العداء لكتاب الله وكلماته القرآن الكريم وإلى الكف عن إحراج المصاحف والكف عن محاربة تعاليم الله المباركة العظيمة
لقادة الغرب أحسابا وأفرادا لمن سعى ظالما في الأرض إفسادا لمن أساءوا إلى القرآن في سفه أحرقوه لمن لله قد عادا هذه رسالة سرها لمن يريدون كفرا وإلحادا هذه رسالة
Well, this ain't a good look. But all right. I know y'all kind of getting blown with the A-Rap music. Like, what the fuck set are you playing?
Yeah.
So
maybe you should play some courtesy of Red, White, and Blue by Toby Keith just to kind of counteract that.
Yeah, some Lee Greenwood, some Coffee Anderson.
This is the guy that they're talking about. This is the guy.
Oh yeah, he's a legend.
Informed by my
He's got
team,
my
there
vote.
are thousands of death threats coming
No,
from the
God,
Yemenis Houthi Muslim terrorist organization because I simply exercised my First Amendment right to put a Quran inside a pig's head here in Plano, Texas. Well, America, the pig heads and the Qurans will continue. The burnings will continue until morale improves. I've got some beautiful, juicy, delicious bacon here.
Oh my God.
Some pedophile prophet Muhammad Qurans. And today we're going to cook our beautiful bacon. It's sizzling on the Quran.
Now, I do not agree with what this man is doing, but
I do.
It's his First Amendment right.
Fuck it.
I mean, you can't really yell at him.
All I can say is this.
I mean, you
First Amendment right.
Let's
remember, though, First Amendment don't protect you from consequences, my friend.
There should be no.
The First Amendment does, but the assault and battery law doesn't. Or sorry, the First Amendment doesn't protect you from consequences, but the assault and battery, every law that says you can't put your hands on people, you don't have the right to be offended.
That's true. Wait, you have the right to have the right. You just can't take action on it.
Yeah,
weren't we just saying that freedom of speech
But
does
I always
not
do
mean
say
freedom of consequences?
Yeah, it doesn't mean freedom from consequences. So let's be honest.
We were just saying that.
Let's be real. Like I said,
3
we've all
weeks ago.
sat here and agreed that if somebody burnt the American flag in our face, we'd be offended. We want to fight them over that.
Well, technically, a fag is a person who used to get.
That doesn't mean you have the right to do anything about it.
I mean, a flag.
Can't really. Hey, you said fag, sir.
I know. I fucked up.
Hello.
Yo, Monty, what's up?
What the fuck?
Now
hello.
I guess
he's
Monty
been
can't hear us.
wiretapped.
Hello.
Monty.
He's wiretapped.
Yeah, I guess he's.
The FBI is coming for you.
I'm honestly afraid to go look in chat.
I'm just here. I'm like, here's the thing. You what do you think this is gonna do? Don't you think this is gonna invoke some type of violence against him? Like, isn't he kind of just asking for it?
Kind of, yeah.
Like, wouldn't I be asking for it if I was just burning Bibles and talking bad on Jesus's name? Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
People do that. People do that, and then when we try to take action, we get immunized.
Oh, come on now! Like, nobody would immunize y'all for taking action against somebody like that. I would sit here and say, all right, well, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's all people then, because personally, I'd be like, well, if you're gonna sit there and play with the Christians, don't be mad when they come out to play.
Hey, guys. You cannot stop somebody from talking. You cannot stop somebody from expressing themselves. You can also not stop somebody from beating your ass. But there are consequences to beating someone's ass.
Glided right past the question.
It does come with charges.
It does come with charges. Now, with that being said,
I can't do Monty anymore. It's going to be Montgomery.
with that being said, I have no qualms pressing charges against somebody who beats my ass when I burn their Quran. No qualms.
He said, "I'm calling the authorities."
As you should. As you should. I would have to sit there and say, I'm like, bro, I'm be real with you. I mean, you can't be out here burning Qurans, not expecting, people to fight about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll fight.
If you're ready to fight, then go ahead and do it. If you're ready to line up and fight every Muslim until you reach the last level of the Muslims, then go ahead and do that. Go ahead and play.
There is no last level. There is no last level of Muslims.
Yes,
that's called genocide.
You ever watch the UFC? You ever watch the
That's-
UFC? You ever see Khabib? That's the last level of Muslim. When you beat all the
Dude, that's
Muslims,
called
then you fight
genocide
Khabib.
when we do it. And that's called genocide when we do it. But when you kill
No, it's
Christians,
not. I'm talking about taking them
yes,
one on
it is.
How is it genocide when y'all do it?
It's called genocide when we
all of the
assault
Muslims. That would be genocide.
But people can kill a bunch of Christians in a country and it not be called a genocide.
What do we call it a genocide?
We do. They don't.
Come on now. I feel like most people do. Well, actually,
Anyway,
people
it's
don't even
time
know
for
about
my next
Christian genocide. You know how much people don't even know about the genocide that was going on Christians in World War II? All we know is about the Holocaust. A lot of people don't know about Christian genocide, to be real with you. It's not that people don't care, it's people don't know. Like, think about when I bring up Nigeria to people, bro, people don't know that the Nigerians are being killed. Christian Nigerians are being killed by Boko Haram since 2009.
Yeah,
Over 100,000.
it's actually earlier than that. It's actually earlier than that. It's 2005.
See?
And the ones that do, they're like, I've actually had people tell me, well, because of history, they kind of deserve it.
Yeah, but guys like this, though, I'm gonna be real with you. This is not how you get your point across. I
I
understand having a disagreement with Islam, but bro,
shove that, man. Not only will I support that, I will go to his pig picking and go make me some barbecue sandwiches out of the same pig.
Was that a racial slur?
Monty, come on now. Come on, Monty. You wouldn't do that.
No, absolutely.
But him burning the Quran and doing so?
I don't give a crap. Where is this outrage when people are burning the American flag? When people are killing Christians?
I have the same outrage. So I'm being consistent. I'm being consistent.
I mean, you're one of many, though.
But you're right.
You're one of many. You're the exception.
I'll give you that one. Most people will sit there and play bias on that. I'll give you that.
So I don't care when they sit and talk about Jesus Christ being fucking all this
trans
shit
or gay or
they can sit here and desecrate our religion, but oh man, hands are off. We got to be the bigger people. Fuck that. I'm not Jesus.
Well, here's the thing though, but this is what makes it grimy.
He said, "I'm not the bigger."
This is what makes it
man.
grimy. No. Think about it like this. Then go after the guys who attack Jesus. The Jewish
But if we do, it's called a felony.
I mean, no,
it's called a felony.
Yeah. It's called anti-Semitism and a felony.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
It's freedom of speech. Freedom of speech means you can do whatever you want.
The Muslims, when I mean,
Go
like,
up.
bro, if this
Let's
is
go
about
after
Christians
those
versus
petty pension
Muslims,
kikes.
I mean, goddamn it,
They are honestly doing worse to the. They're doing a lot worse to the Christian religion than they ever did to my own religion, and that's sad.
Not only will I vote for him, I will go to his barbecue on that same pig and have some of it. I will eat bacon and eggs with him.
I just can't.
I will use the Quran as a plate to eat my bacon and eggs.
Bruh.
That is crazy.
Y'all want to come to a hog roast this summer?
Yes, absolutely.
That sounds so good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as long as it's not on the Quran.
No, we're gonna use the Quran as kindling to get this thing going.
God
No,
damn it,
don't need that.
Monty.
It's an in-ground.
But look, the only reason I don't like guys like this is because I'm like, look, if you're gonna criticize Muslims of all people, and you call yourself a Christian, I'm sorry, but you're kind of against the wrong people. You're talking about people who actually respect Jesus Christ, but you're not. And if you hate everybody who don't follow Jesus Christ, then where's that same criticism for the Jews? And you know he won't do it.
I don't hate them. I don't hate them. That's the
I know
thing,
you
Fred.
don't. Oh no,
Yeah,
you would do it out of pure comedy. You don't do it because you hate Muslims.
No, but I I do hate the double standard that all of these things, all of these people can do this against us and then be so butthurt that someone would do it to them.
And you're right, but the Muslims don't do that to Jesus. They don't like
The
insult
fuck they don't. They don't burn the American flag. They don't burn the Bible. They don't kill Christians.
Whoa, they don't burn the Bible now. They don't burn the Bible.
They do.
They don't.
There was a Bible
They
burn.
don't burn
Yeah,
the
they
Bible,
do.
bro. That is
Hold
haram to
up.
burn the Bible.
No.
That is haram. Bro, they follow the
Gaza
scripture.
hold up. In Gaza back in 2014, there was a Bible burning where they burned a lot of books, and the Bible was one of those books they burned.
And they have churches in Gaza, so there's a lot of Bibles. Like
they rebuilt them now, yeah, but
after they blew them up,
and Israel blew them up. Oh, the Jews blew up the Christian church. How surprising! The ones that disrespect Jesus Christ's name.
I'm gonna be completely
and the
honest.
ones who praise Jesus, who see him as the Messiah, is the ones who build it.
Stop it!
Oh man, that's
Stop it!
just
Stop
crazy.
it!
My issue's not with the Jews right now. My issue's with the people that have a problem with him. If the same people that have a problem with him doing this are the same people that would burn a Bible, are the same people that would burn an American flag. That's why.
Okay, I see him as a coward. I think he's a coward because he won't have that same criticism of people
No,
who really don't like.
So here's my stance. I don't like anybody that disrespects openly my Lord Jesus Christ.
I don't either. And
I personally don't like the Jews because they are notorious for this.
Calm down. Calm down.
You call him JC. You call him basically. It's all that crap. You talk about how much he's an idol. Yet most of your way of life is worship of money, worship of power. You guys will kill, steal, and destroy definitely or damn near anybody. You guys are so closed-minded and blinded by your own selfishness and greed that Jesus Christ literally called out in the Bible. He called them a brood of vipers. They're so short-sighted by their own greed and self-righteousness that they don't even realize just how wrong a lot of the stuff they're doing in this world actually is.
I hold no regrets. I will go ahead and start that pig roast next week. I have to find myself a Quran first, or 5.
Don't do
it. He bold. He doing this with his face on the camera, bro. He bold. That's why I asked him, "What state are you in?"
Nah. Don't do it, Monty. Don't do it.
You want some barbacoa Quran?
It's not worth it.
Well,
why?
Hey, I mean,
Why should I feel? Why should I feel?
Because they don't feel that same way towards you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
not that I would actually do it. I have a respect for the religion. I wouldn't actually burn a Quran, but to those people that are offended by this but have no problem with an American flag burning, that's what I say to you.
Ooh, I get that.
Yeah. And I want to respond to something Sid said earlier this morning. He keeps saying that this country he said that this country is
most people like walnut, some people like cedar. I like the fresh pages of the Quran.
Based.
For the record, I am joking. I do not actually think that. It is more of a what's good for the goose is good for the gander type thing.
What I will say though is I went out with a couple of Muslims and they were hog hunting. That crap surprised me. I'm like, don't you guys not like pigs? And one of them was like, no, they actually eat. These Muslims were like eating a hog, and they were like, yeah, ever since we came over here and we assimilated, he goes, hog hunting is fun. Now I see why you guys do it.
Texas.
Yep.
Yeah. But these same Muslims were like, I hate when people come over here and then they don't assimilate and then they try to set up shop and they bring the same BS from over there over here.
Honestly, I wonder if I can find that. Because it was a video that I seen. It was about what? How Muslims view Christmas and all that, and they view it as, well, if Muslims start celebrating Christmas, then it's gonna Americanize our daughters, and then they'll start taking off their veils and they'll want to be outside more. And I'm just like,
wow,
I'm actually okay with that. I'm actually okay with that. I mean, that's
being a human, you mean
I thought the point of coming to America was to become Americanized and assimilate and have a better life.
Yeah,
bro, that's why I say get rid of all of them. That's why I say
Let's
get
be
rid
real,
of all of
celebrating
them.
Christmas
Two-tiered.
isn't all the way there.
No, two-tier American system. I've said this. I am apt. I came up with the idea, and I will go to it with my grip. Two-tiered American system. If you want to have it, 35% taxes on anyone who doesn't assimilate, and we're talking cultural, and these will be measured with metrics such as do you know the American English well enough? Can you read American English well enough?
Can
Do
you sing
understand?
Toby Keith's courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue?
Right. Do you get a tear in your eye whenever you hear the national anthem? Do you agree with us that we don't need free healthcare when we have a B-2 Spirit bomber or F-22 Raptor? Is the Second Amendment your best friend? If none of these questions are a yes, you aren't Americanized enough, and you need to be the second-tier system of the United States because we just don't want your kind here.
All right, now let's go ahead and look at this Islamic.
Did you say you don't want their time or their kind?
I don't want their kind here.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah, you sit on that one.
Oh my God, you look so cute. Right here. Okay. MashaAllah, adorable.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Walaikum assalam.
Are you guys celebrating Christmas?
Sure are.
This is so cringe.
I know, right?
Christmas vibes? It's the best. You do know by celebrating Christmas, you're agreeing that Allah has a son, right, Dad? Is that true?
No, baby, that's not our intentions. So it's okay to celebrate it. Don't listen to her. She's being extreme.
Actually, by participating in this holiday, you're accepting that Allah was born today. But Dad, that's totally haram.
Unbelievable. Why you gotta make Islam so difficult, huh? It's like everything is haram with you guys. Can't I just have a day where I take my kid out, we celebrate by opening some gifts? I mean, what's the harm in that?
I'm glad you asked.
Bacon.
Baby, help me with the Eid decorations.
Yeah, right.
You know good and well. Pause it.
Honor killing. That's an honor killing.
Honor killing. And it was shown online. Yeah, honor killing. Haram. You're done.
Hey, I mean, apparently this is a pretty accepting parent. Now I've seen worse. I've seen some of the funniest things where this one dude was holding the whole podcast and his wife was completely burkered up to the side. And he says, "Now my wife is not allowed to talk, so she would sit here and write on the board, and I would translate for her." I was like, "Bro,
yo, you talk about
when
no
it's taken
rights.
to that extreme,
She's a
I start
captive.
laughing." I was
She
like,
is
"Okay,
a captain."
That's funny.
Wants back in.
I mean, what you mean? She's actually sounded pretty happy. I'm be honest with you.
I'm gonna be honest. The very first, I didn't know what Islam was when I was younger, so I seen this really cute girl in my school. Her name is Maisa, and so one day, out of like just sheer stupidity and ignorance of like a 14-year-old guy trying to put the moves on a girl and not really knowing what's going on, I said, "Hey, baby, how about you get out of that bed sheet and come over here?"
Oh.
Hey, Seth, Monty wants back on.
Oh.
Hey, Seth.
Nah, I remember one time I was trying to mess with this Muslim girl when I was younger, like 18, and bro, she was giving me the rundown of shit I just was not trying to do. I was like, wait, I gotta pay what? I gotta get married? Wait, hold on. I just
said that's too much work.
Whoa.
How many goats?
How much land? Nigga, what? Like,
no, the goat comment took me out.
So yeah, after I figured that out, I was like, all right. If I want to,
but I didn't know what Islam was when I was younger, so I thought. And she was like, "Well, I'm Islamic." I was like, "No, that still really doesn't answer my question on why you're dressed to the T and it's 80 degrees out. You know, you could take that stuff off, right?"
Honestly,
I mean,
I grew up with the African Muslims, so they didn't really wear that much.
No. I mean,
that first video that you played reminded me of like Scooby-Doo. when the dad was like, "Can't I just have a good day?" It was like, "I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids."
For real. I mean, if you layer the cloth right, it actually keeps you cooler. I live in the desert. It's really like a little evaporative cooler.
Yeah, that's actually why they're the uniform that the Saudis wear. They're all white. I wore one. 10-degree difference. My nuts have never been happier.
I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling USA and your stupid need for oil.
If you know how to hang out in the desert just right, stand in the shade, wet your shirt down, bro, you'll get goosebumps when it's 110 out.
Yeah.
Those are usually signs of heat stroke for me.
I've never had heat stroke.
I said, well, it probably. I'm assuming you're a white guy, and my skin's a little
bit more melanin.
Oh yeah, tons more.
Fair enough, I guess. I mean, yeah.
Evaporative cooling doesn't really work when your skin is the same temperature as outside.
Shit, my dad's so white that shit reflects.
Right.
That's
why y'all get sunburned.
Explain how the Mexicans do it then.
Casper White.
They put their kids out to work with a hammer, and they turn into Handy Manny, and they get dark.
No, trust me, man. I know how. You know how the Mexicans do it. They just say, we'll do it mañana."
Oh man! Shout out to the Mexican cartel, killing Americans one fentanyl pill at a time.
That's the
Man,
Chinese.
actually, shout out to Ice Santa, man. Shout out to Ice Santa, man. Shout out to this guy.
Hell yeah!
Holidays, guys.
Did DOH put that out?
Hey, Set. If you check out my YouTube page, I have some Ice Trump. I made some AI Ice Trump.
Shout out. As you know, I watch this. Yo, check this video out, guys.
Have you guys
the phone with the alien
security videos that they've been putting out for the Border Patrol? They're fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, I've seen a few.
Bring back 2014 when you could get beat up on a Delta Airlines flight.
Bring back fucking 2021. We can get knocked upside the head with a twisted tea can.
That was the best. What a world we live in.
Bring back 1990, where we would just get in a fist fight and then be best friends.
Mm-hmm. Bring back the era before YNs and sagging pants.
Yes.
Bring back 1945 when we were whooping Nazis' ass.
Bring back 1770 before they freed the Slav. No, I'm joking.
Oh my god. That's 1864. I relish that day.
Make segregation great again. That's a joke.
Oh,
The Emancipation Proclamation was the greatest threat to American democracy ever.
No, it was the 19th Amendment.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We started letting liberal women vote.
Yeah.
Nah, it's the 14th Amendment. Gave all you. Never mind.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not 3/4 a person.
The 19th is worse.
It's 3/5. You didn't count for that much.
Oh.
I'm done.
So you mean if I was 6 foot, I would be 3/4?
If you were 6
foot,
out Hellbat. This man said the goat are required for a distraction.
If you were 6 foot, you were really 4'6".
Oh my god. I like how when the military was like, yeah, women can now sign up for the draft, all the raging feminists that were like, we can do everything a man can do, suddenly decided to be like, I like being in the kitchen, actually. It's pretty docile.
There's been a massive resurgence of women saying, I want to be home with my kids. And then these are the same ones that were telling us that we're actually doing it. that we were oppressed and that we were adhering to the patriarchy, and it's like, no. And now they're out there crying because they can't do the same thing because they're single parents.
They're single mom who do it all by themselves, don't need no man.
Right?
They ain't got that patriarchy fetish like you.
She's a runner. She's a
I don't want to hear it. America's a single dad with 10 kids.
And yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, they're even saying that there's been a few studies done where they're finding that kids that are raised by single dads do better than kids that are raised by
Because they get
single
their ass
moms.
whooped when they're shitheads.
I
No, that's actually an FBI study that was conducted in 2015, and it was conducted again in 2020, and they found that out of every 10 houses, statistically, houses that were either single father households or two-parent households had the same statistic and a higher likelihood of great life outcome compared to single mother households.
Now, I will
Only
say, when with my ex, who was a very liberal person, and then my husband now, since my now husband has been in my oldest 4 kids' lives, their grades have improved. My oldest daughter, she graduated valedictorian.
Yep. Something about that belt. It's something about that belt that really puts the fear of God in somebody.
Never had to do that, but he is very much he's very much a traditional man. No, and they have have become daddy's girls. And even my son, my oldest son, it's the way that I think a lot of it had what my oldest son once said, and this really got to me, was that he told my husband, "Thank you for loving mom the way she should."
Oh, that's sweet.
And he broke it down, was, seeing the way you guys are together, that's what I want. But seeing the way Keith was, because they were able to play my ex and I against each other very easily, because he was very much about the kids, what they want, doesn't matter if they are asking for a brand new car, they were going to get it. My current husband.
Did he let you cuck him? Peg him?
Whoa.
Yo.
Bro.
No. But I was the main breadwinner. I was the main breadwinner in that relationship.
She said she wore the pants.
No, because he was abusive, but I was the one that was paying all the bills, going out and working. I was the one doing everything, and even the one taking care of the kids.
You sound like what you used to go through. You need to knock some sense into my wife's dad's girlfriend head, bro, because she doing that exact same thing. I'm like, you
well,
like,
I'm in danger.
It's a mental thing, because it wasn't so much the walking away that was the hard part. It was the getting over that mental, this is what it's supposed to be. This is what society has told me is the best situation for me.
Bruh, nah.
And that's back then, that's what it was. That was quite literally. I was told by so many people that I was so lucky to have a guy that was so understanding and wanted to stay home with the kids and let me have a career and blah, 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 blah.
Hey, man, that sounds like that leftist talk.
And
it's equality.
I'm going to say, I've said it once, I'll say it 100 times. I feel more liberated, more free, all those freaking words that they said I was before, now in a much more traditional relationship.
I've seen my wife flourish from working 3 jobs on her own. I've seen her flourish now to the point where she enjoys hanging out and spending time with me. And that's one of the things that a lot of times gets downplayed by society.
Yes.
And it sounds wrong. It sounds wrong when coming out of a man's mouth, but this is the truth. Women flourish better when they're up under a loving man. Because there are some things that a man just won't tolerate. Like,
hey,
bro,
I think it would be better if they
and
had
let's be
good
real.
women too.
We don't let the women we love crash out. Like, let's be real.
Facts.
Yeah,
I go to jail.
yeah.
She not.
My ex and I, we would constantly fight, and I hated being around him. But Loki and I have been together almost 10 years now, and people seriously ask it or tell me, well, that honeymoon phase is going to wear off soon.
It's not a honeymoon phase if you maintain it.
Well, it's we're the icky couple in the I'm laying my head on his shoulder and he's kissing me on the forehead, or we're joking and laughing and lying at the grocery store. We're the ones that, oh my God,
You got good
really?
chemistry.
All that we do. I'm very lucky to have him.
And a lot of people don't take into consideration, like, yeah, I can say this from a man perspective, bro. There are some times where I don't want to cut. I'm finna get this off my chest real quick. I got a complaint with the with the women. Y'all be complaining about us farting, then y'all be letting some straight demons out when it's time for bed, bro. Like, what's with that, bro? Why you gotta gas me?
I cannot answer that because I have not actually had that problem. You have to find someone else.
I don't think any girl would admit to having that problem, actually. Not that you have it, Toe. I'm just saying. I don't think even if a girl did have it, they'd admit to it.
Now, I'll tell you one thing.
I know
Pregnant women, when they be letting loose, it's otherworldly. They don't run you up out your sheets.
I walk out of the room for that.
Nah, it's not like, all right, when y'all sleep, it's like, yeah, we understand y'all can't control it. But bro, this is sometimes where it's like you gonna have to go.
No, I do know some women that will admit to having some nastiest, and I do know some that do. Oh my God.
Oh boy.
America's the single
that's
dad
my
of 10
family.
kids
That's-
and all the daughters are pregnant. Weak. Oh, you know what I find hilarious? The porn stars that want all of their videos taken down because they have kids, as if we haven't been warning them that this was gonna happen.
Literally, I'm just like, bro, come on now. Like, people were warning you since day one. And here's the thing. I was like, bro, if you're a porn star, then don't have kids. Don't put your kids through that suffering. No kid want to sit there and go through school and everybody's pull two jokers pulling up one of your mom's videos. You can
like,
never
tell your
talk
mom
again.
They're gonna be like, hey, tell your mom to do more anal.
There was that 14-year-old kid that was debating OnlyFans women. And the one chick, she was like, well, I have my degree. He goes, okay, so you could have been a lawyer or this, but instead you're going to tell your kids that you were a whore.
Yep.
I mean, that's true.
And he was 14, and I'm like, oh my God, this kid is just...
Fuck.
And the look on her face was just like, oh. Because she was talking, she wanted kids and everything, and he goes, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. And that's what started the whole conversation.
Yeah, I mean, these OnlyFans models, bro, if you're gonna sell your body out there like that, bro, just be aware there are some long-term and long-lasting consequences that you can't take back, bro. You gotta wait till you get.
You can't take them down.
You gotta wait till you get married and then start pumping out videos.
Yeah, that stuff gets like 5,000, 10,000 views easy.
Boy, you might get 1 million. You don't even know it. But
Yep.
here's
People like that couple shit.
I mean, let's just be quite honest. It's just not a good idea. I don't know. I never seen it. I never even stood why women would sit there and be like, all right, well, I'm gonna be a porn star and turn around and have a normal life. I'm like, you kind of fucked that up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
There's no
and here's the thing, we told you though, and like that's why there's really no respect for them, because like, first off, everybody told you this was a bad idea, and now you're risking your kids, you're risking the embarrassment of your kids because of what? You want to have kids?
They went off the idea that strippers were able to do it. They were able to leave that behind and go on and
because
have a
they
normal
had
life.
stage
Because
names. They had stage names.
And
they had anonymity.
Bro, let's be real. Stripping on camera. I mean, you could probably be caught on camera at a strip club, but that's not even allowed. But getting caught, in a bikini or even naked on stage is way different than getting, I guess, hit by 3 different dudes, and now your kid got to see that. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Taking multiple cum shots and everything, like, bro.
Yep.
Come
and
on,
it's all
Mom,
on internet
fight
for
back.
the world to see. For the world.
Yeah,
Like-
and that I actually had someone tell me that when she was talking about doing OnlyFans, and she legitimately thought that she could quit it like a stripper does and not have to worry about it. I'm like, Shug, you know that you're putting that online, right? Where everybody can see. And when your kids either A, stumble across it because they're gonna go looking for at 14 when puberty hits and all that shit, they're gonna go looking because they're gonna go looking for porn. They all do. Everyone did it. We did it when we were kids. But they're
Not
gonna
me.
find
I
it.
was a saint.
Yeah, bullshit. But
I was a
they're gonna
saint
find
at
it.
14.
Yeah,
I was
bullshit.
I was an innocent child.
Lie, you are on fire. You know that, right?
No, I'm pretty
Anyways,
dry right now.
but and she seriously tried arguing with me. Well, I'll just use, like strippers do a stage name, and you can use a stage name, but that's not going to change your looks. You can do whatever you want, but it's not going to change your looks. I mean, you'd have to be in a full facial mask
I
and
mean,
have no pictures of yourself.
being a porn star is essentially, and your kids finding your video is basically them walking in on you being a hooker.
Yes, exactly.
I ain't gonna lie. If I have any advice for those kids, bro, just disown your mom, change your last name, bro, and just go your separate ways.
Run away.
You just turn 18.
Ask for your parents to, like, grandparents to adopt you.
Well, no, literally. Actually, no, bro. Disown yourself and change your last name, and there you go, bro. Just start a new life. Your mom done, because if you go with your mom, bro, you're cooked. You're cooked.
And it's not
You
even
better hit
just
him with
their
the Peter.
kids.
You better hit him
It's
with the
not even
Simon
just
Peter. I do not know the man.
It's
No,
not
well-
even just their kids that will see it, but their kids' friends that could come across it. And then that causes an even bigger issue, especially at school.
I mean, here's the
Trading
thing,
money.
though. Here's the worst part about it, though, because in the beginning, it's all good. Because I know an OnlyFans girl, beautiful young lady, but I mean, and she makes good money, and she puts her son through school, buys him his own apartment. I think the young man lives in LA, all that nice stuff. But it's like, yeah, but when that career dies down, like, one, will you still be able to do that? And two, hopefully your son don't get into no arguments, because I know your content, sis, and you out there. But
You busting it wider than ever on camera, bro. You're cooked.
Bruh, I mean, that's what they do. Hey, I ain't got no judgment. I'm not a judgmental person. I hang around anybody. It's just that I'll tell them what it is, though, and how I feel about them. I'm not gonna sit there and stay silent if they ask me. And she asked me, like, hey, what do you think about this? Like, how do you feel about OnlyFans girls? I was like, be honest, I don't respect the hustle, but I'm not gonna sit here and demonize you girls. But I said it. I don't respect the hustle because I think you're honestly feeding on lonely guys. And then, too, I mean, you got a son and you're doing this. I'm just like, bro, what if somebody was doing this to your son, feeding off his lust and money? Like, would you like it? And she said my son would never do that because he ain't no lame. But, that's just an ignorant response.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's a cope.
Yeah. I know, right? And when she hit me with that, I was like, and I'm going to leave that subject alone. You ain't trying to go too deep into it.
You know how many kids have, like I said, every kid freaking does it because they're curious from the jump, and then they like it, so they want to see more of it, and then they get to an adult where they're lonely one day and decide that it's the best thing to do at the moment because they don't have someone. And that's why there's now parental controls that you need to be on top of.
Yep. I mean,
it was so easy to find back in the day. Oh my God. And the AOL chat rooms. Whew.
AOL, that's a blast from the past.
Yes. Shoot, at 13, I was getting DMs from older guys that I didn't know was older guys. It was supposed to be a teen's own, preteen room. It was so easy to bypass that. And they were talking about freaking sexting and shit. And I'm like, what?
Sexting. Whoa, that went left. Sexting.
Oh, yeah. it was easy for you to get a hold of anything you wanted back then. It's still easy, but there's better parental controls.
Yeah, I remember Girls Gone Wild.
Yeah.
On VHS. Oh man.
Bro, all the youngins in the chat, yo,
rewind.
I remember the commercials. Late
Bro,
night commercials on
I
freaking
never
Cartoon Network.
seen. That's the funny thing. I never seen like an uncensored Girls Gone Wild. I've always seen the commercials at like when I was like usually on vacation at a hotel with my dad or something. I see the little Girls Gone Wild commercial up late at night. Man, that shit was
Shoot,
hilarious.
they had the freaking call-in lines on Cartoon Network for a while.
No, Girls Gone Wild made me like, bro. I couldn't wait until I could grow up and go to the bar. That's what I'm like. Oh, I can't wait to go 21, go to the bar, man. What? I walk up to girl, get to see titties. What? Oh, bro, being an adult
not that
great.
easy, bro.
And then you turn 21, and then you got bills and all that.
What are you talking about? I saw all kinds.
Huh?
I saw all kinds of titties.
Good for you.
Well, do I really need to describe them?
Were they cat titties or dog titties? I mean,
cat.
I'd say of the human female variety. Some were saggy.
I hope that's the only. I hope that's the only titties you're looking at.
Little itty bitty titties.
Look, unless you're a farmer, you shouldn't be looking at any other type of titties, okay, bro?
I will say one thing. One of the best benefits of waking up to the same woman every day is you can grab her boobs and no one thinks you're a perv.
What you mean, man? God sees you. He don't like it. It's like, nah.
I'm about to say you lying on that one.
Like, nah.
I know. Are you sure about that? I mean, hey, check this out. Here's something cool about Islam. If you have sex with your wife and have kids, you're praising Allah.
Hey, I mean, that's man. Hey, in a way, you kind of are. I mean, shoot, God was meant for us to be fruitful, right?
Yep. Well, at least that's what I was told. I
Yeah, I know.
Why do you guys have so many kids?
Yeah, because they feel like they're praising Allah by having kids.
That's what I was told. They said because we're praising, because we're blessed, we're praying to God when we do it. Like not like praying to God, but it's like
literally, but you know,
like
I
a pray to God. It's like literally.
I mean, they do
So
say
this
all
is going to
kids
be
are
an out of
blessings,
pocket. So this is going to be an out of pocket question. But if a woman gushes while she's on her period, is that considered ketchup mist?
Wait, what? All right, Gaming, put the drink down. That's your last shot, bro. That's your last bottle of beer. You're done, bro. Just put it in the fridge. Save it for tomorrow.
Put that away.
You're done. Just put it away. Just take it. Like Panda Man, help us out. Take the drink out of his hand.
I've never heard some shit like that. Well, actually, I have to say I have. My dad says some wacky stuff. It's wild.
Oh my God, so did mine.
Nah,
Especially
Gaming's
when
starting to
he
sound
had,
like your drunk uncle at a certain point.
Yeah.
I'm not drunk. I'm sober.
You sure?
Positive.
That's what they all say. But all right, though, guys. we done went over the time, so I'm gonna go ahead and close it down on this one, guys. Hey man, shout out. I appreciate y'all coming up.
Yeah, I was about to say. You have a good night, guys.
Thanks,
Hey,
Toby.
You too.
Appreciate it.
I'm glad we got to have a good fun conversation. Definitely fun.
Yeah, no. It started off serious and then it got real unserious. And then it got random.
Then it got a little dirty.
Dirty.
I said a little.
Yeah, I was trying to steer. I was trying to steer it, but apparently the cars were already flung out of control. There's nothing I can do, guys.
Dirty is when you pin her feet to her chest and spread her legs.
Whoa, and well, we're just gonna go ahead and end on that note. And this is it, S.E.T Media, guys, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and leave out with this clip. Appreciate the support, and once again, like I said, Do not try anything that we have just talked about within the last 30 minutes. All right, guys. Y'all have a good night.
We are not responsible for anything that happens.
I just got off the phone with the aliens, and they really like me. I have a great relationship with them, but I wish I didn't FaceTime with them because they're really nasty looking, and I made some unpleasant jokes, but I think they like me. We have a deal like you wouldn't believe that's about to happen. I found out they have oil like you wouldn't believe. They don't even touch it. They told me, you're crazy for using oil. I said, you're crazy for not using oil. What's wrong with these aliens? You know, you think aliens would be smarter than us, but apparently they're not, because all they wanted for the oil, think of this, all they wanted for the oil is Marco Rubio. And I guess he has some kind of special lineage. They really want Marco Rubio. They love him. And I thought, that's fantastic. Look, Marco's not going to be happy about it, but one person for trillions and trillions of barrels of oil, you have to do it. So Marco's not going to be too happy about it, but he's probably already on his way. I made the phone call. And so the Democrats will definitely block a pipeline. I mean, to build a pipeline for 20 light years through space, they're not going to be happy about it. So, and it'll take way too long. So we're going to build, I called Elon, we're going to build a wormhole. We have a wormhole like no one's ever seen before. And we're going to have trillions of barrels of oil pouring through that wormhole right outside of the atmosphere. It's not going to be a pretty sight, I will tell you that, but we're going to make hundreds of a trillion, maybe quadrillions. We might make quadrillions of dollars. So it's a fantastic deal. I'm looking forward to this relationship.